Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. This is a subject that a lot of people have been talking about, and Whoopi Goldberg has weighed in on it, so I guess I should say something. Even though it's not necessarily an issue that concerns us, which is both the reason why I haven't talked about it and the reason why I'm going to talk about it. Now, as everybody has seen in all the news, Israel has begun hostilities against Iran because Benjamin Netanyahu desperately needs a distraction, and he's not the only one. Donald Trump ordered strikes on what he called Iranian nuclear sites. That's what the raison d'etre for all of this is. That's what the pretense is. Iran is only a couple of days away from getting a nuclear weapon. But the reality that everybody should recognize by now is none of that's true. These sites are actually civilian nuclear power sites. Iran doesn't have any nukes, and the Israelis have been lying through their teeth about it. Speaking of lies, the Orange Man's been lying about why he decided to get the U.S. involved in this fight by launching some airstrikes. The headlines have been brutal toward Trump the last few weeks. His own Republican allies have been wagging their fingers at him, and the White House's resident tech bro Elon Musk had that dust up with him. It's been a rough month for Trump, and it's not even over yet. So even though Trump claims that he's not a typical inside the Beltway DC politician, he's nonetheless done what every single politician has done whenever they have bad headlines they can't get rid of: start troubles abroad to distract from problems at home. The same way that Bill Clinton sent a missile strike into Sudan to distract America from the Monica Lewinsky scandal, Trump is doing the same thing. He claims that he's been a big success with this strike. It's been a huge success. Why, they've eliminated the threat of Iran having a nuclear arsenal. And yet at the same time, Trump is threatening to carry out more missile strikes. So I guess apparently Trump's strike couldn't have been that big a success if he feels like he has to do some follow-ups. And of course, the biggest problem in the room is Benjamin Netanyahu. That guy's been saying that Iran has been 2 months away from having a nuclear weapon since at least 1995. So why is it that the Israelis, particularly the Likud party, have been so hot and bothered about attacking Iran? Well, the reason is Israel wants to try to get their hands on Iran's oil. Israel has no natural resources of their own, and nobody in their right mind would ever go there as some sort of vacation hotspot. The beaches in Israel are nothing to write home about. Israel's war in Gaza has basically stalled out, and it brought them all kinds of problems with the international community. There's still scores of who knows how many Israelis being held as hostages by Hezbollah to this very day, and the IDF has been completely and thoroughly helpless in getting any of them back. It's been who knows how many months since they've had any recovered alive, and the families of the hostages are demanding that either Netanyahu makes a deal to get them back or he needs to step down. Benjamin Netanyahu is finding his neck back in the noose because now people are starting to say, well, gee, if the hostilities in Gaza are basically going nowhere at this point, maybe it's time to get back to talking about what we were beforehand, which was Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption trial, and how could the October 7th attack have even taken place right under his very nose? Those were the kind of whisperings and rumblings that were taking place the last couple of months. So now Benjamin Netanyahu needs a distraction, a big one. And going after Iran is exactly the kind of big, huge, noisy distraction that he needs. You see, there's a reason why the Israelis were so eager to get into Syria after Assad's regime fell. Of course, what nobody talks about is that was largely orchestrated by the US, or at least US-backed forces. After Assad was ousted, the Israelis have been steadily sending so-called settlers into Syria. In reality, these are actually IDF soldiers. Their job is to occupy the Golan Heights, and they've also sent more soldiers to take as much territory as possible, even further than that. All of it, of course, under the guise of fighting terrorism. Even though the Assad regime is out of power, there are no terrorists or missiles or anything else coming out of Syria against Israel. And what about Syria's current so-called leaders, the one who overthrew Assad? Well, leaders, if they can be called that, what are they saying about Israel attacking their country, and about Israel taking their land, and bombing Iran, a fellow Muslim country? What are Syria's new so-called leaders saying about all this? Well, they're totally silent on it, all of it. They're not saying anything at all. The Israelis are bombing a country that's only a hop, skip, and a jump away from Syria, and these new leaders of Syria don't seem to be at all concerned about the fact that the Israelis are flying over their airspace, among other things. They just seem to be taking all of that lying down. The line that the first Zionists used back in the 1940s was that they were going to make the desert bloom. Well, the desert over there is still a desert to this day. Global opinion has been souring against them. Younger Jews in the US are not gung-ho about trying to go over to Palestine and relive the Old Testament, and every successive younger generation of Americans is becoming less tolerant of sending billions of dollars to Israel when the roads in the US look like the surface of the moon and nobody can afford to buy a house. If the Israelis can't find a way to snatch as much land from their neighbors as possible, and most importantly, get their hands on some natural resources that they will own and control, then their little experiment in Zionism is going to begin to wither on the vine in about another 20 years or so. That's when there's going to be serious pressure coming from in the United States to basically cut them off. It's only going to take a few politicians to be bold enough to run on that as a platform, and AIPAC can't stop all of them. There's not enough Zionist billionaires in the US to keep Israel afloat, even if they were willing to donate their fortunes to Israel. So that's basically the Reader's Digest version of what's going on over there. This is a dust-up because Benjamin Netanyahu needs a political distraction, but the political distraction is meant to serve a very substantive cause, one that he and his pals have been pursuing for at least the last 35 or so years. And Donald Trump, of course, needs a distraction too. None of this is about anything that has to do with national security. This is all political security for a gang of corrupt kleptocrats. All right, so what does this have to do with Black Americans? To put it bluntly, not much. Whoopi Goldberg decided that she would weigh in on this issue.
That's why I am saying that it is the same. Murdering someone for their difference is not good, whoever does it. It's not good. So that's why I said you weren't saying what I.
What a surprise. Someone who said something about Israel's actions, but that didn't get them fired or canceled by the white media. That's because she wasn't criticizing Netanyahu. That's the reason why. And no, we don't have a dog in this fight. And Whoopi Goldberg really should have shut up, but of course she didn't. And there's people who are outraged with her, outraged that she was comparing the plight of Black Americans to Iran being bombed by Israel. There are people who are in their feelings about that. How could she? Oh, how terrible. Now look, while it is true that a lot of people consider Benjamin Netanyahu and his regime to be obnoxious, and what they're doing, say in Gaza and such, is considered to be large-scale bullying, to put it lightly, yeah, we can all agree on that. But we don't live over there, and nobody who's sitting there claiming that their heart goes out to Gaza, they're not going over there, so let's be adults here. There are people who absolutely cannot stand what Whoopi Goldberg said. But you know what? Her feckless sucking up aside, I agree with her. She did what every other group does whenever the subject of Black Americans is raised. She downplayed, minimized, and sidestepped everybody else's issues and instead said Black people are what we should be talking about here. Why? What Black people have to endure is far worse. That's what everybody does to us. I can't be mad at her for prioritizing Black people in this conversation, and you know what? I don't think anyone else should be either. Yes, it was not intentional on her part, clearly, and it is an example of a stopped clock being right twice a day, but in this case, I support this particular gaffe. I do not at all object with her saying that what black people have to deal with is worse than what's going on in Iran, though I would differ when she says that Iran is no more dangerous for the people there than it is being black in America, because being black in America is far, far more dangerous. While what's going on over there in Iran has nothing to do with black people, the idiots who are saying, oh, it's outrageous what she said, her comparison is wrong, being black is nothing like what the Israelis are doing to the Iranians right now. You can shut that down with a simple bit of math. How many people have died in Iran up to this point with this latest skirmish? How many people have died over there so far? Now, how many black Americans die every single year in this country as the result of police violence, as the result of inadequate medical care? Black Americans die in far, far higher numbers than anything going on over there. It's just that the killers in the United States don't use cruise missiles to do their killings. They're destroying people's homes and businesses, they say, over there in Iran. And in Gaza, they're committing genocide and ethnic cleansing. No kidding. They're also destroying entire neighborhoods in the US, only they're black. They call it gentrification or urban renewal, but it's war, race war by another name, or as I put it, ethnic cleansing American style. That's what's happening right here. You don't have to go to the Middle East to find innocent groups of people who are being oppressed and obliterated. You got them right here at home. But you got a lot of chumps out there who have been taught to be desensitized to their own oppression and pain and to be hypersensitive to everyone else's. Now, what do you call someone who does that? You have some chumps out here who are angry about what Whoopi Goldberg said. Listen up, stupid. We have no friends. A lot of those same Iranians come to the US, they open businesses in black neighborhoods, and then treat us like every other anti-black racist does. These are not people who make common cause with us. My heart goes out to people who have allied themselves with me, not people who have decided to put distance between themselves and me. The squabbles that these people have in the Middle East are basically no more politically relevant than what the Irish and the English were brawling about in the 19th and 20th centuries. They'll be blowing each other up over there, and yet the moment that they set foot in the United States, suddenly they're chummy and best buds with those exact same people, because they can all take part in oppressing us. That's the unifying principle of white supremacy. And everybody who comes over here wants to be part of it. Hell, a lot of people who never set foot over here want to be part of it. None of these immigrant groups is opposed to oppression or brutality or even their favorite bit of psychological masturbation, class struggle. What they're really against is their place in the racial and political hierarchy. That's the thing they actually don't like. And when white power gives them a chance to upgrade, they forget all about whatever minor squabbles they may have had with thus and so, and they start spitting in black people's faces. They all immediately forget about whatever minor insignificant gripes that they had with one another, and they all get on code to be part of Team White Supremacy. So regardless of the source, in this case Whoopi Goldberg, who I agree with on practically nothing, the reality happens to be I'm not about to get out here and start waving the flag for anybody else. What she said was accurate. Sure, you can have your issues with the Israelis. I certainly am not a supporter of what they do, but the reality is the people over there in the Middle East have had decades to make inroads with the black community. They've had decades to build allies here, and they didn't do it because they didn't want to. They wanted to go it alone. Very well. This is what alone looks like. Especially after the uprisings of 2020, everybody around the world has no excuse for not immediately making a beeline to the United States and trying to find ways to lock arms with black Americans. Nobody has an excuse for not coming over here and doing that. Instead, everybody went right on back to the same old same-o. Sure, neither Benjamin Netanyahu nor the state of Israel is on the side of black Americans. And neither are the Arabs. Doesn't matter if they're in Palestine or Iran. Stop playing the fool and pretending that there's somebody to root for in this fight. I know a lot of you watch a lot of movies and TV, and there's a lot of people out there who have a very simplistic view of geopolitics, but the reality happens to be we have made it a point to stick up for everybody else. We've made it a point to be spokespeople for and advocates for everyone else, and everybody else decides that they're going to be independent agents. They're in business for themselves. And then when they get over here, next thing you know, they're making common cause with the very forces that we're fighting against. There's a reason why after Israel began to obliterate Gaza, you didn't see any of those Arab Muslim countries lifting a finger to help them. In fact, they didn't lift a finger or say a peep on their behalf. It was South Africa that had to go to the International Court of Justice and bring a case. Why didn't the Saudis bring that case? Why didn't the Jordanians bring that case? Why didn't the Egyptians bring that case? Why didn't the Syrians? Why didn't the Iranians? Hell, why didn't the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank bring the case? They could have, but they didn't. Instead, they all sat on their hands and decided to keep their mouths shut, and they waited until some black people got out there and took the slings and arrows first, till some black folks stepped across the line and took the blows. Then when they saw that it was safe enough for them to stick their heads out of the ground, then they decided, oh, well, let's go ahead and step forward as if we were somehow on board from the very beginning. The exact same kind of dynamic that we find these emigres from these countries doing when they come to the United States. You don't find them sticking their heads up. They wait until black people do so, until black people make it safe for them to say something. Well, I don't know about you, but I've had enough of this one-way street. I find it very difficult to get a full head of steam about Whoopi Goldberg's ignorant mouth running on something when the reality is neither of the combatants in this case are on our side. And yes, when I look at what other people do when they talk about their issues, they make sure black people are not mentioned. And whenever black people have any attention brought to us, there's always somebody from one of these other groups who decides that they're going to try to hijack the proceedings and shoehorn themselves into the conversation. And now, for once, the shoe's on the other foot. No, I do not support Netanyahu at all, and I've already explained to you exactly what's going on here, so I hope that there's no hard heads who are going to try some last-ditch effort to say, well, shouldn't we be saying something? We should say something to the extent that the Iranians spoke up for us. They didn't have to wait until things got to this point. None of these other groups has to wait until it gets to this point. But the issue that they all have is they're all basically jockeying for and trying to use missiles and bombs and arms to petition for a higher place on the racial hierarchy ladder. And once they get that higher rung on the ladder, they use it to immediately begin dumping on us. That's the reality. That's what actually is happening. We can all have our issues with Whoopi Goldberg. God knows that I do. Even though she's not putting on the cape in this instance, we all know, dumb as she is, she'll have on the cape for somebody else next week, most likely immigrants, or whatever the pet issue of the left happens to be that's safe for these bootlicks to say a word or two about. But at least for the sake of this discussion and this moment in time, for the people who are whining about what she said, you can save it. Everybody who's ever come over here has practiced strict opportunism at our expense. And that being the case, as far as I'm concerned, why shouldn't we?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Where is everybody? I pretty much don't agree with Professor Black Truth's take. Funny as it may be, I'm just not into comparative cultures. The history of Palestine in the Middle East is different than the history of Black people in America, and I'm just not into comparative suffering. I think it's a waste of time. If you want to sit down and, if you're inclined to do that, that's great. I don't happen to be inclined. Totally different history. If you're a politician, maybe you might be kind of compelled or forced to make some sort of comparison. As an everyday citizen, a YouTube person, I don't see the point of him even making the video, to be honest. And I don't see the point of Whoopi Goldberg. I don't watch The View, so maybe there's a reason she got into this little discussion, but I don't see it. So anyway, we will move on to actual news. Trump calls U.S. strikes on Iran a spectacular military success, and I have no doubt that it was. Let's see here. Let's listen to this news report instead of the actual article. If I can figure this out.
The world waits as Iran vows to retaliate after the United States joined Israel's air campaign to destroy the Islamic Republic's nuclear program. 3 enrichment sites were targeted, some hit with 30,000-pound bombs. The damage visible from space. This is the Fordow site, built hundreds of feet underground. President Donald Trump tonight now suggesting support for regime change in Iran. What he did want this weekend was a surprise. CBS's Charlie D'Agata starts us off tonight at the Pentagon. Charlie.
Tarika, it was an operation that involved decoys, deception, and some of the most advanced weaponry in the world in what Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, called an incredible and overwhelming success that obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities. After conducting the largest B-2 strike in history, the stealth bombers returned to Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri this afternoon. The B-2s led a force of more than 125 American aircraft in an operation the Pentagon dubbed Midnight Hammer. 7 B-2s took off at midnight on Friday, headed east for Iran's nuclear production sites, while 7 more flew west on a decoy mission to the Pacific. It was a B-2 head fake, Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane said, to maintain tactical surprise.
A deception effort known only to an extremely small number of planners and key leaders here in Washington and in Tampa.
The B-2 strike package flew 18 hours to their targets in Iran, refueling multiple times along the way. Before entering Iranian airspace, the B-2s were joined by F-22 and F-35 fighter jets to escort them in a tightly timed maneuver requiring exact synchronization.
The lead B-2 dropped 2 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapons on the first of several aim points at Fordo. As the president stated last night, the remaining bombers then hit their targets as well.
A third nuclear site was hit by 24 Tomahawk missiles fired from a submarine offshore.
The Tomahawk missiles being the last to strike at Esfahan to ensure we retain the element of surprise throughout the operation.
Satellite images of the deeply buried production facility at Fordow shows holes indicating where the penetrating bombs hit, but damage assessment will take time.
In total, U.S. forces employed approximately 75 precision-guided weapons during this operation. This included, as the president stated last night, 14 30,000-pound GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators, marking the first ever operational use of this weapon.
Officials don't think a single shot was fired toward the American aircraft on the way in or out, as if Iran's air defenses never saw them. The Iranians have vowed to retaliate and that the attack would have everlasting consequences. The president may not want an open-ended conflict. The Iranians may disagree. Are you prepared for a protracted war?
Anything can happen in conflict, we acknowledge that, but the scope of this was intentionally limited. So Iran, in that sense, has a choice.
We were told that U.S. troops across the region were not informed of the plan until it was underway, but that enhanced protection, force protection, was already in place in case of Iranian retaliation. Jerika.
Charlie Daggett of Force Tonight, thank you.
Well, that's about as good a report as I've seen. But we shall move on to the point of a protracted war. The region fears wider war. Trump raises prospect of regime change, which is a new one. Of course, you know, he's been head faking the whole time. So what I've heard is that the Ayatollah is hard to get a hold of. He's in hiding somewhere in Iran. If he's even in Iran. I no doubt we probably, you know, if we don't know where he is, he's probably easily found. But let's play this right quick.
This hold goes bananas. Literally.
Damn it.
To give your hair serious definition and stay serving looks all week long. Bananas Extreme Hold Gel. Go bananas for your hair. Because nobody does styling like we do. Now available at Target and Walmart stores near you and thedude.com.
You're listening to Israel-Iran Live Updates. Region fears wider war. Trump raises prospect of regime change in Iran. A news story written by Neha Massi, Andrew Jong, and Abby Cheeseman, and read by an AI-generated voice. Nations across the Middle East braced for the possibility of a wider war after U.S. strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities prompted urgent appeals for diplomacy. Iran is weighing its response and said at an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council that it reserved the right to defend itself against blatant U.S. aggression. President Donald Trump, who is slated to meet with his national security team Monday afternoon, raised the prospect of regime change in Tehran, undercutting the messaging from his top officials. He also continued to claim substantial damage to the nuclear facilities without providing additional evidence. The International Atomic Energy Agency is assessing the damage. As the world awaits the ramifications of the U.S. strikes, Israel and Iran continue to trade fire into an 11th day, with explosions heard over both countries.
Well, I'll say it was blatant. Um, Iran's foreign minister says he will discuss common threats with Putin. That's very interesting. Does Putin really want to get involved? Iran's foreign minister Araghchi, Abbas Araghchi said he will discuss confronting common challenges and threats with Russian President Vladimir Putin at a meeting later Monday, according to IRNA, Iran's official news agency. Consultations between Iran and Russia need to become closer in the wake of the U.S. attack on Iran, Araghchi told reporters, according to an IRNA post on Telegram early Monday local time. Araghchi also expressed appreciation for Russia's statement condemning the U.S. strikes. The meeting was announced prior to the U.S. strike. The U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear facilities has severely questioned the NPT, shaken the non-proliferation regime, Araghchi said, referring to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Iran is a signatory, while Israel is not. Support is building in Iran for withdrawal from the treaty, which would make it more difficult to monitor and verify the country's nuclear program. So we shall see. This is a picture of satellite images showing damage to the nuclear sites. If anybody wants this link, let me know. Not being an expert, let's see, it's talking about 2 craters left after the strike and then tunnel entrances blocked with dirt. And then there is a facility structure. Like I said, I'm not an expert, so it looks bad, but I don't know how bad. So that is that. Let's see, what else do we have here? More Iran stuff. Oil rises and U.S. stock futures slide as markets react to U.S. strike on Iran nuclear sites. United States launched airstrikes early Sunday. We know all of that. Airstrikes followed Israel's attacks starting June 13th. We know all that. Analysts expect Brent crude oil prices, which have risen 11% since June 13th, to jump from $3 to $5 per barrel as markets reopen amid fears of regional retaliation. A senior Iranian lawmaker threatened to close the Straits of Hormuz to retaliate, raising concerns about global oil supply, since about a fifth of worldwide oil passes there. That would be a mistake. Continued conflict and possible Iranian responses could keep energy prices volatile, heightening geopolitical risk and possibly increasing U.S. pump prices despite Trump's warnings of further military action. And I pretty much said yesterday, since I have a few minutes, I don't agree with Trump's action. I don't think it's necessary or was necessary. However, it's done now. And someone asked me yesterday what I thought, the extent of retaliation, if there is retaliation from Iran. I am not an expert. I should have said that yesterday, but I don't think there's going to be much. I mean, what can they do? Russia's not going to do shit. They're busy in Ukraine. And Iran, other than firing missiles back and forth with Israel, they could close the Straits of Hormuz, but that would not be advisable. So we will wait. I will wait, and hopefully I'm right, so I can save face. But I don't see Iran doing much. What can they do? And then, if the next step is regime change, yeah. So there's some cards left on the table to be played, and like I said, don't agree with the strike. However, it's done. So Let's see. What else do we have here? By the way, while I'm thinking about it, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel and the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000, where hopefully I'll get one or two things out this week. You know, I do video essays in the occasional show clip there. And I would definitely appreciate the subscription. We will be monetized at this rate in about 10 years. But hey, I've got time. Let's see, what else? Make sure you support the show host. I had a good time on John Galt's show yesterday. There are probably people who didn't have as good a time, but you know, they'll get over it. But I enjoyed it, and I hope to see people like Republic Room on the morning show at some point. You know, we didn't quite get through the conversation we were having, but she seems like she's at least thought about her positions, even if I don't agree with them. I can always appreciate someone who doesn't agree with me if their positions are well thought out. You know, that's all you can really ask. What's up, Dwali? How you doing? So let us move on. Senate Intel Chair Tom Cotton. We have to be prepared for Iran to retaliate. He is chairman of the Intel Committee for a reason. He has mastered the obvious. Senate Intelligence Chairman Tom Cotton stated that Iran must pursue a peaceful resolution to avoid severe consequences from the United States, as President Donald Trump has ordered strikes to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. Cotton mentioned that the recent military strikes have severely damaged Iran's critical nuclear infrastructure. Cotton warned that should Iran target Americans, the military response would be significantly greater than the previous actions. The president's already said that. We don't need Tom Cotton to repeat what Trump already said on TV. Cotton remarked on Iran's long history of terrorizing Americans for 46 years, reaffirming a commitment to the safety of the American people as a top priority. Now, that's all well and good. Let's see. This is interesting. Russian leader claims multiple countries prep to provide Iran nuclear weapons following U.S. strikes. I don't know. Why does Russia really even need to bother? Dmitry Medvedev, a former president of Russia, stated that several countries are ready to provide nuclear warheads to Iran following U.S. airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities in Isfahan, Natanz, and Fordow. Now, here's the deal. We just heard Professor Black Truth say that, that strike was there for, it happened for, lies. There's really no threat. I don't know about all that. I'm going to have to, assume that Trump did it for an actual reason versus, political reasons, because he's 6 months into his presidency. He's not that far underwater that he needs to start a war to boost his numbers, because a war's not going to really do it. He's still Trump. However, it is disturbing that other countries would step in and just send nukes over to him. I can't imagine that's not going to have consequences. So hopefully it's just talk. Medvedev claimed that the U.S. airstrikes failed to achieve their goals, contradicting Tom Cotton, as the critical infrastructure of the nuclear fuel cycle appears to have been unaffected or sustained only minor damage. Interesting. Ukrainian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi announced plans to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin amid rising tensions in the region. Because apparently the Ayatollah is too busy hiding. Ukraine's foreign ministry expressed support for the U.S. actions against Iran. Thanks, Ukraine. This is why I don't really like dealing with international politics. It is just too much work to figure out who's supporting whom and for why. My brain just doesn't work geopolitically. So there's a video that I wanted to play here. Let's see. Will it play? On regime change.
Has a warning of heightened threat environment in the United States after the attack against Iran's nuclear facilities. In a bulletin issued today, DHS warning low-level cyber attacks against U.S. networks are likely. It comes as the Pentagon is sharing new information about the attack on Iran. ABC's Perry Russum is in Washington.
Tonight, the B-2 bombers arriving back at Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. Our affiliate KMBC recording this video of the plane's landing after carrying out the attack against Iran.
It took a great deal of precision. It involved misdirection and the highest of operational security.
The Pentagon detailing the attack called Operation Midnight Hammer, 125 aircraft involved with 75 precision-guided weapons. About a dozen B-2 bombers taking off from Missouri early Saturday morning. About half of them a decoy group heading west toward Guam with trackable movements. A short time later, 7 more B-2s taking off, but this time heading east, directly toward Iran, with no transponders and minimal communications. The attack focusing on 3 targets, all Iranian nuclear sites.
But initial battle damage assessments indicate that all 3 sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction.
New satellite imagery shows the aftermath of the attack. It includes these apparent holes at the underground Fordo nuclear plant, where the 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs were dropped, digging deep into the ground before exploding.
We know that the president was happy with it. So if the Iranians don't hit back at the U.S. or its allies, this could be the end of the U.S. involvement.
Vice President J.D. Vance on This Week.
The big question is the United States now at war with Iran?
No, we're not at war with Iran, John. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program.
President Trump now appearing to entertain the idea of a regime change in Iran, with Trump posting online, if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? Perry Russum, ABC News, Washington.
You know, J.D. Vance, dude, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with its nuclear program. Really? Wow. All right. Well, we're going to switch gears here. Let's see. There is a story here. Give me 1 second here. Oh, you know what? This is out of order. All right. Police. Suspect shot and killed by security guard after shooting at a church in Michigan. Wayne, Michigan Police Department responded to an active shooter at Cross Point Church in Wayne, Michigan this morning. A security guard shot and killed a suspect, according to the active shooter incident. One victim was shot in the leg, police said. The shooter allegedly drove into the church before the rampage began around 11:15 a.m. local time on Sunday. So this is a church attack, and there's a companion piece here. 1 injured, suspect dead after shooting at church in Wayne. And there's a little video, and then I'll read from the article.
Who's out of Wayne? This is from our Eye in the Sky chopper, where a peaceful church service went left. It's after a man started.
Hey, Bobby, how you doing?
Doors. Hello, Metro Detroit. My name's Terrell Bailey, and we've got a lot to get to this evening. Now, this church shooting unfolded at the Cross Point Community Church around 11 o'clock this morning.
Oh, by the way, this is the local CBS affiliate in Detroit.
Heath Kalb is live in Wayne for us right now. Heath, I know we're some investigators in a little bit, but overall, what have you been finding out today?
Yeah, that's right, Terrell. This could have been a lot worse from earlier this morning. Now, we're waiting to hear from Wayne Police in a press conference in just a few moments, but we've been hearing from people around that church here in Wayne all day, all afternoon here, who told us that a security guard shot and killed an active shooter outside of the Cross Point Community Church around 11:30 a.m. this morning, and that came just moments after a churchgoer actually ran over that active shooter with a Ford F-150. Now, we have video on your screen taken from the live stream of the church services this morning, where people first start hearing gunshots and start running to the back of the church. Now, I spoke to Cross Point Community Church Pastor Bobby Kelly Jr. just a few hours ago at the Hype Recreation Center, where the churchgoers were eventually taken, and he told me his spirits, as well as the 150 or so parishioners who were at the service this morning, are okay because of the realization about how much worse this could have been.
The people who were very distraught and really broken up about this, they still took it very well because they recognized what could have happened that did not happen.
So what we know now is that the only person that miraculously got killed from this event earlier this morning was that active shooter. The security guard was shot, but he does appear to be okay. We're set to hear from the Wayne Police in just a few moments. Like I mentioned, we're going to have what
Bobby,
information they provide us later tonight at 11 on CBS Detroit. For now, here in Wayne, I'm Heath Caleb, CBS News Detroit.
A very scary situation for sure. Definitely looking forward to that update. Heath Caleb live from Wayne for us. Thanks.
This is on the Lodge Freeway. This is southbound on the Lodge.
Stop this. Let's minimize it. Let's read from the story. I don't know the race of the shooter. And I believe this showed up in a local Latin newspaper in Spanish. So it may have been a primarily Hispanic church. It says one person was shot at a church in Wayne, Michigan on Sunday morning, and an alleged gunman was killed following the shooting, police said. Chief Ryan Strong said 9/11 calls about the shooting at Cross Point Community Church on the 36,000 block of Glenwood Road started coming in around 11:06 a.m. Investigators say the suspect, later identified by officials as a 31-year-old white man from Romulus, Michigan, was driving recklessly when he arrived at the church. The suspect exited his vehicle wearing a tactical vest, armed with a long gun and a handgun, Strong said. The man then started firing one of his weapons at the church from the outside, police said. One of the parishioners struck the man with his vehicle, and at least 2 staff members shot at him, killing the attacker. A live stream of the church's morning service showed parishioners, including several women and children, running out the back of the church when they heard the gunshots. Cross Point Community Church pastor Bobby Kelly Jr. said that there were about 150 at the service at the time. One of the staff members who shot at the man was a security guard for the church, police said. He was shot in the leg by the gunman. Both employees were taken to the hospital with injuries that are not considered life-threatening, according to police. Let's see here. Dan Bongino, deputy director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, said in a post that leadership and support teams are at the scene providing assistance and investigative support. Police are working to learn the motive behind the shooting and say they're not aware of any connection the man has with the church. Pastor Bobby Kelly spoke with CBS News Detroit about how the parishioners were feeling in the hours after the shooting. He says the people were very distraught and really broken up about this. They still took it very well because they recognized what could have happened that did not happen. Parishioner describes harrowing moments during the shooting. Parishioner Dustin Fuoco, who lives on the church property and runs the facility's sound system, told CBS News on Sunday that he initially couldn't find his wife and newborn baby after the gunshots rang out. I was up in the upper level, so just me and a couple of our tech crew up there, and we heard a round of shots. Sounded like probably 10, and it sounded like a jackhammer, Fuoco said. He said that the crew heard another round of 10 shots about 10 seconds later. At that point, we all realized it was a shooter, Fuoco said. So the first thing I did at that point was, being up there by myself, I ran right downstairs, because in a room right next to the first level is the baby room. So that's where my wife and newborn were. And I was very terrified because that room was emptied out. So at that point, everybody's scattering. Wilco said he ran outside to a wooded area where the other parishioners were, found his wife and newborn around 15 minutes later. And this is a developing story. So pretty terrifying, you know. Peaceful Sunday morning at church turns into, you know, a flight for life. So that is that. So let's see here. Give me 1 sec. Let me clean up some tabs here. What is it? This. All right, we will move on. Apparently, we're a good portion of the country is about to see record-breaking heat. We're down here in the South. Notice that records don't get set down here very easily, apparently. So looks like it's going to be the north and central part of the country on into southern New England. That's going to see the worst of it. Major heat and that sort of thing. So if you live in any of those parts of the country, a lot of people live in Texas and Detroit and places like that. It's going to get hot.
Hydration on lock. Definition,
you know what?
unmatched.
Apparently
Meet the Chief Rocker Extreme Moisture Mousse from The Dew, a gel to foam formula that delivers next level moisture and a flexible hold your curls will love. No flakes, no crunch, just soft, touchable curls that stay popping and defined, because your curls deserve to be legendary. Chief Rocker Extreme Moisture Mousse. Moisture, definition, glow. And you already know nobody does styling like we do. Now available at Walmart, Target, and CVS stores near you and thedew.com.
You're listening to Here's Where the U.S. Will See Record-Breaking Heat, a news story written by Ben Knoll and read by an AI-generated voice. A wave of record-breaking humidity and heat is surging across the United States, with about 265 million people forecast to experience 90 or 100-degree temperatures during the week ahead, including humidity levels that rival those in the Middle East. The combination of extreme heat and humidity can be dangerous, and there will be little relief at night, with low temperatures hovering in the mid-70s to near 80 in many central and eastern states. Saturday was hot and humid across central states, with temperatures reaching 98 degrees in Denver, 97 in Nashville, and 94 in Chicago. In Minneapolis, the temperature didn't fall below 90 degrees until 1 a.m. local time Sunday, after reaching 96 on Saturday. A June humidity record was tied in Green Bay, where the dew point reached 76 degrees on Saturday evening. A value more typical of Florida. The most intense conditions will be found across the plains and Midwest on Sunday before days of triple-digit heat broil big East Coast cities. As of early Sunday, heat advisories or warnings covered more than 1,000 counties, from Nebraska to Maine. Where the worst will be, hundreds of record-breaking temperatures are forecast across the country through Thursday, with the highest number probably occurring on Tuesday. The conditions will bring an increased risk for heat-related illnesses, especially for people without access to air conditioning, those working outdoors, and people with underlying health conditions, as well as pets and other animals. Here's a daily overview of the most unusual humidity and heat. Sunday. Record warm morning temperatures are expected from Kansas to Connecticut. Daytime temperatures will rise well into the 90s across the plains, Midwest, and Mid-Atlantic, including Washington. Places where high temperature records may be tied or broken include Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 101 degrees, Minneapolis, 98 degrees, Hartford, Connecticut, 95 degrees, and Green Bay, 94 degrees. Very high to extreme humidity levels will also surge across the Tennessee and Ohio valleys into the Great Lakes and southern Canada, reaching the Northeast during the evening. Monday. Millions of people across the Midwest, Northeast, and Mid-Atlantic will again awaken to record-high morning temperatures. Afternoon temperatures may reach 100 degrees from the Carolinas to Massachusetts, breaking records, including the areas around major cities such as Charlotte and Raleigh in North Carolina, Washington and Baltimore, Philadelphia and New York. The day will also be extremely humid along the eastern seaboard into southern Canada, where dew points will probably break June records. Tuesday. Tuesday may come with the highest number of temperature records, as highs surge to 100 degrees or more from near Boston to Atlanta. Washington could come close to reaching its highest June temperature on record, 104 degrees, set in 2012. Other eastern cities forecast to reach or exceed 100 include Atlanta, Macon and Augusta in Georgia, Columbia in South Carolina, Fayetteville and Raleigh in North Carolina, Richmond and Charlottesville in Virginia, Baltimore and Salisbury in Maryland, Georgetown in Delaware, Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, Atlantic City, Trenton and Newark in New Jersey, New York City and Poughkeepsie in New York, Hartford in Connecticut, Westfield and Milton in Massachusetts, and Manchester and Concord in New Hampshire. Wednesday. Triple-digit temperatures are again possible from New York to the Florida Panhandle, though scattered afternoon and evening showers and thunderstorms could temper the heat slightly. Extreme heat and humidity will continue in the Midwest and Mid-South. Thursday. It will still be hot and humid in the Mid-Atlantic, the Southeast and Central states, but the coverage of 100-degree heat will probably decrease because of afternoon clouds, showers, and thunderstorms. Days of triple-digit heat, sultry nights. Several East Coast cities may eclipse 100 degrees for several consecutive days and/or approach their June monthly record during the week ahead. Here are some notable heat statistics that could be neared, tied, or broken. Washington. Consecutive June days with high temperatures at or above 100 degrees. Current record 2 days. June monthly record high. Current record 104 degrees. And June monthly record high overnight temperature. Current record 82 degrees. Baltimore. Consecutive June days with a high temperatures at or above 100 degrees. Current record 1 day. Philadelphia. Consecutive June days with a high temperature at or above 100 degrees. Current record 2 days. June monthly record high. Current record 102 degrees. And June monthly record high overnight temperature. Current record 82 degrees. New York. First 100-degree temperature during June since 1966. June monthly record high. Current record 101 degrees. And June monthly record high overnight temperature. Current record 81 degrees. The heat dome driving the extreme conditions will weaken late in the week, but waves of above-average temperatures and humidity are expected into July.
This hold goes bananas, literally. Sculpt and define your curls with the new Bananas Extreme Hold Gel from the Dude to give your hair serious definition.
Okay. You know what? These ads just started for the Washington Post, and you see the little upgrade button. Apparently, you can upgrade your account, but the upgrade doesn't include commercial free. So I guess I'm going to have to start screening these articles, you know. I just dropped the link, Solid Snake. So anyway, New York Times hasn't done that yet, but I guess if the Post is doing it, eventually the Times will. And I have to figure out, you know, I pay YouTube Premium, so I don't have to deal with commercials. And I need to figure out how I'm going to do it with these news subscriptions. All right, well, we will move on. Hopefully everybody stays cool. Let me tell you something. I was in Savannah a few days ago, Savannah, Georgia, and that's my hometown. And shit, it was like 89 degrees at 10 o'clock in the morning. So all I have to say is those of us in the deep South, we say to you Northerners, and that's basically everybody from Atlanta, north of Atlanta. You're all Northerners. Fucking take off your clothes, you know, strip down to your underwear and get under a ceiling fan. You'll be okay. And don't be going outside to play basketball in the middle of the day like I used to do when I was a kid. Kids aren't as tough as they were back when I was growing up. All right, so we are going to move on. Mahmoud Khalil vows to continue protesting Israel's war in Gaza after coming back home. This is a couple days old. I didn't get around, I didn't really do a show this weekend. So it is leftovers from last week. He's the Columbia master's student who was one of the first to be detained or put in custody because of his political protests at Columbia. So the judges basically freed him. Like, he's home. There's a picture of him somewhere kissing his newborn son, who he actually hadn't met. I guess he was incarcerated when the kid was born. So anyway, Mahmoud Khalil, a legal U.S. resident and former Columbia University graduate student, was released from immigration detention on June 20th after being held since March 8th for participating in pro-Palestinian demonstrations in Manhattan. Khalil's detention occurred amid the Trump administration's crackdown on free speech. We're just going to be bold, arguing non-citizens who protest should be expelled, though he faced no criminal charges and was not accused of violence.
So he was in jail for 45 days?
I'm sorry, what?
So he was in jail for 45 days?
Yes. And the judge basically, I think this is just bail. I don't know that he probably still faces some stuff, but the point is that he committed no crime. It's basically,
I think they're gonna give him credit for time served.
Well, I don't think he's going to be convicted of anything. It's a deportation type deal. He's not actually going to jail for a crime. He faces deportation.
Yeah, but he's gonna get credit for time served, though, Stanley.
This is not a criminal charge that he's facing.
Yeah, but he still owe America.
He doesn't owe America shit.
I want my money back.
No. Don't bring that.
I
Dude,
want my money back.
This is too early in the morning. He owes America nothing.
He does.
Why? What does he owe America?
Was he legal?
Yes. He's a legal resident. And I think I'm not sure about his wife. She might be an American citizen. I don't know. But yeah, he was here legally.
Are they first generation or second generation American citizens?
I assume if he's a legal resident, he is first generation. If his kid was born here, she's probably a citizen. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if his wife is a U.S. citizen or not. Khalil's detention, let's see. Upon release at Newark Liberty International Airport, Khalil, joined by Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, greeted supporters and vowed to continue protesting Israel's war in Gaza, speaking up for detained immigrants. A federal judge directed the release of Khalil, describing continued detention as highly irregular, while the government submitted a notice on Friday evening signaling its intention to appeal the ruling. Khalil's case underscores conflicts between First Amendment protections and immigration policies, with advocates emphasizing that targeting him for his political expression infringes on constitutional rights and pledging ongoing support. So this is actually an interesting case because it's literally not any sort of criminal or civil action. This dude is they want to deport him because he participated in protests. He was never arrested or anything like that I'm aware of. So it's almost a pure free speech issue.
But damn, Stanley, you know what? It's like January 6th all over again for us Trump supporters.
Why?
Think about this, Stanley. Think about this. Last week, it was the liberal. This week, it's going to be MAGA. Come on, man. This ain't cool.
Wait, what are you wait, hold it. What are you talking about? Some liberals stormed the Capitol?
No, what I'm saying, last week, it was the liberals that was doing all the protesting in the street, right?
Okay, you do realize. Hold on, before we go
MAGA.
too far.
No, I understand.
Let
but
me
MAGA,
help
we
you with.
different. We
No,
don't
it
listen
is
to people.
not. There are no similarities. Those protests.
Yes, it is, Stanley.
Okay, no, there's not. The difference is the January 6th protest wasn't like a legally
We
sanctioned.
weren't talking. I ain't said January 6th.
Do
I said
not
last
interrupt,
week.
Solid Snake. Solid Snake. Let me finish. There are no comparisons. The protests, the No Kings protests, all those protests were permits. They were permitted. January
Okay, but listen, Stanley.
January
Okay,
6th. January 6th was spontaneous.
Okay, but Stanley, we're not talking about January 6th. We're talking about last week.
Okay, you're the one who talked about January 6th, not me.
No, I didn't. I didn't say anything about
good
January.
God.
I was
You
saying
know what, dude?
last week
You're not even you are not even keeping up with your own argument. You brought up January 6th. You brought up Trump supporters, and you brought up liberals protesting last week.
You weren't listening correctly.
Dude, you're the one making the comparison.
But you weren't listening to me, Stanley.
Motherfucker, I listened to you. I listened to you and corrected you.
No,
the
because
two
last night
are not alike.
I heard
The
nigga
January
sound just
6th
like
protests are not like the
my shit now. I gotta start
Solid
talking
Snake.
like you.
Solid Snake. It is too early in the morning for logical leaps.
That's the bird.
You need to start making your logical leaps closer to midday.
Okay, but listen, Stanley. This is what I'm saying. Last week, we in America was enthralled with riots from the left.
What fucking riots happened last week?
And now you got
what riots
this is crazy,
happened? Dude, I'm asking you a question. What riots last week are you talking about? There were riots?
Oh, okay. You want me to be specific? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay,
well,
the No Kings protests did not involve riots. The riots in LA are a totally different animal.
I mean, Stanley, they had to call the National Guard to California.
Okay, the riots in LA. The riots in LA.
Hit a police officer in the head with no helmet.
Okay, Solid Snake.
No. He had a helmet on.
If you're gonna come with this bullshit, at least be accurate. I'm talking the No Kings protests, which happened.
Okay, you ain't got to be ready.
The No Kings protests. Those are the last protests. They happened on Trump's birthday.
I'm talking about the illegal immigration protests. We had all these legal immigrants out here protesting with.
Did that happen last week or the week before?
Well, that was the week before. But I mean, it continued like for 2 weeks. Come on, Stanley, stop it.
Okay,
and
again,
I
don't see.
But I don't hear that smoke for them. I don't hear that smoke for them.
What smoke are you talking about?
You call me anti-black, but I get more smoke from you than a goddamn illegal immigrant burning the American flag in the street. How
do you know?
Stanley?
Okay, dude, you're guessing. You don't know if they were legal or illegal. You're just guessing.
And if they were legal, hey Stanley, if they were legal,
listen to what I'm saying. You have no clue. Those people burning Mexican.
Which one is worse, Stanley? The illegals or the illegals?
I don't know because I don't know if they were legal or illegal.
You ain't never thought about it.
No, I don't think about it because it makes no sense to think about it.
So what you think everybody got a sand foot? You think everybody got that Cuban policy when they join America, all they got to do is touch soil?
I have no idea
all
what
they
you're
got to do
talking
is
about.
touch American soil.
What do Cubans...
They American citizens.
I need you to connect some dots here. What do the Cubans have to do with the LA protests again?
No, but I'm just saying, Stanley, what level of illegal immigration do you consider illegal? I mean,
if
at
you
what
have
point do you just say that we're not an open continent? We're not an
well,
open
let
forum
me tell you.
anybody else
Let me help
livestock
you
to come
out
in and
here.
infiltrate and fertilize our
I
soil.
can help you with that.
Okay.
If you have a legal status, you're not illegal. Even if you cross the border illegally, if you get a legal status, you are no longer illegal.
So who giving them legal status, Stanley? It ain't me.
If they come,
It ain't
if
the
they come,
American
okay,
citizens.
God
It
damn
ain't
it.
the American
Okay,
economy,
dude,
Stanley.
I'm
Who
gonna
is
have
doing
to.
it?
I'm gonna have to give you some rules of the road. If you ask a question, let me answer it before you ramble on. Your question was shit. I don't even remember your question anymore. Ask a question and then stop talking to make it easier to answer, please.
Well, who dictates what is an illegal immigrant if we just gonna allow everybody that touch
Let me
America's
tell you
soil
who dictates.
automatic American citizens, Stanley?
The American citizens do not control immigration. The government does. Now, if you want to make the argument that the citizens are the government, you can do that. If someone asks for asylum or claims to be a refugee, the law says the American government has to accommodate that. That's why I keep saying that
And
laws
I
need to
think
be
that should
changed.
be a state
God
right,
damn it,
Stanley.
let me finish what I'm saying. It is the law that if someone crosses the border and claims asylum or refugee status, the law says the government is obligated to provide food, shelter, medical, etc. So you asked me who does it? The law does.
Who is the law, Stanley? Is
And
it we
it's
the
not
people or the
BS,
federal
Dave.
government?
You need to fucking do your research.
Okay, but who, Stanley, who is the government? Is it we the people or the people we elect?
Okay, what I need you to understand and address before we move on is that it is literally law, asylum law.
We're not
Refugee
talking
stat.
about law. We're
Okay,
talking about changing the law, Stanley.
okay, the laws are on the books.
Adapt or die, Stanley. Adapt or die.
Okay, you know what? What you need to adapt to is like civilized conversation because you're not doing it right
Stanley,
now.
I'm having
The
civilized
government
conversation, but you
has
just
laws. We are
you
a
talking to
nation
fixing on
of
the talking
laws.
points, Stanley.
See, what
You
you just
talking to
don't
fixing
like,
on me
what you
talking points.
just
That's all
don't
you're
like,
doing, Stanley.
what you don't
We're talking
like
about
are the
adjustments that
answers
need to
I'm
be
giving.
made.
Okay.
We need to
The
make
law.
adjustments.
Well, then that's
Well,
what people
obviously
have.
it ain't working, Stan.
Motherfucker, you will fucking learn how to be on this panel. You don't just ramble on endlessly. What do you think the immigration reform that people have been calling for and I've called for on this panel several times? What do you think that's all about? It's making adjustments to the law. Okay, if you don't want instant asylum or refugee status, the law needs to be changed. And both sides have been too lazy to do it for decades. Okay, stop your goddamn whining and pretending that people with legal status are illegal. It is a stupid argument, and really it's just a bunch of goddamn far-right propaganda.
And I need you to stop your magical Negro moonwalking ass over the goddamn
you don't
music
get
and address it.
You don't get to have needs. So let us move on.
What you mean I don't get to have needs?
Not on this panel, you don't.
Dude, I am protected by the Bill of Rights.
Are you now?
You cannot sit up here and advocate over the issue of immigration and ban me from freedom of speech, Stanley.
Oh, yes, I can. Actually, I can bounce your ass right now.
Wait a minute. This there Black History Month.
What?
This there Juneteenth, nigga.
All right, well, let's move on. Cuomo enlists Bill Clinton. Now, this is just stunning. Cuomo enlists Bill Clinton as part of late-stage bid to fend off Mamdani. You know what? What the fuck is it with these creepy old men getting together? Why? It's two people who have a history of being a little frisky with their young staffers, getting together, teaming up, the dynamic duo for being mayor of New York City. So let's listen to this travesty.
Cuomo enlists Bill Clinton as part of late-stage bid to fend off Mamdani. This article is by Emma G. Fitzsimmons and Nicholas Fandos and read by an automated voice. Former President Bill Clinton endorsed former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo in the New York City mayor's race on Sunday, giving a last-minute boost of support to Mr. Cuomo, as he urged supporters to head to the polls for the last day of early voting. Mr. Cuomo worked in the Clinton administration as the housing secretary. The backing of the former president, as well as a taped robocall providing his support, could help turn out older voters in the tightening Democratic mayoral primary on Tuesday. Mr. Clinton said in the robocall that he had hired Mr. Cuomo because he knows how to get things done, and that he believed he would stand up and protect the people of the city from President Trump. Mr. Clinton, 78, who lives in a Westchester County suburb north of New York, has not often weighed in on city primary races. His endorsement is another indication that some establishment Democrats prefer Mr. Cuomo to Zohran Mamdani, a state lawmaker and Democratic socialist who is second in the polls. The endorsement came as Mr. Cuomo and his rivals attended campaign events across the city, trying to convert undecided voters and to ensure that their supporters showed up at the polls. The push appeared more urgent this weekend, with a forecast heat wave potentially depressing turnout on primary day. By the end of the early voting period on Sunday, 384,000 Democrats had voted in the primary. That was nearly twice as many people as voted during the same period 4 years ago, when the coronavirus pandemic was still raging and many New Yorkers' voters cast ballots by mail. Mr. Mamdani appeared at a rally on Sunday evening in the Crown Heights neighborhood of Brooklyn, with the left-leaning Working Family.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you say, where have we seen that before? The movie Trading Places. Remember that movie Trading Places with Eddie Murphy?
Yes.
And it was an unnamed sequel, but a black guy came over and all them rich, but the next time he came over, he was like the king or something. But you know, the next time he got that money, he just threw him a wad of money and they said, they back. The black man threw him a wad of cash and he said, they back. Remember that Trading Places into what they call it?
I remember it.
Ain't that some crazy shit how art imitates
Okay, well, what does
life?
that have to?
That's crazy.
Okay, what is that? What is that? You mean? I'm not sure. What does that have to do with this story?
Oh, come on now. Coming to America. Damn, I couldn't think of it. How the hell I couldn't think of Coming to America? That's right.
Well, they're both Eddie Murphy movies.
This motherfucker. I made America. My bloodline made America, Stanley. Now listen. I gave Andrew and Mortimer they goddamn wad of cash to get their ass back on top. And you know what they finna do? They finna change the game, Stanley. Stanley, you don't see what's going on. Art imitate life. They gotta tell you what they gonna do before they do it to you. And they showed you in the 80s. They finna bring the 80s back. Watch.
What's up, Soul Provider?
I'm just playing.
Well, I was gonna answer.
Everybody, hit that like button, hit that share button, hit that subscribe button, and support our host, Stanley Cross, the most crossest nigga you ever seen in your life. He not only anti-black, he anti-human. This motherfucker diabolical, y'all. But anyway, support the host, man. Give him a bill, man. Support him. Give him some coffee or something. Keep him up late. Because the brother got that marine energy in him. The brother just like a mariner. You know what I'm saying? He from the Navy, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. That motherfucker pull a 10 out of stream out his ass. But
well,
show some love, man. Support the channel, man. Hit the like. You know what I'm saying?
Let me
and
answer.
comment in the area of the chat so we can know you here. Don't just come in our house and don't speak. We want to know you exist. And if you share the channel, if you're restreaming the channel, have fun. You know what I'm saying? But that's all I gotta say, y'all. I don't know John gonna feel about that last part, but yeah.
Let me answer Kelvin. Kelvin, you know what? I'm gonna say Mamdani, even though I'm not really a democratic socialist. The reason being is he's younger, for starters. Clinton and what's his name are just creepy old men. You know, we really need to start bringing new blood into these democratic spaces. And you know what this.
Think about that. Think about this, Stanley. They were two white men and they was betting on a nigga with $1. Now, what do you think they gambled? Man, you don't think them was some Epstein Island members or some shit? You know what I'm saying? Them the same type of people running our money system right now, man. For real.
All right. Well, I just prefer to see somebody younger. And I actually think if Mamdani wins, it would be interesting to see how, you know, because I've been arguing for years that the progressives in the Democratic Party, they don't have the power people seem to be giving them credit for. Nancy Pelosi used to slap, you know, the progressives like Ocasio-Cortez around like little puppies. And I think that Mamdani, you know, seems to be, it would be interesting to see a progressive running New York and to see how progressives maybe build a power base from that. In my opinion, you know, we've got a bunch of congressmen and one senator who's a Democratic socialist. It would be interesting to see progressives in local politics. It would also be
interesting. Stanley Cross.
It would also be interesting to see a non-black.
New York.
Come on, dude, let me finish. It would be interesting to see a non-black, and a non-white, a non-traditional politician. I think Mamdani is South Asian. It would be interesting to see a South. God damn it, dude! Can I finish?
Are you reading the script?
What are you talking about?
Are you reading the script?
Why would I be reading a script?
Because if it's coming from your heart, you wouldn't be worried about me bothered by interrupting you.
Dude, you know what? Some people think before they speak. They don't just spout. So I'm trying to form thoughts before I speak.
Wait a minute. You criticize. That's the call. That's
I know that is a
progressive.
I know
motherfucking
that
Muslim immigrant.
I know that you are not.
Are you out of your goddamn mind on a black platform?
The fuck
in the chitlin circuit of Stanley?
Motherfucker, you know what? There's me and the rest of y'all on the
drinking that goddamn
okay,
Bud Light.
dude, I'm about to put you in the back. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Chitlin Circuit. I'm not a part of any Chitlin Circuit. That's you and Charleston White.
Nigga, we is the Chitlin Circuit.
You know what? I would prefer you don't even use the N-word on this panel, remember?
Oh shit. Well, Nick.
So, like I said, it would be interesting to see a non-black, yeah, or a non-white,
or non-black,
and it would be interesting not to see. It would be interesting not to see an old man in office. So,
a non-black,
a
non-black. Stanley said non-black.
Mamdani would be my preference.
Say non-black.
God damn, dude. Mamdani would be my preference, even though I don't know that much about him. He seems to be pretty popular. He did very well at the debate, so I hear.
You don't know much about black people either, huh?
No, Kelvin, I'm forced into saying it, and I need to do better. So,
Just say non-black.
your comment is noted. All right, so let's move on.
Non-black?
Let's move on with this story.
Stanley's party and Letitia James, the state attorney general who has been a forceful critic of
Is
Mr.
Letitia?
Cuomo.
I didn't even. She's not
Mr.
running for mayor.
Mamdani
Is
was
she?
the group's first choice
You
on a
wouldn't
slate
care.
that also includes Brad Lander, the city comptroller, Adrienne Adams, the city council speaker, and Zelnor Myrie, a state senator from Brooklyn. 8 months after being at 1%, we now stand just a few points away from toppling a political dynasty, Mr. Mamdani said, urging the hundreds of attendees to rank the party's full slate to turn the page on Mr. Cuomo. But the most forceful case of the evening was made by Ms. James, whose office investigated 11 accusations of sexual harassment against Mr. Cuomo and produced a report in August 2021 that helped hasten his resignation as governor. Mr. Cuomo denies wrongdoing and has said he regretted leaving office. Ms. James, who briefly considered running for mayor herself, has helped shepherd Ms. Adams's campaign. But she had largely avoided directly attacking Mr. Cuomo on the campaign trail before Sunday. She read through a litany of harassment accusations against Mr. Cuomo, including unwanted touching and comments, citing news reports rather than her own investigation. He says that was all a political ploy, she said. When you objectify women, when you victimize women, when you harass women, it's not a political ploy. We cannot engage in amnesia, Ms. James added. We must remember the past. And we've got to move past it, which is why we cannot rank Andrew Cuomo. In her remarks, Ms. James reiterated her support for Ms. Adams, Mr. Lander, and Mr. Myrie, but she also acknowledged a wave of energy around Mr. Mamdani's campaign, comparing his run for mayor to former President Barack Obama's 2008 presidential campaign. Mr. Mamdani continued to receive his own endorsements from elected officials and cultural figures on Sunday, including Ross J. Baraka, the mayor of Newark, and the performer Lorde, who posted her support to her 11 million followers on Instagram. The flood of endorsements in the final weeks of the campaign has reflected the ideological and generational divide between Mr. Cuomo and Mr. Mamdani, and within the Democratic Party nationally. Mr. Mamdani, 33, was endorsed by prominent progressive leaders, including Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders. Mr. Cuomo, 67, was endorsed on Friday by Representative Jim Clyburn, who was once the highest-ranking black member of Congress, and by some newspapers, including the Daily News. Mr. Cuomo thanked Mr. Clinton on Sunday for his support and called him a, quote, personal mentor, friend, and hero, whose administration was one of the most accomplished in modern political history, and that's what government is supposed to be all about. Some of Mr. Cuomo's critics drew a parallel between him and Mr. Clinton, who had an affair with Monica S. Lewinsky, a White House intern, when he was president. Erica Vladimir, the founder of a group that combats sexual harassment in
That's going to haunt
Albany,
him for the
said
rest
she
of
was
his
not
life.
surprised that two leaders who, quote, took advantage of young government staff were sticking together. Mr. Cuomo did not mention Mr. Clinton's endorsement during a speech on Sunday before the Catholic Council of Electrical Workers. He contended that the Democratic Party had been taken over by this far-left socialist mentality: dismantle the police, abolish the jail system, legalize prostitution, invest all the money in education. It is just a fantasy, he added. But you know what?
No program.
It sounds good. Everything free. Who's against everything free? I'm in favor. Everything free. I'm in favor. And that's what they're selling, this story that is nonsensical, but it sounds great. After his speech, Mr. Cuomo directly linked his comments to Mr. Mamdani, comparing his opponent's plans to offer free buses and universal childcare to every family gets a free Ferrari or Maserati. Mr. Cuomo also used the United States' attack on Iran to suggest that Mr. Mamdani was unsuited to lead the city when it was on high alert over potential retaliation. This is not a job for on-the-job training, Mr. Cuomo said. Mr. Mamdani released his own statement on the strikes on Iran, criticizing Mr. Trump's unconstitutional military action and saying it would plunge the world deeper into chaos. While Donald Trump bears immediate responsibility for this illegal escalation, these actions are the result of a political establishment that would rather spend trillions of dollars on weapons than lift millions out of poverty, launch endless wars while silencing calls for peace, and fearmonger about outsiders while billionaires hollow out our democracy from within, he said. Mr. Cuomo took a different position, arguing that Mr. Trump should have consulted with Congress. At the same time, Mr. Cuomo said, "I think the world is a safer place without Iran having nuclear weapons."
Kelvin, you went to the London School of Economics? Damn, that's a good school. I'm honored to have such educated people in my audience. And I didn't know Monica Lewinsky was that bright. Didn't know she went to LSE. And AOC is a sitting congresswoman.
Hey, Stanley, you ever know when you being trolled? Wait a minute. Anyway, Stanley.
Yes?
Are you serious?
About what?
About your political position.
Which political position are you talking about?
What you talking about?
Well, I don't know that much about Mamdani, so I did a quick look up. His platform includes free city buses, public child care, city-owned grocery stores, and a rent freeze on rent-stabilized units.
Okay.
So apparently he was born. Apparently,
you planning on moving? You planning on moving to New York?
No.
Okay, so why you worried about it?
The other interesting thing is he was born in Uganda, and lived in. His father's a professor, so apparently they lived in South Africa for a while, and then they moved to New York City. So he's actually, his middle name is Kwame after Kwame Nkrumah. Interesting. So the other interesting thing is that he majored in college in Africana studies.
So wait a minute, Stanley.
So
I can't have an opinion what go on. Hold on.
He is technically an African.
Okay, but Stanley, wait a minute. So is Elon Musk.
And your point would be what?
My point would be, I can't talk about what happened in Seattle or anywhere else because I don't live there. But here we are on a panel with 8 people in the chat. Hit that like button, y'all. Hit that share button, man. Let's get it out there. But
well, there are 10. There are a couple.
New York mayoral election that you don't have no investment in.
Okay, the whole reason I even went this far is Kelvin asked me which candidate I would prefer. That's why I'm getting this far into it.
And you really went in depth with it?
Yes.
Why?
Because Kelvin asked a question.
Seriously, Stanley?
Yeah, seriously.
Dude, don't nobody give a goddamn about none of those candidates. None of them.
Well, New York City... New York City is the biggest city in the country. You're probably going to want to know.
Man, I want 15% of this advertisement.
What advertising?
This advertising you doing right now, because this don't make no goddamn sense.
Yeah, well, sometimes things just don't make sense.
Are you that well read? Are you that well read that you can't see reality?
Yeah, okay.
You just got through with 4 years of Biden, but you shitting on Trump. But all of a sudden, now it's not, I shit on Trump. It's all about who you want to be in the next initiative to the Harvard University School of Israelites.
Well,
yeah, I said.
Yeah, whatever you said, that part. So, yeah, I'm just going to agree so we can move on. So, what we have next is an opinion piece by a lady called Tressie McMillan Cottom. She's actually a sociologist, a sociology professor at the University of North Carolina. And she's been a columnist for the New York Times for a while. And she has an opinion piece on political violence. It's titled Political Violence.
Hold on right quick. Hold on, Paul. Shout out to all the new 5 members that just joined the chat. Everybody hit that like button, man. Shout out to JQ219, man. I be seeing you on these panels, man. I don't know why. I always run into you.
It's J-Dub, I think.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, J-Dub probably got the same damn algorithm, though. Shit. I mean, him on AK. Arc Nation. Yeah,
you know what? I actually haven't been to, I haven't trolled in Arc Nation's chat in a couple weeks. I might do that tonight.
Man, you need to go to Amazing because I couldn't pull that up tonight because it's up behind the paywall. He big dog.
What is?
You know what I'm saying? So you can't just get that.
What's behind the paywall?
Yeah, who that? Amazing Lucas. Yeah, he behind the paywall.
Is he really?
Huh?
I showed a video of his last week.
No, the one this is live. This is one of his live, like we doing right now. It's like
okay.
where anybody can join the panel. Anybody can join the panel. Please click the link in the chat. Don't be shy.
Well, wait. Was he? Did you watch his live on Substack or something?
No, I watch it on YouTube.
Oh, really?
He's on YouTube. You still gotta watch it when it's live. During
I'm subscribed to the channel.
Oh, you gotta click
but
that.
I'm not.
There.
Yeah, but I'm not
click that there. You click all notifications. That way you get the lives, and then when you start watching his lives regular, they'll start showing up in your stream, like that.
You know what? I'm a member of Freezy and Drips shows. And
I like my boys though. We natural. All of us natural. I wish I could do a stream, I would though. I couldn't be like them niggas. Them niggas flashy though.
So anyway,
you know what? I want to send a shout out to everybody that was on Mo Love panel earlier. I know this ain't the same channel.
Yeah, I was listening. And
I was there, man, and somebody porn bombed her. So everybody, please go over to Mo Love channel and hit that like button for.
What kind of freak porn bombs basically a Bible study?
I mean, but that was so ridiculous, bro. That was so white liberal male. I'm telling you, man, them ain't on our team right there, bro. Them ain't on our team, bro. We don't do that. If these white liberals don't believe in God or something like that, because I'm gonna tell you something. That power screen right there, that's what I call that was a power screen what she had. I gotta give her all the props on everything. The panelists on that was great. They had a good man, it was a good one. It was a good live stream. And I really would love for that to happen on our stream. I wish somebody wouldn't be so pussy to come stand up and get this sorry ass nigga.
Well, no one wants to come up on my panel, so I don't have to worry that much about.
You did my girl wrong today, Stanley. I heard that today. You did my girl AAE wrong. You did her so wrong. And
I don't care.
You scared of her. But you know what? I ain't gonna lie, bro. I want you to get it like that. Because you know what? They're gonna build her up a spine. And then when she get that spine strong enough, Stanley, it's gonna be hair to tear the captain on you.
You know what? First thing she needs to do is stick to whatever the subject of the conversation is. She likes to drift a bit.
Yeah, I do too, though, Stanley. I like that, though. I like that.
Absolutely. Yeah, and if you notice,
you drift anyway, Stanley. You drift.
No, usually if I'm going to drift, I'm going to tell you I'm drifting.
If I was you, I would have took a 2-hour nap on her instead of doing a 2-hour rant. I would have did a 2-hour nap.
You know what? I'm an old man. I'm an old man. I'm an old man, and life is short.
Oh, she ain't that bad, Stanley. AAE good,
actually she is. I hate it when people just kind of drift away from the topic, because a lot of times it's intentional. People who can't answer direct questions annoy me.
No, well, I think it's inexperience, Stanley. I think it's much more attributed to inexperience.
Okay, she's not. You can listen to her. She's not a spring chicken.
Yeah, but a lot of us jump on this thing a little bit too frisky. You know what I'm saying? We get up here, act like we know what we're talking about. But I be drunk, Stanley. I get liquid courage. So
you think that she's drunk?
If I was sober, I'd be in the chat. I'd be in the chat when I'm sober.
So you think that she's drunk when she gets up here and drifts?
No, I think she's a female, Stanley. I don't think she know the difference.
Yeah, well, see, I'm not one of these types that think women can't think. When it comes to like arguments and stuff like that, I don't have the red pill double standard.
No, I didn't say women didn't think. I said
You've
women
never
don't
heard.
think.
You've never
women
heard that.
don't think like me. That's what I say. I don't say women don't think. I know they think, Stanley. I'm just saying they don't think like me.
Well, humans don't think like you in a lot of cases.
Well, yeah, I know.
Okay, so you've never heard that term spring chicken before? Let me look it up. Excuse me. Sitting here. Okay, here we go. So a young chicken, a spring chicken, a young chicken, especially one from 2 to 10 months old, having tender meat. Number 2, it's slang for a young person. So spring chicken means someone who's very young. If you're using it as a slang word. So now you know. It's an old-fashioned term. You know, it's one that I grew up with. It's probably a Southernism. So let's get back to Professor Cottom here.
Hey, Stanley, can I say one more thing?
Okay.
Hey, everybody in the chat, I know me and Stanley be boring y'all to death with our bullshit. But if you can do anything for us today, can you please, let's try to get Portia J $10 a day. Support the producer of the channel, because she do put in a lot of hard work. She on vacation right now, but you know what I'm saying? She always live in our heart. So let's shout out Portia J. Let her know we love her and we support her and the Devils and all of them, because you know what? She just got that kind of, you know what I'm saying? She got that machismo, you know what I'm saying? So hey, let's send out $10 a day for Portia J, man. Let's support the producer, man, because she put in a lot of work for the channel. But she just on vacation right now, so you know, but hey, we forgive her for that, because that's what you gotta do.
Soul provider. Soul provider. I said she's not a spring chicken. You know, she's not 15 years old. You know, she is someone who's, you know, she can talk about different cities. She's traveled some. So, you know, I would describe her as fairly sophisticated, if not outright urbane. And you know, stick to the point when you're talking about something. So anyway, let's listen to this, because I haven't really heard a lot, especially from the right, on these political killings that happened in Minnesota last week.
Political violence is here, and it's working. This article is by Tressie McMillan Cottom and read by an automated voice. My mother always told me that the law is whatever the person with the gun says it is. She meant it both literally, in dealing with the police stops that are a part of every Black American's life, and metaphorically, as a basic life lesson on the nature of power. Americans like to think that kind of brutal understanding of law and power is beneath us. Freewheeling political speech, protected by the Constitution, makes political violence unnecessary and unlikely. Or so we think. The truth is, a gunman assassinated a sitting lawmaker and her husband in Minnesota last weekend, on the day the president feted himself with a poorly attended, badly choreographed military parade. His condolences for the fallen were perfunctory, especially for a man who spends words like he spends other people's money. And when a reporter asked him if he would call Minnesota's governor, Tim Walz, he was flippant. Why would I call him? The guy doesn't have a clue. Sometimes violent political speech is obvious, like the president calling former Representative Liz Cheney a war hawk who should know what it feels like when the guns are trained on her face. But sometimes violent political speech is not what is said but what isn't said. Or even the way that it isn't said. It was evident in President Trump's insistence that those who stormed the U.S. Capitol in 2021 were very special, instead of violent insurrectionists. It was clear, too, in his callous response to last weekend's assassinations, an obvious case of the dangerous escalation of political violence. A culture of fear shrouds this administration from the consequences of its actions. Trump taunts. He threatens. He hides his violent language behind humor that's less funny than plausibly deniable. His behavior sets the tone for greedy political attention hogs. There's no shortage of them. They curry his favor because they want his power for themselves. I'm not just talking about politicians and pundits. Online, loyalists act out a presidential vision of power by harassing and dehumanizing those he marks as ugly, stupid, lazy, fat, and generally subhuman. Trump is the Republican Party. That is settled. His violent talk is, then, the official political communication strategy of the ruling party and its followers. And that ruling party is stripping this country for parts. Stephen Levitsky and Lucan Way argued this year in Foreign Affairs that many political observers misunderstand how autocracy can look in a mature democracy. The administrative and electoral bureaucracy can and likely will continue to function. Instead, institutional and democratic failure would involve tilting the outcomes of normal democratic processes in favor of one party, while grinding down opposition, with a mix of retribution and fear. By that definition, our institutions are fracturing before our very eyes. Nowhere is that more evident than in our broken Congress. In a recent conversation we had on the opinions, my colleague David French suggested that Senate conservatives won't act because they are afraid of Trump and his acolytes. He echoed what I have heard from local civil servants. During the last election, a retired woman at my polling station bristled with demure efficiency. As I waited in line to vote, she told me that she had been a poll watcher for decades without incident. That year, her grandchildren were afraid for her safety. Their fear did not deter her. But it's not hard to imagine that a similar lurking worry did deter many others. I cheered her courage at the time. Today I would think about the assassinations in Minnesota and the violent detainment of Senator Alex Padilla of California, and I might echo her grandchildren. The erosion of political norms has driven a Republican-controlled Congress out of the business of checking the executive branch, essentially handing its power over to a man who styles himself a king. In 2020, the Democratic senator from Ohio at the time, Sherrod Brown, wrote in this newspaper that congressional Republicans feared retribution from Trump so much that they had abandoned their duty to the public. Mitt Romney, then a senator from Utah, went further. In a speech explaining his decision during Trump's first impeachment trial to vote to convict the president of abuse of power, Romney said he expected to hear abuse from the president and his supporters because he had voted his conscience. It appears that he was right. Conservative media thrashed him, and eventually there were threats to his life, and he feared for his family members' lives. What Brown and Romney pointed out back then was fear, yes. But I've often found that in discussing why so many Republicans remain reticent, many of us merely gesture, or worse, roll our eyes, at what exactly they are so afraid of. There's the targeted harassment, for one thing. Trump's playbook, which is now the GOP playbook, has long been to ruthlessly attack perceived enemies with ridicule and reputational punishment. Academics have a term for the way a coterie of followers will take up these attacks as their own cause: networked harassment. It's the internet's way of making doxing people and spreading nasty rumors about them cheap, easy, and undetectable. The term is precise, but the jargon can obscure the violence at work. The online part of violent political speech makes the violence seem twee, as if it was something teenage girls do on TikTok. But online harassment ruins lives and breaks people by socially isolating them. We should have more respect for teenage girls now that the President of the United States is enforcing fealty using his own burn book. The fact that harassment happens online makes it more violent, not less. Time does not exist online. Once upon a time, when a rumor threatened your ability to do your job or live your life offline, it was horrible. It was also bound to time and place. You could move, or graduate, or wait for people to get bored. But once a targeted harassment campaign goes virtual, it never ends. Every time someone shares the meme, the picture, the headline, the doctored video, the screenshot of your address, the clock starts again. Worse, people diminish the harassment because it's just words. That's bad enough when the one attacking you is a nameless troll or a private citizen. When it is the president, words are weapons. There was a vigorous debate before the last election about fascism. Experts on authoritarianism argued whether what was expected of President Trump's second administration, a government packed with loyalists, a weaponized civil service, an inescapable chaos fashioned by executive orders and social media quips, fit the definition of fascism. I won't rehash that debate here. History has the last word on such things. But I do remember that a flashpoint of the debate was that the president did not have and probably would not be able to stand up a secret police force. This was a critical point. Most authoritarian regimes.
Yes.
Okay. What's your definition of fascism?
I thought we talked about this last week. Essentially, it is a government that basically runs by othering. That's like the major feature. There's always going to be an other. In Trump's case, it's immigrants. In Hitler's case, it was Jews. So that's, to me, the crux of it.
Okay, so
And they
let me
and they tend to be authoritarian. And they blame, it's basically a big blame game. Black jobs is kind of the perfect example. Well, blacks can't get jobs because the illegals are taking the jobs. That is a perfect example. There's some problems with, why would blacks need to work in chicken factories? That's actually, I've got a whole argument about why this whole black jobs trope. And the sad part is it was ADOS, the group ADOS, that kind of, agreed with Trump on that point, which I found just utterly like coonish, to be honest.
What do you think about the local paper boy, Stanley?
The local what?
Paper boy. The guy that ride around on your BMX bikes, go pick up the newspaper to deliver to you every Sunday for a little $15 salary back of the Gap. You remember that back in the day?
Yeah, I was about to say they still have those.
Yeah, I used to do that. That's why I was asking you about fascism, because, do you understand that definition?
Yeah, I just gave you the definition.
Okay, so say
my definition.
Now the other. Let me give you an example, Stanley.
Let me add this first. There's really no hard and fast definition of fascism, but to me, the only element, because there can be fascist-like tendencies in a government, but that othering, having someone to basically rally against, is, to me, is like almost the defining characteristic.
No. See, the othering is the rebellion.
Okay, I have no clue with that. I have no clue what that means.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Stanley.
Can you explain that?
You ever had a reaction with somebody like Orthodox? Let's look at Orthodox. Now, we got this little controversy going on about no tipping. Do you believe in tipping, Stanley?
You mean like at a restaurant? Sure, why not?
Yeah.
If the service is good.
Okay. Well, do you believe in tipping, period?
Well, considering that as of now,
it's not a.
Okay, dude, this is what I get so annoyed with. You ask a question and then you keep on talking instead of letting me answer it.
Okay.
If the service is good, yes, I think tips are fine, especially when you understand that tips are actually income for waitresses.
Okay. So let me bring this scenario to you, right? You have a time to be closed, right? Now the store has its responsibilities. But regardless of that, let's say you mopping that floor and a customer come in and slip and fall. Do you think it's fascism for that customer to walk into that store on a wet floor?
No. I have no clue what fascism, why that would even.
See, that's what I'm trying
Why
to tell you. You don't know what
why would
fascism
fascism
is.
come up? Why would fascism even come up?
Do you know what fascism is? Go research it
I
on your.
literally just told you what I think it is.
Oh. Well, let's ask Siri. Let's see what Siri say. Well, no, I'm gonna ask Google first. Let me ask Google.
Okay, and while you're doing that, let me go ahead and finish up this article.
Regimes are marked by political violence. It's a metric on the scales that rank freedom and democracy across countries. At the time, I remarked that people's definition of political violence felt outdated. Threatening the sitting Speaker of the House by mocking her intellectual abilities and running $50 million worth of attack ads that demonize her might just be talk. But when dehumanizing political speech becomes a tailored political message that's amplified so much that it feels inescapable, eventually a lone wolf is going to listen. Would a conspiracy-obsessed man really have broken into Representative Nancy Pelosi's home and beaten her husband's skull with a hammer, if not for the inescapable online narrative that cast her as a unique villain to the American people? Even then, the violence of scale that the internet enables, and that a charismatic autocrat would eventually weaponize, was difficult to see clearly. Never before in human history has there been a digital environment where political speech can be filtered through an algorithm that incentivizes extra outrage and uses mounds of data to send that message directly to the people who will be the most outraged about it. In other words, maybe the Gestapo won't be jackbooted thugs but keyboard warriors, and maybe the keyboard warriors are worse. For one thing, keyboard warriors are almost impossible to trace. The threats can come from anywhere. When you are the victim, the threats feel as if they're coming from everywhere. You may never know which colleague posted your address on the internet, or which neighbor anonymously reported your undocumented status to ICE. But, say, when those immigration agents show up at your asylum hearing, you can bet that at least some of them will be wearing masks and hiding their identities, potentially because they don't want to be shamed online and in person. Their behavior demonstrates that words do indeed matter. It would be a lot harder to roll over civil liberties without the comfort of anonymity and a pervasive atmosphere of fear. I don't know if that's fascism. I do know that it is absolutely political violence. Those distinctions probably don't matter. What matters is political violence is here, and it is working. Congressional Republicans fear the sort of retribution that would not simply oust them from office, but would also threaten their lives and those of their staff members and their families. But unlike the rest of us, they have the luxury of hiding. All they have to do is abandon their constitutional duty, and damn those of us who can't hide, outspoken Democrats, immigrants, black people, trans people. It is hard to empathize with Republicans who refuse to do their duty out of fear, when so many of us have no choice but to live with that fear each day. But to acknowledge the true scope of the violence that now governs our nation,
Hold on one
we
sec,
must
this is
try.
almost over.
Otherwise, the anonymous mob that really holds the gun will forever make the law. Source photograph by Chris Stein / Getty Images.
What's up, Hoodservative? One point I want to make is that this political violence thing, I think currently, you can argue that it's both sides, and it really doesn't matter if it happens on one side more than the other. Any one time is too many. And I'm thinking back to that congressional baseball game. Shit, it must be Steve Scalise was injured, and several others, I think, were. That was a left guy, I think. This guy, recently who shot up, and killed a couple in Minnesota. He was from the right. Violence begets violence, and it really doesn't matter if one side does it more than the other. having it happen on one side almost means it's going to happen on the other side. And I think she's right. This is starting to become, well, it has been violent. It was a lot more sporadic up until now. And I think that Trump simply has given a green light of sorts to people who are highly impressionable. I don't think, and the other thing that's
I agree
interesting,
with you, Stanley. I just wanted to say I wanted to agree with you, so you ain't got to keep on saying it.
the other thing,
issue, I do agree with you.
The other thing I was gonna say is it's kind of surprising, given last summer in the attempt on Trump's life, you would almost think he would be kind of empathetic to,
right,
the same sort of thing happening in Minnesota. His
No.
callousness.
You know what pissing me
Okay,
off?
I
Stanley?
need to finish what I'm saying,
Okay.
Solid Snake.
Come on, land
His
the plane.
callous-
I gotta talk to. I want to talk.
His callousness actually kind of surprised me. So
Pretty
that's
standard, like, wasn't it?
no.
Yeah.
Like
you
I
was
said,
really
I haven't had an assassination attempt. He did. He would really be the last person I would expect to be callous about a political assassination. I would have thought it would have almost triggered him.
I mean, to think that he ran on policies that he ran on.
Okay, I'm not talking about policies. I'm talking about political violence.
Okay. What we talking about with the Democrats left with us was a whole bunch of refugees.
No, I'm
that
not
we couldn't
talking
account
about
for.
no. See, this is where
This is
you
a very,
this
very
where
problem we
you
have in this country
this
where
is
you try to deflect from the.
okay, son. Let's move on because
Why I gotta
apparently
be a
you
son? You don't son me on this one, Stanley. Don't son me
apparently
on this one.
apparently you and AAE have the same disease. You can't
No, Stanley,
I'm
you
talking
got
about
Rankin
I'm
syndrome.
talking about political violence and you want to talk about democratic
I want to talk
policies.
about politics.
Well, guess what? I don't care what you want to talk about. The topic was political violence. When we're done with political violence, then we can talk policy.
You are.
And if you have nothing,
Bambuyo.
if you have nothing to say on political violence, we can move on.
Oh, we can talk about political violence because I think that's exactly what's been exacted on the American population with this illegal immigrant from the Democratic Party and this goddamn obtuse ass motherfucking attack on Iran with all these goddamn immigrants in our country and our motherfucking homeland during the goddamn holidays. No, man, stop that shit. It's almost July 4th, and here you are. You don't propagate a motherfucking situation where American lives can be lost through protest. You put American lives at stake with that attack. Trump needs to be held accountable. I am not going to not vote for this motherfucker and not hold him accountable. And I'm sick and tired of these black YouTubers, these black fucking conservative ass YouTubers kissing his ass with Zionist ass propaganda.
So, this was a surprise. The Oklahoma City Thunder won the NBA championship for the first time. So, congratulations. I actually know a couple people who live in OKC, and I haven't talked to her and him, but I'm sure they're happy. I don't know.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. This don't piss me off to the highest level of festivity, man.
And I should be concerned. Why?
Because goddamn it, I've been up here advocating for this motherfucker for goddamn 18 whole goddamn months. Officially. And he gonna pull this shit out for Israel. That ain't America. That is an American-sponsored state. And to sacrifice American lives over political policy is fucking goddamn irrefutable evidence of treason.
Yeah, okay. How you doing, Blue Jay?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you?
Pretty good.
My bad, Blue Jay. How you doing today?
I'm good. I just figured
It's
you
good
two up
to have
here.
a
And
woman
so
on here to soothe this savage beast.
I'll try.
So
Straighten out my microphone real quick. 1 second.
okay. Did anybody watch the NBA finals? Because to be honest, I haven't even kept up with basketball this year.
My son told me about it last night because he was over at a friend's watching it, and I guess they're the other team. I don't even know. I had to ask him who it was, but the one that ended up losing, I guess.
The Indiana Pacers.
Okay, yeah, I guess their best player, their best point guard, tore his Achilles in the first quarter.
Yep.
So that could be part of it. But they were, they were neck and neck. Right? They were both at 3 wins.
Well, here, they got to back up. Here, he just need to show up. Shit. That's all.
Yeah, you never know with the report either, like how that affects, like, because it's a lot of it's mental. I don't know, but
That's all it is. It's a mental game. It ain't no like athletics. You know what I'm saying? Your muscles only gonna respond to what your mind put out, and that's something I learned in basketball. My body can only go as long as my heart in it.
Right.
And my mind just gonna make it happen.
Yep, mental fortitude.
Yep, that is definitely the word or the phrase of the day. God give me mental fortitude.
Oh,
so
you got it in spades, man.
So
you ever had a deprivation tank, Stanley. I would do a bet with somebody. I bet you can last longer in a deprivation tank than any man alive.
Well, I suspect I probably won't want to come out. Just leave me in there for a few years.
I'm betting on that, Stanley. I'm betting on that. I know it's the Lex Luthor in me, man. It's the Lex Luthor in me. I know you're a villain. You Superman, but you evil. You this universe's evil Superman. You this Chitlin Circuit's evil antagonist. That's my
What is this Chitlin Circuit you keep talking about?
Us, nigga.
Okay,
and the 32 viewers we got in the chat. Hey man, everybody hit that like button, man. Hit that like button.
Yeah.
Support the channel. Hey, we got my girl Blue J 999 up in the house.
Shout out to Nida. She's the one that sent us over here because I was watching this. I didn't know. And then all of a sudden I was on yours. I'm like, oh, cool.
And shout out to all the restreamers. Shout out to all y'all.
Nidish,
you know what I'm saying?
Nidish, if you're out there, hit the link.
No, he forwarded everybody in when he ended his show, he forwarded them to yours, I think.
Well, we were just a happy, wonderful experience on John's panel yesterday.
Yeah, you guys were on.
Ooh,
I didn't hear you and Nidish, but I just got the end of it.
I wanted to be over here. But you know what I said? I probably wouldn't have had no rights over here, the same amount of rights I got when I got blocked off his channel. Because he kicked me out the panel, Stan. And don't you do the same, you motherfucker. You die.
Well, you know what? Actually, I subscribe to his show.
Oh, yeah, I do too. I be in the chat still. I ain't going nowhere.
I have no problems.
Like that. I can't do it.
Nidish has problems with me, not vice versa.
But yeah, he said head over to John Galt, and then like I didn't go out and select any video. It just like yours started playing, so I'm assuming he forwarded everybody. He had 57 people in the chat. I don't know.
This is something from last week or Friday or so that I didn't get into. This is Ground News. It's like a newsletter they send out at the end of the week. And I'm just going to scan through it to see if there's anything. Bernie Sanders did endorse Zohran Mamdani, Kelvin, if you're still out there. So he got AOC. Of course, you know, he would. He's a Democratic Socialist. He also got the endorsement of Newark's mayor, who's a progressive.
Hey,
but yes.
What do you think about Nancy Pelosi? I was looking up Nancy Pelosi, right? Because they said Nancy Pelosi said like something about Israel and America be burning in flames, but we'll still have support for Israel, right? So I go on there and I look that comment up, right? And then they showed me this article with Nancy Pelosi saying we probably need to refuse weapons to Israel. And I was shocked by that. Hey, man, listen, man, we need to stop this partisan politics bullshit, man, in the media, bro. Too much AI going on now. And be honest with you, after that, this dude that showed up on Amazing Lucas the other night, I don't know if that was some computer programmed ass nigga to sound like me, but I ain't no goddamn FBA liberal ass nigga. I believe in accountability. That's how y'all gonna know about Solid Snake. Solid Snake is defined by accountability. Now, argue with me on that. But anyway, go ahead.
That's how I would define you. So let's see.
Up, but I'm gonna hold myself accountable for my own damn mistakes and fuck ups. Shit, that's just me.
This is interesting and almost scary if you have young children. Barbie maker Mattel partners with OpenAI to make artificial intelligence child's play. So the toy maker, I guess they're going to put AI in Barbies. That is truly scary.
Yeah, that's weird. Because she's an adult, but kids play with it like it's a kid. You know what I mean?
You know, if you've ever seen those Chucky movies, or there was a movie a few years ago with this like almost lifelike, like a cyborg little girl. It was kind of cute, but anyway, it was evil, of course. And you know, I can only imagine the movie with like AI Barbie goes evil. That might make a good movie.
Yeah, I don't know what they'd like have her say and do because. Yeah, it's weird.
OpenAI says Meta is trying to poach staff with $100 million in sign-on or sign-on offers. Wow.
Poach?
Hey,
well, yeah, they're basically if you've ever worked for tech firms, sometimes recruiters will call. You know, I don't know how they get your number, but they'll call and say, "Oh, hey, you know, so and so company is looking for engineers. How you liking your liking
Wait a minute. You telling me they got this automated where they call your phone and ask you something?
Well, it wasn't automated.
It's real people.
It's real people. Like, you know, they're recruiting headhunters. You know,
Right.
these headhunting firms.
Yeah, but
AI.
Way back when
AI.
my ex-husband worked for like one that placed surgeons and doctors, and they'd move across the country and stuff like that.
But that's what I call human trafficking. Ain't that human trafficking?
Kelvin, years ago, I mean, LinkedIn has been around for quite some time.
That's why I don't
LinkedIn
support LinkedIn. I support
LinkedIn is like less assertive.
LinkedIn-
They don't contact people the same way.
LinkedIn did exist, Kelvin.
It still does. I got it on my
Oh
phone. I
my
get
Lord!
updates
Can
every
I
day.
get a thought out?
My bad.
It existed, but it wasn't what it is now. So if recruiters don't call anymore, that's probably a good thing.
Yeah, like I just
Oh,
remember
come
half
on.
of the
Oh,
people that
hell
worked there
no.
would call the physicians and they would work with the doctors, and the other half would work with the facilities. So like if a hospital needed somebody, then they would try to find a doctor to fit that role. Like it kind of worked hand in hand.
Let's see. So let's see. Midwest.
Blue Jay.
Uh-huh.
Hold on, Stanley. Hold on. Blue Jay, you need to talk in African American language. You only speak in so many syllables per second, so you're gonna have to slow it down.
I know. I try
talking
to
too
slow
fast.
down every time.
You're talking too
Fast
fast.
talker.
I got people over here. Hey man, we don't talk that fast.
I know the good thing is when I watch the replays, I can put it on 2x speed for you Southerners, and I can still understand it perfectly fine.
Well, now you in real time. You in real time now. Slow it down.
All right, I'll work.
Hood Conservative. That's the movie. I think the movie was called Megan, and the doll was kind of cute, but she had these oversized eyes that were kind of scary. So but that's the name of the movie, Megan.
You be talking too fast, good. You be blah, 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 you sound
well,
like
you know, there's nothing wrong with talking.
Like, what? Huh? Overlap.
There's nothing.
What? Shit.
I would rather somebody talk too fast than talk too much.
You know what, Stanley? I'd rather have somebody have something to say other than goddamn I quit, motherfucker. Fuck you.
You know what?
I've never my headphones too. They're not that good.
That Megan was either on Netflix. Okay, what? Megan was on either.
That was me.
Too many big words. Sorry.
Megan was on one of these movie channels, and I never watched it. So I guess I need to watch it if there's a sequel coming out.
I ain't gonna watch no shit like that. I think that's Satanism. Just like
Why
that
don't
rap music.
I don't usually
rap music. He the best rapper in the world, but every time you play one of his songs, one of them goddamn demons show up in your real life.
What rapper are you talking about? Kendrick Lamar?
Mo3. 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 No, Kendrick Lamar. Who listen to that?
Well, that's
now. This is I'm not really that interested in
Mo3.
Yeah,
I'm just talking about
Lamar. I told him
you're just talking.
Now, what I want to play is some good
This is an interesting article here. Okay,
let's woke up and seen the sun sky high. I've been in it for the past few days. Tight as a phase. I know I'm amazed. I know I can't.
Yeah, Kelvin, he lost me when he dressed up like Jesus and did the crown of thorns with the fake blood.
Alrighty.
That was wrong. Yeah.
Anyways, okay, let's read the article.
Go ahead.
Wisconsin dairy farmer sues USDA on alleged race, sex discrimination in farm programs. A Wisconsin dairy farmer filed a lawsuit alleging that the Trump administration discriminates against white farmers by denying them financial assistance while favoring minorities. A lawsuit claims that Faust represents 2 million. I guess that's some sort of farmer group. Represents 2 million white male American farmers affected by discriminatory policies at the USDA. Faust pays a $100 fee in a program that many minority and female farmers do not have to pay. Faust stated the USDA should honor the president's promise to the American people to end racial discrimination in the federal government. So there is basically Trump administration being sued for racism against whites.
For $100?
I don't know. It's some program that white males have to pay into, apparently, and minorities don't. Minorities and women.
$100 fee.
So I will definitely follow this story because we don't want white males to be discriminated against.
Well, I would guess that it has something to do with your assets, and maybe like some of the females are single moms or minorities qualify for other welfare. And that's my guess of what it would be. I don't see how. It's not like they look at the race and like make a decision on that. It seems kind of like petty.
You know what? I don't know enough about it. Just the headline grabbed me. How many black farmers can there be in Wisconsin?
How many the whites are sticking up for their affirmative action.
How many black dairy farmers can there be in Wisconsin? I would love to know.
And minorities too, right?
And women.
Right, exactly. What women are owning farms.
God damn, Bruce, you always come with them good ass questions. Now that's a whole damn show right there.
Oh, thank you.
But anyway, Stanley, can we talk to this guy right here in the chat right now? You say you don't like the word being speaking on your platform. Why are you allowing this guy to chat in your? Can we ask you to change your name, please, sir?
If you will remember, I said on the panel.
Yeah, but he in the chat.
Right, but he's not on the panel.
Yeah, but he still got the word Nick.
Right, but he's not using it. He's not using it. You know what? Sue the Trump administration. That's your best bet.
No, man, I just think we need to be careful for what we say, and I think that's a pretty.
Dude, you being an advocate for being careful what you say is a hoot.
I know, right? I'm being a little careful now, Stanley. I ain't gonna lie, man. That AI motherfucker.
Now this is interesting.
That AI something else.
Texas stops providing new funding for border wall construction. Interesting. Texas has stopped allocating new funds for border wall construction along its 1,200-mile border with Mexico, according to the latest state budget. The change follows the approval of a $34 billion border security budget that reallocates resources to Operation Lone Star and law enforcement agencies. So they've decided, I guess, to invest in human security and law enforcement agencies versus building a border wall. The state will sustain limited border barrier work with $2.5 billion from prior funds, but its focus now emphasizes enforcement and federal partnership rather than further wall construction. Wow.
$2.5 billion
probably putting the money towards the
Stanley.
Iron Dome now.
Stanley,
what is the Iron Dome gonna have to do with border security?
Well, I think it'd be infrastructure, like as far as
I'm serious.
Yeah, they have a certain amount of
the
fiscal budget allocated toward infrastructure, so I would think they would fall under the same category in the budget.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. $2.5
well,
billion.
the Iron Dome does not fall into Texas's budget. This is
right.
Texas's budget.
I pay a child.
So it has nothing to do with the federal budget.
School and be quiet.
Iron Dome is like
border security budget.
Okay, Solid Snake, please. One mic, please. We're talking Texas budget, not federal budget.
Right, but it's saying that they're not going to pay for it now because they got approved for $3.4 billion for the border security budget.
Texas has nothing to do with the Iron Dome, is my point.
No, I know, but look at the second bullet point. It's saying they got $3.4 billion from the border security budget. Now, wouldn't that mean that would be federal?
I don't know. It doesn't say federal. So we're talking state budget. So I just assumed it's state budget.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. I didn't know they had to pay for that. I thought that would be more like a.
Well, I mean, they are a border.
Thing.
They are a border. Well, you would think, but Texas. Well, let me put it to you this way: Texas, the Texas governor called up the National Guard without Trump even having to deal with it. So Texas does a lot of things kind of independent of the country. Like, for instance, their electrical grid is literally independent of it's a standalone electrical grid. That's why a few years ago when they had that big ice storm, power couldn't be rerouted from other states because Texas is a standalone electrical grid.
Is it though, really though, Stanley? Is it though? Remember all the power outages we had right before pre-COVID?
Okay, I have no what you live in Texas?
They got the dude, he was on vacation. What was his name? That Senate leader. I can't think his name. The fat dude.
Ted Cruz.
Yeah, Ted Cruz over there going on vacation during a winter storm. And I'm talking about people was dying out there. A black kid lost his life, and it didn't go public at the time because, he was just coming home from work at that time. And he got into a white female officer. And she slaughtered that nigga out there. But I mean, hey, it is what it is. But it's like, why we got such
what does this have to do with Texas again?
It was
in the electrical grid?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Without all that right there, they still ain't fixed it.
Okay, fixed what? They are independent. My point is that Texas does a lot of things. Half of them don't even want to be in the United States, from what I gather.
I'm mad
Texas.
at Louisiana. I'm rooting for Louisiana. Fuck Texas.
Okay, so what does Louisiana have to do with Texas again? Other than
not
they
goddamn
border each other?
thing. We're gonna whoop their ass in the Super Bowl next year. Go Saints.
All right. Well, let's see what else is in ground news here.
My bad.
And again, this is a newsletter that I get at the end of the week from Ground News. So let's see. Global Traditionalist. This is from June 18th, so I'm not going to bother reading it. Khamenei, Iran's Khamenei warns of all-out war if U.S. joins Israeli strikes, rejects Trump's call for surrender. That's some time-late news. We'll wait for the all-out war.
Stanley. Shout out to Sin Savin in the chat. Go ahead. My bad.
Let's see. Dugan Cave findings reveal humans lived in Australia's Blue Mountains during last ice age. Interesting. Oh, this is interesting.
But I'm saying, do you
yeah.
got a thought on that though? You think that happened? Or do
What
you
happened?
think that's just propaganda? Read that again out loud. Think about it. Why are you reading?
Dargan Cave findings reveal humans lived in Australia's Blue Mountains during last ice age. Archaeologists from the Australian Museum, the University of Sydney, and the Australian National University, in collaboration with First Nations community members who hold cultural connections with the Blue Mountains, have unearthed 693 stone artifacts dating from the last ice age to the recent past. So what's the propaganda?
Think about that movie. Remember that movie called Thing?
No.
The Hand, or whatever that was.
No, that movie.
Oh,
that movie where they was in Antarctica and they found that monster in the beneath the sea. But see, that monster seemed like it just. Yeah, you think that was us?
That was in Scotland.
Oh boy.
But
Let's see.
the first humans were in like Papua New Guinea.
Wow, you're drunk? I couldn't tell.
Shit, man. I ain't drinking that Bud Light, Stanley. I'm drinking that Bud Ice. That shit hit you. That shit hit you hard.
I don't know. You know what? Captain Cook's missing ship found after sinking 250 years ago. The remains of Captain Cook's ship HMS Endeavour has been located off the U.S. coast after sinking 250 years ago. That must be around Hawaii somewhere. Let's have a look at this. Oh, wow. It's off Newport, Rhode Island. I used to live in Newport, Rhode Island.
You know what you would think,
They're trying to find a lot of stuff under the ground in the sea.
I'm sorry. Both of you are talking, and I can't understand either one of you. So who goes first?
The lady.
Oh, okay, thanks. I'll be quick. I was just going to say they're starting to find a lot of civilizations and different things under the ground and the sea with the sonar technology they have now. It's really interesting.
Yeah, I used one the other day when we were fishing. Man, my boy got one, man. I was like, man, we can go out there to that motherfucking shit. I can't say it. I can't say it on the YouTube.
The fish finders. Yeah, I remember that. I grew up.
Yeah, man, we got them fish finders, man. That new shit, man. That new shit, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Man, me and my uncle was out there over there in our little city that we got around here, man. Deer High. I don't want to tell nobody, but it's beautiful. Man.
I used to have an anthropology professor who was a marine archaeologist and a military historian, and he's dived on the Monitor. One of the southern ironclads is buried somewhere, and he's actually dived on it. So marine archaeology is kind of interesting. What?
You gotta have a license to dive.
I don't. I've never been a diver, so I
love to dive, Stanley. Stanley, I know how to swim. I used to swim low as 400 feet. That's the lowest I got.
That's really far down.
400 feet, the lowest I got, because I had a new Casio watch back in 1987. 1987, I had a Casio watch, and I was trying to show off with a girl, and we was in Florida, and we was out the Keys on a class vacation. I died down 400 meters just to see if that Casio was gonna crack.
Meters or feet? It's really far.
Now I know something.
400 meters, but I ain't nowhere in hell I'm finna die no 400 meters.
Right.
I know something.
Get the fuck out.
I know something cracked on that dive. Obviously, the watch didn't.
No, Stanley.
Right, like compressed your skull.
No, the watch had 400 meters, and I just wanted to test it.
Gotcha.
But we was out there in the coast of Florida, and it was a 400-foot dive. Well, it was like a 600-foot dive, and it was like a little challenge. But I just kept on going.
This next article.
I read a book about diving when I was young. And he talked about just like a little Indian kid had a little story going on. I remember this book. And I used that theory when he said when you get real, real deep, you exhaust all your air and you go as low as you can go. That way you have less pressure coming out your body when your body got to whatever. But it works.
So how did you just touch the bottom? That's how you
gotta swim. Huh?
How long did that take?
Ooh, 400 feet? Shit, probably like 30 minutes.
You were underwater for 30. Oh, you had on the scuba gear?
Yeah, scuba gear. Yeah.
Oh,
what you think? I did that shit natural?
I didn't think so.
I'm only a human, baby. I'm only a human. Shit, I was deep into deep sea navigation back then when I was young, though.
That's cool.
Because I feel like the sea is much more interesting than space. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather deal with dark corners than dark matter. You know what I'm saying? That's just me, though.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I'm a land dweller, personally.
This is
but shit, we live amongst the same planet. We gotta see them.
This is an article that I basically came across on Roz's show Saturday overnight into Sunday. Her topic was basically about marriage. So she was kind enough to give me the link to this. And it's titled, How Has Marriage Changed in the U.S., Changed Over Time? Fewer Americans are marrying than before. I think we all know that. And when they do, they marry later in life. And I'm just going to scan through it. If anybody wants this link, let me know. I'll drop it into the chats. There's several people who have shows, and who knows, this might come in handy as a topic. It says here in 2024, U.S. adults were less likely to be married than at almost any point since the Census Bureau began tracking marital status in 1940. I want to make a point about that. I get a lot of, over the course of the years, people talking about marriage rates back in during the Jim Crow era. I tend not to trust those statistics. And this is one of the reasons. Marital status wasn't like a census thing until the 1940s. So why people put so much trust into data that, basically didn't exist in any official capacity is beyond me.
Well, I've looked at a lot of my genealogy census records, and it just puts the man's name, and then it will say how many women, how many kids. That's it. Like, it doesn't say married or not. Yeah, you're right. So they probably just assumed.
Well, no, the census didn't track it before 1940.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They tracked people, but it didn't say like marriage. It just said like it would say Stanley Cross, and then it would say household, and then it would say women, or female or male.
I often hear Black conservatives talk about how high the marriage rates were back then. Yeah. And my answer or my response is always,
that's bullshit.
How do you know this?
Right.
The stats are pretty.
That's
cheeky.
bullshit.
Because even in my ancestors, honestly, they were white. They didn't say white
Let me
people.
tell
It
y'all
just
something.
said
Let me
it
tell
would
you
say
something.
female
I
and
got
then
8
age range
uncles, and they got 3
or age.
daddies. So I got 3 grandfathers on my daddy's side, if I'm correct. And that's 3 grandfathers on my daddy's side. We ain't even talking about my mama's side. We ain't even talking about the motherfucking children he fathered, my mother fathered, my mother. The fuck? Man, we got some fucked up history when we really think about it. I think we delusional. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I've been down here 7 generations, man. God damn it, I don't know all my DNA, but I ain't gonna get no DNA test.
Well, let me go ahead and pause it right here. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Please do that. Please, I'm just gonna make a direct appeal. Please hit my Cash App for beer. I'm gonna need it after this panel. It is kind of a little bit of an experience having to deal with the constant chattering and over talking. So I'll need something to relax me a bit after the show. So what percent of Americans are married? If I recall, let's see, whites are like 50 some percent. Let's see here. In 2024, 47.1% of households were headed by married couples, the second lowest share since 2022's all-time low of 46.8. Percentage of households with a married couple peaked 75 years ago in 1949, and it's been dropping ever since, apparently. It was 78.8%, so it's never cracked 80%, not since 1940. That percentage has been below 50% since 2010, and the rate was 49.7. In other words, less than half of American households have included a married couple for over a decade. And then you've got the little graph there. Let's see. How has the average age of marriage changed over time? Both men and women are marrying later in life. In 2024, the average age for a first marriage was 30.2 years for men and 28.6 for women. Census has tracked marriage ages since 1890. Wait, hold it. Oh, marriage ages since 1890.
Probably how I was telling you, it would say like the gender, and then it would say the age.
Right.
So if it was older, yeah, I'm sure they just assume. Okay.
So in that time, the youngest median ages of marriage occurred in 1956, when it was 22.5 for men and 20.1 for women. But age isn't the whole story. While marriage ages have been increasing since the late 1950s, so has life expectancy. Comparing marriage age with the average life expectancy, Americans are marrying sooner in their lifetimes than prior generations.
Can I say something about that?
Sure.
So to me, that doesn't make any sense because women's childbearing years haven't changed. So you'd really have to account for that. And you know what I mean? You can't say you live twice.
Why do you have to account for it?
Well, what I'm saying is, okay, so say that just to make it even numbers. Back then, say people average age was 40, mostly because a lot of babies died or whatever. But then now it's 80. So that'd be like saying, okay, back then they had their first child on average at 20, so now it could be 40. That wouldn't work. Does that make sense? You still have to kind of get married in the first third of your life if you're gonna have like kids. For women, anyway.
Well, the first third of your life would be, let's just say you lived to 80. That would be, I don't know, 20 something.
Okay, so I mean, but
women have women. No, actually, it's almost too late, but it's not too late.
But yeah,
my wife, for instance, my son was born when my wife, a few months after my wife had turned 40. So it's not that uncommon.
Well, it's not that uncommon to if they have intervention, but most women wouldn't be as lucky as your wife because most women have a harder time getting pregnant, but also the rate of, what do you call it? Like, I don't remember the exact term, but basically like health problems with the baby or, deformities, things like that is like increase a lot.
Right. Risk of,
complicated.
A risk of a difficult or, the results, of, something. Yeah, it's riskier. The pregnancies are riskier, of course, but basically what this is saying is marriage ages have been increasing since the 50s.
Yeah, but they also said, and maybe I didn't understand it correctly, that people are still getting married earlier now compared to their life expectancy than they did then. So what I was saying is that's kind of a false equivalency.
Okay. Does the likelihood of marriage vary by race and ethnicity? Says here, marriage rates have declined across all races and ethnicities, except Asian men and women, who have had the highest rate among all races and ethnicities since 2024. The marriage rate has remained stable. In 2024, 60.8% of Asian men and 62.2% of Asian women were married, nearly identical to the 1990 rates of 60.8 and 62.5. Marriage rates among people who identify as white, Hispanic, and Black have dropped since 1990. For Black and white people, where more census data is available, rates have been declining even longer. So basically, marriage rates for everybody but Asians have been declining. The biggest decreases in marriage rates were among Hispanic men and women. That's interesting, since Hispanics tend to be more religious. Marriage rates for Hispanic men decreased 10.3 percentage points for men from 1990 to 2024. For Hispanic women, 11.3 points. The marriage rate for white men dropped from 62.8 in 1990 to 54% in 2024. White women's rate dropped from 59.1 to 52.3. Black men and women have historically, this is the other thing I want to point out, historically have had the lowest marriage rate among all races. So, when Black conservatives, for instance, talk about, high marriage rates and stuff, relative to what is what I would tend to ask, because historically the rates have always been low. For obvious reasons, I guess. For Black men, that rate dropped from 45.1% in 1990 to 37.8%. For Black women, it dropped from 40.2% to 33.3%. So this is saying only a third of Black women are married. Wow. What percentage of Americans are divorced or widowed? The share of divorced men and women has increased. In 1950, 2% of men and 2.4% of women were divorced. 2024, those figures were 8.4% for men, 10.8% for women. The opposite was true of widows and widowers. The share of widowed men has declined 1.3 percentage points from 4.1 in 1950 to 2.9 in 2024. Widowed women dropped 3.6 percentage points from 11.8 to 8.1. In terms of overall numbers, more people were divorced than were widowed over this period. Well, I should hope so.
Yeah, no kidding. So this is saying as like a snapshot as far as the marriage rates, not ever married. It's saying like as of, today, like 33% of Black women and 64% of Hispanic or Asian men, whatever. This is saying a snapshot because it has a separate category for the divorced people, I guess, right? So more people than that got married, but they just aren't still married. Is that what I'm...
What's up, Badass? What's up, Brian? What's up, Lupin? What's up, Mike from Boston? Who else is in here? Because I've been looking at the article. I haven't really been looking at the chat. Again, if anybody wants this this link to this marriage stuff, let me know. I'll drop it. So the next, and this is again from last Thursday or Friday, The Decline of the College-Educated American Man. Let us listen to this. If it'll play, maybe it's not going to play. Maybe
Public
we need
House /
Shutterstock
The Decline of the College-Educated American Man. The number of young men pursuing U.S. college degrees has fallen in recent years.
Alex, how you doing?
In 2022, there were 1 million fewer American men ages 18 to 24 enrolled in college than there were in 2011, according to Pew Research Center. Fewer women are also going to college, but just slightly, with the number at 200,000. With noticeably fewer men enrolling in higher education, the widening gender discrepancy has left many college administrators, educators, and economists wondering why young men are fleeing the system in alarming numbers. And the trend is mirrored in most countries. For starters, men who forego college have a worse financial outlook. Those men, some of whom say they want a quick entrance into the job market, can expect a loss of nearly $1 million in lifetime earnings on average, according to Georgetown University. The challenge of attracting men to enroll in and graduate from college is not new. It's existed since the Great Recession and worsened during the coronavirus pandemic, but recent data shows that it's getting even worse. To understand the dynamics at play, Spokio analyzed data from the Department of Education's National Center for Education Statistics to explore the years-long decline of young men's college enrollment. Spokio overall college attendance by young men has dropped significantly. Most high school graduates in the U.S. enroll in college, as has been the case for the past half-century. But in recent decades, women have outpaced men. The gender gap is starker at four-year colleges.
I think 1 million seems like a lot of money over a lifetime. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Sal. Thanks.
Yes, Solid Snake.
Do you have any commentary to provide to the audience about what you just heard?
About what?
All you got to do is say, Stanley, Solid Snake was right. Solid Snake,
About
that's all you got to do. Say fair use and Solid Snake was right. That's all you got to do, Stanley. Do that
Right
every
about
5 minutes.
right about what? What I need to do
Always
is know
right, Stanley.
I need to know what you're talking about because it would be a
You
special
don't know what
occasion.
I'm talking about, so it don't matter. But I'm telling you, I was right.
Yeah, okay. So let's see.
Solid Snake was right. Just say it. Just say it.
No.
Solid Snake was right. I'm gonna tell you something,
I need
Stanley.
to.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Well,
We
be
finna have the
brave.
greatest reproduction rate America has ever seen over the next 3 years. I predict that, and I promise you that's what's finna happen. The red pill ain't gonna die. I think men gonna win. That's what I'm gonna say right now. Say Solid Snake was right, Stanley.
What do you mean by
That's
win?
all you gotta do.
What is be brave?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me answer the woman in the audience now. What you say, Blue Jay?
Oh, I was just wondering what you mean by winning.
Women.
No, you said men are gonna win.
Acquiesce
Oh, okay. No,
to
sorry.
the pathological norms that we were created with. Now, Stanley, don't get wrong and say, "Oh,
What
you
is
used
the
wrong
what is the
term,
pa-
pathological."
what is a pathological norm?
What God made.
Well, I think women are willing to do that still. It's just that it's not feasible for a lot of families, or even men
Only
aren't
due
willing
to
like they used to be.
distractions. And I think those distractions are going to be soon taken away due to, in my mind, I call it internet fatigue. It's called the empty internet syndrome. Internet, God damn it. Anyway, yeah,
So
it's
you
called.
think men are going to stop saying women need to pay half and all that?
No. What I'm saying is going to be deep, and it's going to be a hell of a lot more. Because I think what's going to happen right now is we're going to see a difference in our socialized lives. And I think we're going to get back on point with what God created for, what it was purpose for.
Well, I think the reduction in labor force that will be needed with all the technology would actually be a good opportunity to reset. Can I hold on? Let me finish. I think that the losing a lot of these jobs to AI and technology could be a good opportunity to reset the traditional family structure if that's how we choose to use it. And I think they should have universal income to replace those jobs for stay-at-home parents.
Well, that's going to happen, but at not such an astronomical rate, because we still going to be creatures of habit and we're going to want to work. So universal basic income
I'm talking about women
from tomorrow or next year. But
if they're going to keep taking our jobs away, they can't just let us live in poverty, because then we'll be a third world country. So they have to do something.
Well, I mean, we're going to have to keep our illustrious up. You know what I'm saying? We got to stay on
lobby for them instead of keeping their profits that we need, like dividends from it.
That's why I say we got to kick these communist Marxists out the system so we can get our
actually, universal income would be more toward Marxist, but it's technically not, because you can also work on top of it. Whereas Marxism, you can't really go above and beyond and profit and be wealthy.
What I'm saying is,
with this system, you could have the universal income, and you could also have the opportunity, if you want to work harder and have businesses, you can also do that.
Yeah, that's why I say, you know what I'm saying, we need to make college a requirement for the educated and not to anybody.
Well, no, that's Marxism. You can't say who goes to college and who doesn't.
The superstars in our class need to be required to advance further. Those of us that don't,
that's communism.
And I'm one of them. Hey, I don't want college.
You're promoting communism. I don't think you realize.
No, it's not.
Yes, by dictating who goes to college and having state tests to determine.
Those who are more educated need to be in college. That's common sense. I don't want no dumb motherfucker that can't read, getting a student loan, rising up college debt, and the bank's profiting off of me having to pay back their goddamn student loan through my loan interest. I don't want that anymore.
Well, reducing the ability to acquire loans is one thing, but to take over the system and on a government level
ain't gonna hurt nobody.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, advancing that dumb motherfucker gonna cost us everything, as it continually has. We continually promoting motherfuckers that don't need to be there. We're gonna have to be difficult about the decisions we make in America. Other countries already did it, and through much harsher ways. So we need to come up with our better version.
Does anybody have any idea what this title of Be Braves means? It says Stanley presents / agrees with poor little us pimp. I have no idea.
He's saying you're pimping victimhood.
Yeah, that's how you doing, Stanley.
Oh, you know what?
I be on Be Brave. Ooh, we Stanley. They talked about you, him and Warren.
Oh no, wait. He's talking about somebody else as a pimp.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Stanley. I don't agree with this beef with you and Be Brave, and I'm sorry. I think it makes you
okay. Solid Snake. Let me. Hey, Solid Snake. Let me correct you. I don't have a beef with Be Brave. I don't give.
Damn right. You call him a racist, Stanley.
Okay.
So it looks like he's saying you're promoting somebody.
Whoa. How is calling him a racist a beef?
That is derogatory, Stanley. I would never call
Be Brave
racist.
Why is it derogatory if it's the truth?
Exactly. That's what he's talking about is the truth. Why is it racist?
No, you don't quite get my meaning.
Stanley, I know I'm a nigga.
Solid Snake. If I cannot get a thought out, your ass is gonna go. Just go over to Be Brave.
No,
because I'm gonna get what I have to say out with you or without you. I don't have.
I am John Galt property.
fuck John Galt, fuck you, and fuck Be Brave. You think I give a shit? Do you think I give a shit? Dude, you have the wrong motherfucker if you think I give a shit what John Galt thinks.
It's not that, Stanley. It's what he created. He created us.
I don't care.
Well, I do.
Well, then I'm glad you care. Now, my point is that I don't have a beef with Be Brave. He is who he is.
Why you call him a racist, though?
Because he's a racist.
No,
he's referring to a third party.
No, I'm referring directly to Be Brave.
No, I'm talking about the title. It looks like he's saying you agree with and promoting somebody that's a victimhood pimp, but I don't know who that victimhood pimp is.
You know what? It's so illiterate. It's hard for me to read.
I'm finna go over there and find out. I'm finna go over there and do my
good.
snake shit.
Good. What you ought to do is go over there and hop up on this panel.
Don't you log off. My bad.
Do you know who he could be referring to?
Samuel Guru.
I'll be back, Stanley. God damn, let me go ahead and find out what the title about and shit. So
Samuel Guru. What does it matter how many Bud Lights I've had?
Snake. I'm the mole of the house.
Damn it, dude. I'm talking to Samuel Guru. It wouldn't matter whether I've had 0 or whether I've had 100. I meant what I said. Did I slur? Did I stutter? I don't know who the fuck these people. I don't know, because he's a racist. I think he is a racist.
Stanley, that ain't right, dog.
Dude, you know what? Why don't you let Be Brave defend himself? He doesn't need you to do that.
No, man. I'm just saying. Yeah, you're right. Fuck. I just don't think you need to be called racist, though.
Did you have somebody on the show recently that he can be referring to that you off the top of your head?
Huh? You talking to me?
I was asking Stanley. He's saying he agrees with somebody that says poor little ass.
I was about to say, I don't call people racist for no reason. I think he's a racist.
He's not a racist. I think you're a racist.
Okay, I don't really care what you think.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, Stanley, that's why your bar is in hell. Your bigotry or low expectations inhibits you from having a greater audience. You got a great skill, but your mentality is hindering your progress.
I am Solid Snake. I am not going to be
him for being a culturalist, and I agree with him.
Okay, Solid Snake, I can't get a goddamn word in edgewise. Sit in the back until I'm done. Okay, my livelihood does not depend on YouTube. It does not depend on Be Brave. It does not depend on John Galt. Okay, this is not a job. It is more a hobby or something I enjoy doing. So I'm going to do what I want to do, period. When the train ride is over, I will get off and say I had a good time. Okay, I do not care what you think, Solid Snake. And I'm going to be rather blunt. You're not qualified enough for me to care what you think. Okay, I try not to be so blunt, but your opinion doesn't matter a hill of beans to me. All right, well, that being said, I'm glad somebody can understand whatever the title means. I was actually going to listen to see what his complaint about me is. I don't recall mentioning Be Brave the whole hour, or as long as I've been on, whatever the time is. I've been on for almost 3 hours. I don't even recall mentioning his name, but apparently he's got some complaint. So let's hear what it is.
Like every other anti-Iranians come to the U.S., they open businesses in black neighborhoods and then treat us like every other anti-black racist.
Oh, this is Professor Black Truth.
Iranians treat everybody like they're a piece of shit, don't they? Haven't you ever noticed that? I've always been rather impressed with it. I mean,
yeah, I don't really care. You know, I played someone called Professor Black Truth at the beginning of the show. And he had a complaint and I think I actually have a complaint on top of his complaint. Whoopi Goldberg compared, black life, like the suffering of black people in America. She basically says that she wants to compare the suffering of Iranians under this oppressive regime with blacks in America, the legacy black Americans, the suffering. And I'm not one who likes to do those sorts of comparisons because the histories are different. The history of Persia / Iran is way different than the history of blacks in America. And to me, it just doesn't, it's like comparing apples to oranges. So if you want to say that one group is suffering or suffered more than another group, I guess you could do that if you're inclined to. I just don't find it.
She did that with the H cross too. Remember that? She kind of got in trouble for that.
Right. Well, I don't like making those comparisons. I just played it because I hadn't heard what he had to say. So, I like opening my shows with the video because it gives people time to file in. So
okay, yeah, I didn't see that, but yeah, I don't like when people do that either. It's unnecessary.
So he
okay,
Stanley presents agrees.
Can I get a word in, Stanley?
Okay, and then the other thing I want to say is I actually didn't like the video. I literally say I don't agree with his assessment. I don't agree with Whoopi's assessment. I don't think making the comparison serves any purpose. So why he's thinking I agree with that video, I honestly don't know. Maybe he hasn't gotten to the part where I say I disagree. So what do you have to say, Solid Snake? I thought he had something to say. So let's see what else is going on. I actually had a video. I was hoping SKC would stop by. This is an interesting title. Let's see here. What is a cultural classroom? Afro-Latino Spanish classroom calendar activity. Okay, John Galt. By the way, just a programming note. I see.
Stanley, I know, but I think you and Brady need to have a conversation, man.
Keep thinking that. So
no, Stanley, I think you got a point, Stanley, but I think Brave got a point too.
Keep thinking that. It's a free country. You can think what you want. You can think what you want to think. I'm all for you thinking whatever you want to think. So let's see. Let us go to my playlist here. You know what? Maybe we'll just do a gardening video.
You don't want to hear what he has to say about you. You're over it.
Oh, hell no.
Well, he's not. I don't think he's actually talking about me. He's talking about Professor Black Truth and.
Oh no! He's talking about social interactions with the immigrants that we have here. And he's talking about how they interact in the black community versus the socialized communities, not necessarily upper class blacks, but
he's on the immigrants now. He's an immigrant.
Sin, let me make something clear. No, I'm not superior to all plebeians, just the plebeians who are black or who are anti-black blacks. I'm superior to
radio on your side. I must be too.
I'm superior. I'm superior to all the anti-black blacks. I'm superior to. Now the rest of the plebeians, they're okay. I wouldn't say I'm superior to them.
But wait a minute, Stanley. How can you consider it anti-black, though, Stanley? What is anti-black to you, Stanley?
Well, first off, if you are black and you refer to black people as they or the blacks, you're anti-black. Like you're not a part of the group.
Stanley. Let's say you're a young man. Let's say you're a young man out here in these streets. You ain't going to college. You pre-college. You pretty much in high school. You fall in love with a young black female, right? Why is it I, as a black man, I got to deal with the black brothers always contesting me for that black woman?
That happens a lot.
Why do you think that happens, Stanley?
I didn't know it did happen.
No, I'm just asking.
Are you stealing? Are you stealing?
So,
are you stealing those brothers' girlfriends or what?
No, Stanley. Why you give women the acknowledgement of loyalty?
I don't give women as a group.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the opinions you have.
You know, Solid Snake, for someone who
talking about relationship building, we talking about
Solid Snake, for someone who doesn't understand his own opinions, you trying to understand mine might be too much of a heavy lift. Know your own opinions and thoughts first, and then move on and try and interpret mine. And by the way, it's a lot easier just to ask me than to guess.
Okay, so what about accountability? Why do black women don't have to worry about being accountable for their loyalty to a man, but a man got to be held accountable to his loyalty to that woman? Why is that the case, Stanley?
I don't think
community.
that's the case.
I know it's the case, Stanley.
Dude, you
She
are
owns a part of the family.
Dude, you are so drunk.
A woman can create a family. A woman cannot create a family.
Okay, dude, I'm not going to have you here screaming about shit that actually doesn't matter and just probably isn't even true. I don't know every woman, so I can't say anything about women as a class or as a group. I know individuals. When I was growing up, I dated black girls and I never had to contest unless I was stealing somebody else's girlfriend. So maybe your situation growing up was different than mine. I dare say it was.
Stanley, my point was not how you got the girl. My point was how you support the family of the woman you dated.
I did not support.
What part of that did you not get, Stanley?
Well, the part about me supporting my date.
Educated niggas think it's the
See, this is what I cannot abide. You ask a question and you keep talking. I never had to support the family of any woman I dated, so I have no clue what you're talking about. The women I dated, at least up until maybe I was 30, didn't even have kids. So what fucking family are you talking about?
So literally, how many black men do you think history actually equates to some bullshit like that? Oh, my wife lived a perfect life. Every woman I had, they ain't had no goddamn kid. But you're a goddamn lie, Stanley. I went to
literally the first woman I dated with kids was a divorcee, and I think I was maybe 33. She was 33. She had been married. She had kids. So again, I was in my 30s before I ever dated a woman who had kids.
That's your goddamn problem. I ain't got shit to do with that.
I hope not, but I didn't have to support her family.
When I went to junior high, we had girls that was getting pregnant in our class by older men, Stanley.
Well, see, do you expect me to, okay, motherfucker, why do you expect me to give a fuck about that? Fucking tell me why I should give a fuck about pregnant girls when you were in junior high. Why is that? Why do I even need to know this?
Because
why would I care? Why should I care?
Right? You got a right to vote. How desensitized are you to the situation in your community?
What situation are you talking about?
Why do you have an opinion of the blacks?
Okay, dude, you've heard.
Why do you have an opinion of black people?
What do black people have to
You
do?
86
Okay,
yourself
God
out of
damn it, motherfucker! I'm about to just bounce your ass from this panel instead of putting you in the back. Okay, you know what I think about blacks in the black community. Okay, your black community is different than my black community. Stop trying to make one big black community. It does not work that way. Stop pretending it does.
So when you gonna start acting like it don't exist? Instead of judging everybody that has an opinion that happens to be black.
I judge white people's opinions.
No,
too.
you call us anti-blacks.
You are anti-black.
You ain't never heard you say anti-black whites.
Well, it's assumed they are.
No, it's not assumed. You married one. You married one.
That's a cheap shot.
And in her race, she'll be called a mud shark. So why in the hell do you sit up here with
I
these
was just kidding, Blue Jay.
goddamn anecdotes?
I know.
Wait, hold on. Hold your noise. I was just kidding, Blue Jay.
Oh yeah, I totally know you're joking. I wasn't finished. I was just kidding too.
Shit,
All
it
right.
don't matter. Hell, it flew over my head. 2 birds over a cuckoo's nest.
Well, you know what? Not only did it fly over your
Because
head,
we talking about a cuckoo topic
I
with
think
a
you were talking.
cuckoo ass ideology.
it flew over your beer can too.
Yeah, shit, ain't nothing gonna fly with my beer can. But
What kind of beer
God,
you got?
Bud Ice.
All right.
It got testosterone in it.
All right. So I hesitate to see what Be Brave. Oh, I see John Galt's in the chat.
I see Speak Radio say, Solid Snake, I was never on your side, stupid. Who the fuck said you was, motherfucker? I'm still surprised you on Stanley's side, you dumb son of a...
So forget the negative energy blacks put out. How about the negative fucking vile ass behavior?
Yeah,
and he's acting like the Middle Easterns come over here and they get along with whites because they want to get in with black bashing. It never ends with this poor us black shit. It never ends. They'll never look inward, folks. They never will. That's why I'm saying they're being used as a weapon. This guy might be a fucking agent. He sets blacks into anger mode with this shit because they're listening to him. Blacks listening to him really think the Middle Easterns come over here and don't want anything to do with blacks just because of white people. Has nothing to do with the way blacks live. Nope. Has nothing to do with it. Remember, these Middle Easterns, they got the business in the fucking pieces of shit areas of cities, man. You think they don't see shit all day long? Vile ass, stupid fucking questions, complaints, outright physical attacks on their products.
Hey, Solid Snake, you don't think this motherfucker's a racist?
Well. This is what alone looks like. Especially after the uprisings of 2020, everybody around the world has no excuse for not immediately making a beeline to the United States and trying to find ways to lock arms with Black Americans.
Oh, I think that nigga racist.
Lock arms with Black Americans. Nobody has an excuse.
I think black B1 racist. I think they said black racist.
I should have listened closer. But what the fuck is? What do you mean lock arms with black? What do you other people want to lock arms? There's no excuse why they shouldn't. There's 1,000 reasons why they wouldn't.
If it weren't for Jason Black, I would have never joined CT Channel that day and said what I said last summer.
Creatures called Black Americans.
Accountability is the problem in the black community.
They're digging this shit, man.
Actually, one thing I want to add, just because I show something doesn't mean I agree with it. This Looney Tune on screen,
oh my God,
assumes assumes that I agree with Professor Black Truth. At the end of the video, I literally say I don't agree with it. Now, how much you want to bet he skips over that part? There is almost nothing in the video I showed this morning that I agree with, but he does a show saying that I present / agree
I
with.
literally was listening
Okay,
to the same
motherfucker, do not
podcast you
interrupt
were
me,
listening
God
to.
damn it. Dude, you are really starting to wear my patience thin, Solid Snake. I don't agree with the video, but in the title of his show, he says I present / agree. This is really and Solid Snake, Be Brave does this all the time. He just makes these wild assumptions, and then when he gets to the part that contradicts his assumption, he just talks over it or doesn't show it at all. This dude is a piece of work, and like I said, I don't even know that I'm subscribed to his show anymore, to be honest. Because
I want to know what you're arguing about. Be honest, Stanley. I just want to know what you're arguing
dude,
about.
I'm not arguing with Be Brave. I already told you Be Brave has a beef. Like I said, I didn't even check to see whether he was doing a show because I think I unsubscribed. It's just gotten to a point to where, I am still subscribed. I don't really care what Be Brave does because it's so repetitive. It's the same shit over and over.
Yeah, it's
it
like
gets
comedy.
boring after a while.
I've never subscribed to the show, but I already know when he talks about some CT show. But according to his logic, just him playing the video in the background means he agrees with it. If you do, because that's how he came to the conclusion that you agree with it, right? Just because you play it.
No. This dude Stanley just literally sat up here and said, and he got some snipers in the chat that say I asked that man to pay my water bill.
Oh,
and see, that show you the attention span of black
I'm not
people.
talking about that.
No, that show you the attention span of the black populace because at this point, hold on,
I was talking about the guy that he was just playing.
The video, and it's on
Well,
live. Brave don't put it behind the paywall. But I want somebody to put a clip in when I say, Brave, pay my water bill.
Let me give you a little.
No, Stanley, you put these lies out here. You want to say he a liar? Hold on, Stanley, stop that shit, man. I'm on the panel with you, and you ain't deferring none of my damn accusations. But you want to make these accusations all liberally against
Well,
people.
let me explain how that evolved.
I asked that man to pay my water
Let
bill.
me explain how that evolved.
I don't have
dude.
a water meter.
Hey, stop playing. Stop playing the victim.
I don't have a water meter on my property.
You're one of those.
That's what I was showing them, nigga. You ain't no nigga to pay my motherfucking water bill. You sorry piece of shit.
Hey, stop playing the
that shit out there.
Stop this bullshit with the black victimization complex. You are just one of those blacks who pretends he's a victim.
No, you one of them niggas that'll put a nigga in the back when you want to sit up there and advocate your victimhood methodology. Your ideology is victimhood, nigga. I don't need to be a victim, bitch. I'm a man. Stop playing with me. See, that's how niggas get shot. With that stupid ass shit you doing. And we ain't advocating that shit on this channel. Prove that motherfucking shit, nigga.
Motherfucker, I'll advocate whatever the fuck I want on my show. Who the fuck are you?
Shit, but you West Stanley want to say that shit, and you got niggas out here that don't listen and probably can't fucking read. Advocate for your bullshit, you liberal Marxist piece of shit.
You done now?
That's why we got so many bastardized kids. Because of you fucking boomers.
So now I'm a boomer?
You niggas ain't shit,
fucking
you ain't
poor
shit. You're a product of
There
shit.
is nothing. There is
You
nothing that
advocated
pulls my.
against history of black.
There is nothing that pulls my heartstrings more than a victimized anti-black. Dude, this is amusing. You are getting some laughs. So anyway, let's go back and see what your daddy's saying.
Well, I'm saying it's all
a father like him with your white idolizing age.
Decided to keep their
You
mouths
love
shut,
white
and they
people.
waited until some
You
black people got
idolize the
out
white
there and took
man.
the
You know
sins
they
and
make
errors
better
first.
men
Hey,
than your
I haven't
motherfucking
seen the
old
chat.
age.
Can you just be quiet
Then
so I
when
can
they
hear
saw
it?
that it was
Yeah.
Please?
The Arabs need the blacks to get in front for them.
You were saying something, Blue Jay?
No, he was playing that guy that you were talking about that you played earlier. And so I was just asking Salt Snake if he could just like stop talking for a minute so I could hear it. It's like, because I didn't see your show. So I was just trying to kind of catch the essence.
Solid Snake only stops talking to take a sip of beer.
That he says and sinks into 70% of black Americans, including low IQ black Americans. And they're the ones that really eat it up. This guy is he could be an agent because it's just so absurd what he says.
safe enough for them to stick their heads out of the ground. Then they decide, oh, let's go ahead and step forward as if we were somehow on board from the very beginning. The exact same kind of dynamic that we find these immigrants from these countries doing when they come to the United States. You don't find them sticking their heads up. They wait until black people do so, until black people make it safe for them to say something. Well, I don't know about you, but I've had enough of this one-way street. I find it very difficult to get a full head of steam about Whoopi Goldberg's ignorant mouth running on something when the reality is neither of the combatants in this case are on our side. And yes, when I look at what other people do when they talk about their issues, they make sure black people are not mentioned. And whenever black people...
Because black people have no problems. They've got it made now. What do you want to talk about? Food, heat, housing, medical care, all free for the low income, the college educated, automatic job entry because of quota measurements, of the small hats making sure that they get special treatment everywhere they go. What the fuck? For the last 50 years, how can blacks need any help? And yet he talks like they need to be.
No, this is not. These aren't racist tropes.
Yeah, it's motherfucking group of people, folks.
Have any attention brought to us, there's always somebody from one of these other groups who decides that they're going to try to hijack the proceedings and shoehorn themselves into the conversation. And now, for once, the shoe's on the other foot. No, I do not support Netanyahu at all, and I've already explained to you exactly what's going on here, so I hope that there's no hard heads who are going to try some last-ditch effort to say, well, shouldn't we be saying something? We should say something to the extent that the Iranians spoke up for us. They didn't have to wait until...
Okay, Dave, you missed that part. I literally covered it at the beginning of the show. I don't agree in even making the comparison. So I don't agree with Whoopi. I don't agree with Professor Black Truth. I think the comparison does not hold water. So basically, Be Brave is assuming I agree with this. And I say at the end of the video that I do not agree with it. He just hasn't gotten to the end of the video. He just assumes I agree with it. That's why I don't really hold people like him in high regard. That's a big assumption. And sometimes people expect me to zag, and I zig.
Tried to kill kids and their parents. By the way, he got murked. Oh, why would I talk about him? I told you all the time, whites lose their minds. Have I ever said whites don't lose their minds? I said, give me a fucking a husband shooting his wife and kids, and I'll give you a white man. Come on, buddy. We're talking about numbers, like in mass shootings.
We're talking about
day,
numbers.
5, 7, 4, 3 every day, 2 every day.
Yeah, this is a mass shooting.
Individual killings all over the nation.
The no suspect cases must be black people.
I already provided him the numbers. Whites commit more mass murders than blacks do, not by much, but he won't accept those numbers. He like lumps some shit in and basically makes up his own numbers, I guess.
Yeah, he assumes that if there's not a suspect, that means there are mostly black.
Yeah, it is pretty funny, Dave. Maybe one day we'll combine forces.
Happening. We can all have our issues with Whoopi Goldberg. God knows that I do. Even though she's not putting on the cape in this instance, we all know, dumb as she is, she'll have on the cape for somebody else.
Now it's getting
next
towards
week.
the end of the video.
Most likely immigrants, or whatever the pet issue of the left happens to be that's safe for these bootlicks to say a word or two about. But at least for the sake of this discussion in this moment in
See a bit of truth there. Yeah, it's safe. It's these bootlick blacks. They go left and crazy all the time, and they do, but they don't ever get real. Like he's saying, she don't get real because there's nothing to get real about. You fucking idiot. The superficial people that are defending blacks, like Whoopi Goldberg's, know that when she's speaking, you see Whoopi's smart. She's got extra IQ points. She knows what she's saying is bullshit. Professor Blackfoot. When she talks about black oppression, she knows it's bullshit. There's nothing to say about blacks in America. You can't get real. So if you're asking her to get more real, get real about what? In other words, in order for her to get real in your eyes, she has to start making shit up like you do. It's fucking amazing.
Deacon Dave, I thought I already said I've gotten to a point to where, the problem, Brave has a problem with me. I don't hold him in high enough regard to really have a beef with him. Why get upset over someone who is tragically misinformed and an old racist? Oops.
Stanley was going to say, don't care. But I thank him for playing this fucking psychopath every morning. Gives me material.
Well, see, now
I spend about 40 minutes.
Okay, this is exactly as I predicted. He does not go to the end of the video where I say I don't agree. He will not play that.
Blacks are crazy, folks. They're out of their fucking minds.
Yeah, that's pretty intellectually dishonest to do that.
So anyway, folks, anybody wants to come up right quick, I'll chat with you for a minute or two or whatever, but I'm going to roll out of here. I just wanted to do this. I'm going to do these a lot when I...
Now, see, this is just so fucking disingenuous. I literally say I don't agree with their take on this, and he wants people to come up. This is why I just don't like dealing with people like him. It's so disingenuous. It's almost I don't know what to say about it, to be honest.
Are you sure you don't want to do like a guest appearance?
For what? I don't think he generally doesn't let me. He generally doesn't let me up on his panels because we go at it all the time over this race stuff. So
I can see that, but him completely misconstruing your viewpoint is like a little different.
So here, let me play. This is from earlier in my show. Let me play this right quick. Oops, hold on. I got to back up a bit. Okay, let me go back. Oh, shoot.
That's what actually is happening. We can all have our issues with Whoopi Goldberg. God knows that I do, even though she's not putting on the cape.
Blue Jay, can you hear this?
Yes, I can.
You all know, dumb as she is, she'll have on the cape.
Because this is the end of that Professor Black Truth video.
Or whatever the pet
I
issue
recognize it.
to be that's safe for these bootlicks to say a word or two about. But at least for the sake of this discussion and this moment in time, for the people who are whining about what she said, you can save it. Everybody who's ever come over here has practiced strict opportunism at our expense. And that being the case, as far as I'm concerned, why shouldn't we?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Where is everybody? I pretty much don't agree with Professor Black Truth's take. Funny as it may be, I'm just not into comparative cultures. Okay, now everyone in the chat, everyone on the panel, you literally heard me say I disagree with Professor Black Truth.
Yeah,
now,
plain as day.
I don't know. I mean, why does he put in his title Stanley presents / agrees? The fuck is this dude doing?
Yeah, he had to have heard it because you said it right away.
Well, he stopped it. He stopped it at the end because he usually fast forwards through the show from what I'm told. So I'm gonna stop just short of saying it's deliberate, but I clearly say I disagree.
Yeah, because he obviously had heard it before. It's not his first time hearing it because he made a title about it, so he knows what it's about.
Right. So let me satisfy SKC here as to why I disagree. And it's my old trope, basically. The history of Palestine in the Middle East is different than the history of Black people in America. And I'm just not into comparative suffering. I think it's a waste of time. If you want to sit down and, if you're inclined to do that, that's great. I don't happen to be inclined. Totally different history. If you're a politician, maybe you might be kind of compelled or forced to make some sort of comparison. As an everyday citizen, a YouTube person, I don't see the point of him even making the video, to be honest. And I don't see the point of Whoopi Goldberg. I don't watch The View, so maybe there's a reason she got into this little discussion, but I don't see it.
I was going to ask you about that. You knew what Whoopi was talking about.
News. Whoopi basically says, well, no, I kind of watched the little bit that he showed, and I'd heard about it before he ever talked about it. She basically says that Black people in America suffer more than Iranians. Someone on the panel wanted to go, well, hey, someone on the panel wanted.
Oh,
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I was just trying to figure out if she's on like the Iranian side or if she's saying like
no,
I couldn't figure that out.
She is saying that somebody made the point how much suffering that Iranians go through under this particular government, their regime. Mm-hmm. And somehow or another, Whoopi gets to a point to where she's going, Black people in America suffer more than Iranians. And basically, I don't agree that the comparison should or can be made. They're two different histories, two different circumstances. I think comparative suffering 9 times out of 10 just doesn't work. Saying, hey,
also two different
I
eras.
suffered more than you suffered. Who can really say?
Right. And I mean, she's talking about two different like several generations.
Right. And the bottom line is I do take a bit of umbrage at Be Brave not playing the part where I disagree with even making the video, I take a little bit of umbrage at the show title that says Stanley presents / agrees. I clearly say I do not. That's why I don't want to deal with Be Brave.
I know you ain't. I know you did.
Motherfucker, who gives a fuck what you think, Solid Snake? I motherfucking just said what I'm not going to do, and I don't need your goddamn approval either way. Stay in your goddamn lane.
Well, I do it then.
Motherfucker, I am just as much a man as you. Bitch, you will treat me like a man or get your ass off my panel.
You is a man, but Stanley, when you going to start acting like
Okay,
it?
don't ask me when I'm going to do shit. You do not pay my bills. You need to stay in your fucking lane.
You ain't got to be all that, man. God
you know
damn.
what? I take offense when another grown man is going to tell me what the fuck I'm going to do or questions why I'm doing it. Motherfucker, you're not any relation to me. Stay in your goddamn lane.
Is it because I'm not a grown man?
Okay,
or
you're
going
to keep up this bullshit, aren't you? You're going to keep this bullshit up till I bounce your ass.
Stanley?
Then you're going to go complain about how Stanley abused me.
You is. You abusive, Stanley.
You better motherfucking stay in your lane if you don't want the abuse.
Everybody hit that like button, y'all. My bad. This is the Stanley and Snake show. Because he can't go against the world. He can't even whoop me. That's sad.
Okay, SKC, I don't say that the transatlantic slave trade was the worst slavery. I say that once they got to excuse me. Let me take a sip of water. Transatlantic slave trade? No, that's not the worst of it. The worst of it was once they set foot on soil in places like Charleston, South Carolina, in the Sea Islands of South Carolina, where they had to work in rice paddies and indigo fields and well, I think indigo is grown somewhat like rice. Anyway, you know, having to work like knee deep in these flooded fields and all, the attrition rate for slaves in Charleston was literally astronomical. That's why South Carolina wanted the slave trade to not end. And they had to compromise over it during the Constitutional Convention. They literally were going through slaves at an alarming rate because these slaves had to work like in the heat, in rice paddies. There were snakes and shit out there. There was dysentery, all kinds of things. Malaria, that sort of. Please don't disturb me. Do not interrupt. I'll let you know when I'm done. So I have a very good case in saying that American chattel slavery was the worst type of slavery. And you know what? Maybe it's all subject. God damn it. Why the fuck do you keep interrupting me, Solid Snake? What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's a lie.
Okay, fuck you. You don't know shit about American history. How do you even know it's a lie? Fuck that. It is my opinion, and there are many academics and otherwise who agree with me. So, you know what? If you want to throw it open and do comparative slavery, y'all go right ahead. I'm not going to do comparative slavery. I have my opinion. I have support for my opinion. I have many people who are eminent scholars of this sorts of thing who agree. And basically, I agree with them. If you don't, you don't. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. All right, so I am ready to move on. I'm sorry, what?
What kind of slave owner would you be today, though, Stanley?
You know what?
Would you be a productive slave owner, or would you be a social slave owner?
Do you honestly believe that I would want to be a slave owner? I'm not you.
Well, if reality called for it, I'm pretty sure you're gonna adjust. So I'm just asking you.
You know what? I'm not gonna follow up on your very awful hypothetical.
Okay.
All right. So where are we going from here? I should show Lady Boulet's video for tomorrow morning. So SKC, I'm actually glad you're here because I wanted to look at that FB signifier thing at least for a little bit. So if you're in the chat or busy or something like that, maybe you can listen. And I'm not going to play the whole.
Come on up, man, because
I'm not going to.
Stanley in denial mode.
I'm not going to play the whole thing because I don't know that I'm going to last that long. I was actually up fairly late because I was on. I
was speaking to Speak Radio. My bad. He say, "Is Blue Jay the new co-host?" I say, "Yep," because she's
soon to be.
Yeah, she be up here.
Yeah, I'll just stay muted on when it's slavery topic. I just can't. I'm retired from any type of slavery discussion.
Well, I would love to stay muted on it too, but it was brought up.
Oh, I know.
Don't be muted on it, good.
No, I don't want to talk about anything like that. But
this Stanley versus the world. We like an AM radio station. We being rebroadcast all over YouTube. So everybody come over to the John Galt channel and please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. And then we got a cross page. And then you got my Stanley Cross. So what we gonna do, we gonna try to go ahead, bring on in Blue Jay. Cause Blue Jay get that nigga right. I don't know why.
All right. Well, she'll get him right.
Drop your Cash App, drop your Venmo,
She will get me right by not saying the N-word.
Oh my God!
You can count
go
on me
with
not
that N-word crap. Listen, I don't care. I don't care because I know blacks call me a nigga. And they getting money from the white man. Make that make sense. What the hell? Fucking hypocrites, all of them. But go ahead, Stanley.
Hold on one sec.
No, to be honest, I don't have any interest in saying it. It's not part of my vernacular. It never has been. So it's like, why?
You ain't got to worry about that shit, Blue Jay.
Yeah. Thanks. No. I just chill.
That's just me and Stanley. He an advocate of pro-blackism, but he ain't
and honestly,
pro-blackism.
I'm not here because people are black. I just I've met people.
No. He sounds like a European British, but he claimed to be pro-black.
It's awkward when people say that. It's like weird.
Okay, can you all hold on? Can you all hold on 1 second? I'm about to drop this into B-Bray's chat and see if he'll address it.
And I know you lost $1,000, but I still say the more value of that, John, to the blacks that are out there looking. They want to know about black oppression. That fucking Oriental man wasn't worried that you were a black man. He knew you were.
My grandma used to say.
He separated business from black.
And you know, honestly,
in a very valuable manner, right in the face of black people that were looking at that.
And honestly, Brave, you know, as I told people, like the next day that the Asian woman would have been there had they stayed there, the blacks clogged up the sink. You know, they cut their hair and shit.
Yeah, his moderators.
I love his stories, though. They are funny.
And that would have been presenting an environment that the Asian women would not have liked anyway. So they likely would have canceled. They would have gotten into the neighborhoods, all those black people hanging around. And if you really listen to what he said, he was afraid that a pattern of his mother coming in and out would be seen and they may get robbed or attacked. That's what he was afraid of, right? And again, like Brave, you think about it, like these are presumably they were older people. The mother probably was old, and he has this fear that his mother would be attacked. And it's kind of foreign to immigrants, where older people are kind of revered. Nobody's attacking them, and even in the third world country, you're not attacking older people like that. And so for him to have that reservation around blacks with older people is very interesting, you know, and what he was afraid of. And you know, man, blacks gonna have to solve that. Man.
Okay, I just typed into B Brave's chat.
Come around,
Did he
blacks.
play that part?
Wait a minute, I just
wish they would quit pissing and moaning about the
you know
reality
what?
of it.
Here,
Okay, if you don't want to change it, fine.
Hold on, Stanley.
Okay, motherfucker, you don't tell me to hold on.
Ryan
What
was
you're
putting
gonna
this to
do
screen
is you're
yesterday.
gonna hold on. You are going to hold on. Okay, let me go ahead and do this publicly because I do not like people to take stuff that I've done and just fucking blatantly lie or lie by omission. I clearly stated that I did not agree with this, and the title says that I agree with Professor Black Truth. I just typed into B Brave's chat, like, why did you not play it? Motherfucker, if you interrupt me one more time, Solid Snake, you're out of here.
Yeah, you
My
gotta
bad.
quit Solid Snake for a minute because we can't tell if he's addressing the comment. Please. All right, I'm not trying to be bossy.
John is doing all the yapping, and B Brave is doing nothing about it. So
Oh, he's telling the
basically-
story about the Asians, that's why.
Right. So, you know what? As far as I'm concerned, Be Brave can do whatever he wants with my content because obviously he can't be very true.
I'll be back.
to
I'll be
what-
back.
I hope he
Motherfucker,
addresses it,
I
though.
do
That'd be
not
hilarious.
understand why you keep interrupting me, Solid Snake. It
My
needs to
bad, my
stop.
bad, man. Hold
Okay,
on.
Solid Snake, come back.
So the bottom line is he can pretty much do whatever he wants to from now on. I'll
He's
just
talking
go ahead
now, though. Let's see if he's talking about you.
I
I just want to see it for the comedy.
Okay, well, go over there and see it.
No, well, we already here.
It's not going to hurt my feelings. He is entertaining.
know. That's why
people of
Don't
his
be like
ilk,
that, dog. Don't
But if
be
I
like
was to
that,
read your
dog.
comment,
he's not going to. If he, dude, he read what he read the post. I just saw him do it.
Versus
did he get real close to the screen?
dirty old man.
Oh, yeah, in the fucking third world countries, yeah.
Right.
John, Beverly Hillbillies, 1963. They've got two sitcoms, two of their sitcoms. In two of them, Granny says this Beverly Hillbillies. When you think of Beverly Hills,
All right. Well, we can be done with all that. So, let's go ahead and play this. I don't know if anybody
you're
here
right.
has heard. Anybody here has heard of Kidology? It's been maybe 2 or 3 years since I've even watched anything by her. So that she interacted with FD Signifier. SKC kind of alerted me that had happened. So I just need to see what this is all about.
Ooh, play it.
So sorry about the delayed announcements about this. Some technical difficulties as per usual, but lovely to see you. I'm not sure if you're going to get a lot of people here, as considering that it's quite late. It's already nearly 1 a.m. here, but
Wow.
thank you so much, Winnie. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, Solid Snake.
Okay, I got a big grievance. You got off on no girl in a bad way today, bro. I was listening to that live yesterday, and I ain't like the way you approached her, man. Cause she came in.
Okay, who is old girl? Who is old girl?
AAE. I think that
Well,
was
Public Room was that too, remember?
Dude, you are not my father. You
I'm
don't
not
get
your
to
father,
approve
man.
or
It's not that.
I don't care if you don't like it. Why are you even bringing it up? You know what my
I
reaction
don't
is
like
going to
that
be.
you did her like that, though. I thought she deserved more respect than that.
Well, you know what? Make sure that you treat her with more respect than I do.
Well, plus Stanley was treating everybody like that. It's not like
it
he
was
was
it was
singling
it was a
her out.
birthday. But yes, thank you so much. Very much appreciated. I've sent FD the link, so I'm hoping that all is well on his end. Thank you so much, Dr. Zed, for... I'm not entirely sure. I can't really see what you've sent, but I think it's emoticons. But thank you very much. Yes. Hello, Joshua Craig. Lovely to see you as always. Thank you so much, Evan. Thank you. Yes. As I said, it's been a birthday.
I would fast forward through this. I'm kind of enjoying the accent.
Yes, and
I know. I was
lovely to see you as always. Yes, it is finally happening. It is finally happening.
Yes, Solid Snake.
Okay. First of all, question one. We have two of your favorites in the chat, and they asking questions. Why does Blue Jay avoid the slavery conversation?
I guess let Blue Jay answer.
Okay, Blue Jay, why do you avoid the slavery?
Mostly because I'm white, and so if I say things like factually, it just doesn't communicate well.
Speak slow.
Don't ever mean to sound too like factual. So I just don't like to do it.
Blue Jay. I ain't trying to be sounding racist and shit, but it's like a lot of us fucked up. So you're gonna have to slow it down.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is like I'll talk about it as like a historical, like for instance, the involvement with Native Americans, things that are actual like, but I'm not gonna say which one's better, which one's worse, because to be honest, I have no idea. And so, but also it's all horrible. So I just don't
see. Okay,
like those kind
so
of things.
the translation is SKC. She is wise and mature enough not to go out on limbs and saw herself off.
Well, okay,
we'll talk about things and recorded information. That's
okay, she doesn't talk fast. She doesn't talk any faster than you.
They be talking fast.
Solid Snake. You know what? I really.
I be like, God damn! I'm trying to follow it.
Are you working in the morning?
I work this evening.
Okay, how about tomorrow morning?
Nah, I'm off. I'm off. Right? Yeah, I think I work. What today is? Monday. I work tomorrow evening too. Yeah.
Okay. Well, have you considered doing a double shift?
I've been doing double shifts all last month, Stanley. Come on now. I'm on my break now. Come on.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Well, I'm telling you, convenience store work is not like every other work. You know what I'm saying? We got a community to take care of.
Gotcha.
So your chat trying to communicate with you.
I jumped ahead.
But
well,
yes,
let's just go ahead and jump ahead, I guess. I was just kind of loving that.
Dave, come on up, man.
Like I seem like I'm disengaged, or I cut my screen because
Come on,
it's not running off the stream. It's just
no worries at all. No worries at all. Just let me sort of be a part of your melting pot of things. If you need to leave for anything, feel free. No hard feelings. Yeah, completely understand. Definitely. But anyway, I'm sure you have a lot of questions for me. I definitely have questions about things. I'm perfectly happy for you to start with the question, unless you want me to.
I don't want to start with a question. I think I first want to start with an apology. It's something I did at the end of the critique video. But I don't think, I know that not everybody caught it because that's just the nature of how we watch content. Most people watch content for the thing they're looking for most and thus get out of it what they are looking for. But I was well aware during and in the aftermath, like genuinely considered, I think I'm just gonna vault this, the video, that it's just not fun to be the subject of discourse, even if that discourse is important, which I think the discourse was in the video that we did. Even if there were important things that needed to be hashed out from that, or may have been learned, or even if there was conflict that came from it. I said it in the video, it's never fun to like scroll through your feed and see your face but not your videos, if that makes sense. It's something that's happened a lot to me. And you know, I said in the thing that this was not kind. This is not nice. We're going to try to be nice, but this is not going to be nice. We're going to try to be kind. But there's no way to not recognize.
I still have no idea what you're talking about. You're slow to get to the point, huh?
Yeah. SKC, can you remind me what they were talking about? And maybe I need to skip ahead.
You then lose yourself in the entirety of the process.
Oh wait, hold it. You know what? She's got this.
That wasn't a fun thing to experience, although I also know that that's just kind of part of our job. But being in front of you, I want to make sure that I was clear about that.
Okay, introduced FD apologizes. She's got this. You know what? I need to start doing this.
Yes, well, I think just in relation to that.
So she's got it kind of chaptered out.
Yeah, why didn't you talk to me about it? Why didn't you talk to me
I'm just wondering
beforehand? Because you reached out to me a year ago.
SKC, can you remind me what their beef was about? They had a beef about something, and he told me, and I can't really remember. It was something cultural, though.
Yeah,
I've seen his face. Like maybe she covered his video.
And then I didn't hear from you at all. And then the next time I heard from you, you made a video with your peers.
No rush.
About something. And it was also quite unique in that you haven't before uploaded a whole stream that you've done on your Patreon onto your B-side channel.
Blue Jay, maybe what I'll do
this video
is hold this until SKC can come up, because I'm guessing you'll agree with me. Why didn't you talk to me? But I need to know what it's about, and it may not even be that. It may not be that interesting to watch without SKC.
Yeah, it's almost like you're not really listening to what they're saying because you're just trying to figure out the puzzle. So it's like your mind's distracted.
He probably is. He's a leftist, Deacon Dave. Why would he not be? So
I wonder if we could find like a little short or something that kind of.
Well, I may even just do it on my own time. Because I find these sort of cultural conversations interesting.
Yeah.
But I do have something. I do have something that just premiered. And it is a topic that is timely. One of my favorite ladies on the internet. Why is this? Oh, wait, hold up. No, that's not what I want to do. Let me go back. Let me get rid of you. Do this. Let me do this. Let me resort it. There we go. I want to watch this. This is called "Is Protesting Ineffective? A Penny for Your Thoughts." I actually think that unless it's like a 1 million man march, a huge amount of people, I kind of wonder if the same thing is protesting like no kings really that effective.
Yeah, if anything, it's sometimes detrimental.
No, I don't think it's detrimental.
If they're
it's
out of
peaceful,
control and people kind of think,
well, see,
that
protest and riot are two
work
different
avoidance
things. They're not
rants on the
synonymous.
internet.
yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Penny for your
Lately,
thoughts
they
chat
seem to
on
be
Americans protesting,
coexisting.
specifically.
This woman is awesome.
Yeah, I've seen her before. I don't remember where, but yeah, the name's familiar.
All right, so again, this is called "Is Protesting Ineffective?" Penny, for your thoughts.
Repeat
Hey,
after
I
me.
leave my
We
phone
will
plugged
not
in
make
when I'm in
angry
StreamYard.
TikToks when avoiding
Sorry.
doing hard
So
work.
if
We
I-
will not sell
I'm sorry,
ourselves.
what?
I have to leave my phone plugged in when I'm in StreamYard, but I don't want to sit right by it. So I'm going to be walking away a little, so I'll stay muted. So if you say something to me, it just might take me a minute to get back to my phone to unmute. But I'm listening.
Okay, no problem. I would almost say yes to this question. I don't know that I've ever met a leftist who wasn't. I don't want to speak for all leftists, but they're not a
Joe
monolith,
Biden.
but I would say that most leftists tend to be, when you say friendly, I don't know, what does friendly mean? Like you don't slap them or, tie them up to a tree.
Well, remember when Joe Biden said he believes marriage is for a man and a woman? And I think it's time-based because now all leftists are, LGBTQ friendly, or the majority.
Well,
but
I would never say all because I would never say all because I'm sure not all
That's
are.
impossible.
And then you start. I would say no leftists or most leftists are not queer unfriendly. Like they're not going to be hostile.
Right. Especially if they're in the spotlight, if they're a politician or something. But I think that it was more acceptable for Democrats, leftists, even 30 years ago to openly say, yeah, it's for a man and woman. Like Joe Biden, obviously he kept progressing. He said that very succinctly, in the public, and a lot of Democrats were like, exactly, yeah, we agree. So I think it's changed, don't you?
Deacon Dave, everything that isn't tattooed or stamped with "Make America Great Again," you think is just you. When you say something like this, I usually just take it with a grain of salt.
Well, I think the No Kings was ineffective because it was so irrational.
Why? What?
It was so irrational.
Who was so irrational?
The whole point of those protests, saying that Trump's
I
trying to be a king and a dictator, whereas they're literally keeping criminals.
You're talking to someone who thoroughly disagrees with that.
That's
point.
Fine.
Avoiding doing hard work. We will not sell ourselves out for cheap dopamine in lieu of the work that moves us to where we want to go. We are better than anger-fueled work avoidance rants on the internet. Penny for your thoughts chat on Americans protesting. Specifically, are American protests actually ineffective or are we just misusing the tool? So this week I was scrolling TikTok, which I hate. Has anyone else developed a love-hate relationship with TikTok? No, just me? Okay. I was putting off something important, and while scrolling, I kept seeing people calling protesting cringe or criticizing everything about this past week's nationwide protest. Everything from the signs to what people wore, and I'm not gonna lie, I came out the gate pretty hot, okay?
You as a leftist are not going to be making the fucking signs that you think people should be having to provide aid to the cause that you feel that people should be running. Maybe shut the fuck up. Shut up. It's exhausting. It is so incredibly.
I full on crashed out about how ridiculous it is to tear down every single effort. Being stuck in this position where we're only providing criticism without an example of success while at the same time expecting organized movement. Not just that, but expecting organized movement with decentralized effort is nuts. Okay. Expecting 1960s levels of protest professionalism while being made up of normal, barely woke people who have never fought for anything, let alone for anyone else,
before, I might add, without sources of mutual aid to support those movements is short-sighted at best and honestly just straight up annoying at worst. You have to start somewhere. You get people making collective movements, it's easier the next time for them to make a collective movement. You get people understanding this is what the process is. It's easier for the next time. I'm just so incredibly shocked at how many people I see get on this internet and critique and don't provide solutions, don't say, hey, the next protest, I got signs. Hey, the next protest, here's what I'm going to be doing. Your girl lost it. I was frustrated. I was frustrated. I ended up pulling the post, not because I felt wrong, because I still feel pretty strongly about this, but because I don't want to contribute to
something real quick. So this is an example of what I experienced maybe a month ago. I pull up to the Whole Foods. Some nice, cute, very friendly looking girl comes up to my window. I'm like rolling down the window. I'm about to get out of the car anyway. I'm like, hi. And she's like, hey, would you mind signing this petition for keeping teachers' unions? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I don't care. I had to put all my information. You know, you have to actually like legitimately account for yourself, your address and everything else. But I bet you she got that passed. There's no protesting. That doesn't do anything. You have to get signatures and lobby for bills, stuff like that.
I see. Let me address SKC here. Two things about this. Thank you for telling us, or reminding me and telling Blue Jay what it was about. Two things. Kendi, the only work that I've read by Kendi, and that's by choice, is Stamped from the Beginning. That is not a shallow book. It is very detailed. It is literally a history with footnotes, etc. As far as the evils of capitalism, what would be the alternative? If you live in a capitalist system, benefiting from the capitalist system while criticizing it, Marx did the same thing. I don't see a problem. Now, you may not want to go in for all the excesses of capitalism, but in a capitalistic system, you gotta make a living. So I wish it had been me that she made these critiques to. If FD Signifier got mad over this stuff, then you know he's not quite the academic I thought he would be. I don't. If you are in a capitalistic system, what do people expect you to do but make money to support you and your family? You can criticize a system while still participating in it. Yeah, you could argue that it's hypocritical, but you got to eat.
And there's no such thing as like pure capitalism. We have socialist qualities in our economy and in our structure.
Plenty of them, but you know, her point was kind of a general point, I guess.
Infighting on the left. And, you know, it's just not what I want to put out into the universe, especially I've always been someone who believed in direct action. I don't believe in, you know, providing any bad news without solutions or something that you can use that information for, which is what I think makes a lot of people burnt out. You're just giving them intel and there's nothing that they can do with or translate that into action. And I don't want to allow my frustration to affect any, you know, coalition building. And I do understand the frustration that a lot of people feel with wanting you know, everyone to kind of just be on the same level already. I get that frustration. I also get like the frustration that comes from, you know, movements being co-opted and hijacked and just, I get it. I get it. But with that being said, I find myself circling back to this question, especially when it comes to people who feel the need to criticize any sort of protesting without providing any solutions or pathways forward. Are American protests actually ineffective, or are we just misusing the tool? My analysis is that we are misusing the tool. At the end of the day, more protesting is going to come. We already know that. But the bigger question is, what do we actually want to do with it? It seems like a lot of us are looking at protesting like the end all be all, instead of asking ourselves, okay, what happens before and after the march, the signs, the chants? How do we iterate? How do we make this better? Because if there's no goal or there's no strategy or there's no follow through, how do we even define success and failure? How can we say that something is a failure or something is not effective
if we don't really have any like measures of success that are kind of agreed upon. Seems like we don't really have agreed upon understanding of what the purpose of protesting is. Like that's the first issue, first and foremost. And when I say we, I mean people who lean to the left. And, you know, by lean to the left, I mean people who are aligned with that belief system that is prominent on the left and the ideology. And by belief system, I mean believing in things like racial and gender equity, labor rights, you know, climate justice, universal health care. The belief that systems, not just individuals, need to change, need to evolve. You know, when I say ideology, I'm not talking about political parties. I'm so far past political parties at this point, it's not even funny. And I think a lot of times people hear left and they think Democrat, or they hear right and they think Republican. And that's like, guys, the political breakdown video is coming, okay? It's coming. We're moving outside of political parties. And I think that's where we need to evolve to. What I'm talking about when I say ideology, I mean our shared values, the ones that, at least for me, center people over profit. You know, we have dignity over, you know, dominance or domination, and solidarity over status, over everything. It's a class war, baby. That is 100% my belief. So now that we have clarified who and what we are really talking about, hopefully we're on the same page now. What I mean when I say we and what I mean when I say left leaning, I think that's important to get clear on. So now we can ask the question with a little bit more clarity. If protests aren't working, I'm using the term working loosely because you have to have a measure of success in order to determine if something is working or not. If protests aren't working, is it because they are inherently ineffective, or is it because we've fallen for political purity on one hand, and on the other hand, we have forgotten what protests are supposed to do, or we're upholding them to some unrealistic outcome instead of evolving with the 21st century? Which one is it? Are they ineffective and that's just it, or are we holding on?
What?
Part of it, I think, is what happened now, the shift in protest, is it's just a bunch of outcry, but it's really relying on other people to be emotionally connected to the outcry enough to do all the legwork, do all the actual paperwork and the lobby and the passing of the laws, the legislative. So it's really just like kind of a lazy route.
I disagree.
Well, if you're not going to go to the next step.
Were you up here? Were you on here when I went over the No Kings website?
No, I don't think so. I
Okay,
just
let
think
me.
that I can't think of
Hold
in
on
my
one sec. Let me.
lifetime.
But before, hold on one sec. If you're, this is.
I mean, I'm
actually,
familiar with the No Kings protest. We had a
right, but
shooting here at ours.
let me show you something right quick. They had a whole website here. This is one of the few protests that I'm aware of. It's not like I track all the protests, but they literally had like this was about as organized as I've ever seen a protest. They literally have like trainings, and they had like a toolkit, you know, with suggestions for signs, I guess. They literally had calls and training. Know your rights, and know your rights videos, media and messaging, pre-event mass call. This was about as organized as I've seen.
I don't doubt that, but first of all, it doesn't always translate to the masses, but also I don't think the premise.
Okay,
has
it actually does. It actually does translate to the masses. This website is accessible by the masses. So anybody who wants,
how many people are going to those
let me finish
reading
what
it?
I'm saying, ma'am. Anybody who wants to participate, there's a whole host of stuff, training, resources for hosts. It was extremely organized, which is unusual for protests. I will grant you that, but not all protests are created equal, apparently.
Okay, well, I mean, our streets were filled with people. We had 10,000 people in Salt Lake City Street. And I'm just wondering, out of those 10,000 people, how many people took the time to read all this, see what the next step is, actually have a goal, or are they just joining in?
Okay, why does there need to be a goal?
Because that's how things get done.
Okay, I disagree. Protests aren't necessarily about getting things done. They're about protest. Okay, do people really think that having a protest is going to change Donald Trump's mind? The whole point of the protest is to let people know that we're not happy with what Donald Trump is doing. I'm
they
not
could be
sure.
protesting for
I'm
their
not
local
sure.
police to not be
I'm not
harassing
sure
people.
that it's reasonable to expect Donald Trump to see the protest and go, "I will mend my ways." That's
It's not meant for him. It's meant for the people that are approaching these citizens.
That is a very weird view. They were very specific. Okay. They were very specific about what this was for.
Yes, that they were being approached on the street and being targeted, and sometimes it was U.S. citizens. Sometimes
No, actually, the No Kings protest was basically, well, shit. It's called No Kings. They
right, because
don't
they're saying
like.
Donald Trump violated.
Correct.
His
So my
his
point.
structure.
Okay, Blue Jay. Look,
what
let me
was the result of
finish
his
what I'm
violation?
saying. Let me say what I'm saying, and you can respond. In my opinion, based on this website, it is one of the more organized protests. It wasn't haphazard. It was very organized with resources, with organization. It was very specific about what they're protesting. Protests aren't necessarily about getting things done. They are
What's the
to
mission
protest.
statement say? Do they have one?
I don't know. Look it up. You have the website
can
now.
you
It's
scroll down?
nokings.org. I'm not going to get knee deep into it.
Well,
my
I think
opinion,
I know the point of it, but...
my opinion is that it was better organized than most. And SKC, I have no clue who funded it. I'm sure somewhere on this website they'll talk about, sponsors and all that stuff. My question to you is, why does it matter? Who funded January 6th? Generally, I don't get knee deep into protests because I'm not actually a protest fan. I don't happen to think they, unless you've got 1 million people doing something, most times they're just protests. They don't do much. So let's get back to this young lady.
To this idea of what they are supposed to be, and anything that falls below this idea of what we feel they're supposed to be is a failure. And is that outcome, or what we feel that they're supposed to be, even realistic for this day and age? My analysis is protesting, like boycotting, is a tool. It is not a solution. I don't think it's even supposed to be a solution. It's supposed to agitate. It's supposed to disrupt. It's supposed to bring people in. So I can kind of see what people mean from the standpoint of, oh, it's performative, because if you have a very specific view of what a protest is supposed to do, and it's only supposed to disrupt or, stop the machine, then yes, I guess you could say, this last protest was a failure, if that's the definition that you are using. But if you have a little bit of a wider spectrum, which I think it's important to look at most things with a wider spectrum, in my opinion, it's supposed to do all of those things. It may not be doing all those things in one specific protest, or, you may have more of one thing in another protest and less of another thing in another protest. But ultimately, for me, agitation, disruption, bringing people in. That's my interpretation. Y'all tell me your interpretation. But the consensus that I was seeing was consistently, oh, the signs weren't serious enough. Oh, people had costumes on. Oh, it was just old people out there. We're so focused on critiquing how people are showing up instead of leveraging them, instead of activating them, instead of giving them specific instructions. We're focused on critiquing. And I'm not saying there's a problem with critiquing. That's a lot of times how things get better, but getting stuck on the diagnosis and never moving towards the solution, I think, is where we are at. We are not activating people when they do show up. And so the video that prompted my angry rant, the person gave a scenario about how silly signs take away from the movement and how serious they were in the 60s and how crappy it would feel to be protesting in the 1960s or something. And then you're getting beat up by the police, and the last thing that you see before you get cracked in the head is a silly sign that said something like, we love BBC or something, and how that takes away from the seriousness of the movement. While I didn't think the criticism itself was crazy, I think that for me, it was like, damn, this video got 1.2 million views. It could have been used in a way that was like, hey, here's like unified messaging that we have on the left. If you're somebody, because the girls were asking, what should we put on our signs? That tells me people want to know. People want to know. They don't know. They have no clue, especially when you think about like how many white people were out there protesting for the very first time. And what I don't think a lot of people realize is Black people are professionals in the fighting for justice arena. Like, you think about the protesters in Seattle, and they're like professional protesters, like they are operating as a well-oiled machine, but that's not everywhere. And Black people are the professionals of fighting for justice. And so, and I know particularly like these last few protests, I've seen a lot of Black people be like, we're not doing this. And, you know, we're not even going to get into the layers of intersectionality that need to happen for people to understand why some Black people would have that approach. But the fact of the matter is, as much as we hate it, we're the professionals in the room when it comes to fighting for justice. And so if you have protests that are taking place and, you know, there's not a heavy Black people presence, I don't expect them to be that way. I would just keep it a buck. So I thought that this criticism, without, you know, informing people and say, hey, this is something that would be better instead, it got 1.2 million views. Like, that's an insane amount of messaging that is critical with nothing following up or saying, do this instead, or like just evoking shame. And I think like that's a huge issue that we're having with call out culture. It's like, okay, how do we shift from call out culture to call in culture? So, you know, that triggered me. I was triggered with that. I thought it was crazy because all I could think about was, if I'm the victim of state sanctioned violence, I'm not really feeling better about it, because on the way down, at least the saw that I caught in my peripheral was serious. Like, we are literally critiquing activism being performative and then turning around and focusing on the importance of making sure the aesthetic vibes are just right for the backdrop of state-sanctioned violence.
You know, I will admit I'm having a hard time concentrating on what she's saying.
All the comments were like, oh my God, you're so
Me too. I kind of zoomed out a little bit.
Are so cringe. Oh, it was more of a social gathering. Oh, it wasn't Black this enough.
I like her
house.
I'm
mission statement.
so
I can't find
confused,
it. It's
because
really
do
like
we want
vague.
justice, or do we want to feel the most righteous? Do we want to feel the most right, the most pure? I have the purest politics of them all. Bet. Can you build something? Probably my biggest frustration with left-leaning folk, myself included, okay? I'm doing my own deconstruction, is that we mistake being anti-everything as being equivalent to being for something, and it's not. We should be building. We should be aligning. Because I'm really just starting to think that a lot of us don't actually understand power. Or we've been taught to fear it, or we've been taught to be anti so much that we've forgotten how to use it. And there's different types of power. Power is neutral. It's not good, it's not bad, it just is. It becomes one or the other depending on who wields it and how they wield it. How they wield that power determines if it is inherently evil, or, you know, if it is for the highest good. But if we keep treating all power as if it's inherently evil, if we refuse to build relationships with people who...
Hey, by the way, Dirty Dude, I saw an article a couple days ago. George Soros' son married Huma Abedin. I think that's her last name. You know who Huma Abedin is? She was married to Anthony Weiner. She was like some personal like aide to Hillary Clinton. Well, Soros just married her. So that's going to be like a future Democratic power couple. No.
Wasn't that guy like a weirdo? Didn't he get...
Who?
Anthony Weiner. That's a horrible name, but didn't he?
Yeah, he was the guy who kept sending Wiener pics.
Oh yeah, I knew there was some correlation. I'm like, wait a minute.
And he was married to Huma Abedin, who, you know, he was a Democratic congressman. She was like a personal aide to Hillary Clinton. And they had a child. And he was doing this shit because he got in trouble. I think he might have even, maybe he even went to jail. He got in some really hot water, had to resign his congressional seat, etc. And they kind of got back together because they were married, and then he kept doing it. So finally she just divorced him. and now she's with Soros's son or one of his sons. I don't think he's George Soros Jr., but he is a Soros. So I just had to point that out because Dirty Dude brought up George Soros.
Have any form of influence, resources, capital, then we are choosing to permanently be at a disadvantage. We are choosing purity over progress. That's aesthetic. That is not strategy. I was thrown off because I kept seeing people mock how old the protesting population is, like it was some sort of punchline, as if older folks aren't sitting on the bulk of this country's wealth, property, land.
I wonder if she wears
power.
makeup.
That's not a weakness.
Can you
That's not something
tell?
to scoff
I think
at.
she does.
That's opportunity. That's where assets are. That's where influence
she
is.
got like highlighter.
That's who can help fund
contour.
revolution if we know how to talk to them. If
She
we know
looks
how
like
to
she's
work
wearing
with
some
them.
sort of
so many
like
older
foundation
people
or
are
something.
incredibly willing to invest in causes
the
and
darker
people
on, like,
and
your
efforts
cheekbones
and
and around
have the
your,
resources
they have a
to do
certain way
so.
they do
There's
it.
nothing
Then you
turn
put
our
the
noses
like
up at.
shiny, like
There's no
lighter
honor
white
in
color on certain
unnecessary
areas to
suffering.
brighten.
Too many of us on the
Right.
left have swallowed the
Well,
eat
I
the
don't
rich
care.
absolutism Kool-Aid.
I'm just cheap. Whatever her lighting and her
Yeah,
makeup.
it's the highlight.
Look at her. Look at her.
Highlight.
Is that like a French cut nails? She's
French tip?
impeccable. Yeah, she is very
Yeah,
well
so French.
groomed. Oh my
Yeah,
Lord.
I think she's pretty. She's also, I don't know, she makes a lot of sense to me. I just kind of was looking at the website, or researching the group that. So the group that put the grassroots movement is I believe it's a nonprofit. It's 50501. That's who conceptualized and organized the No Kings protest.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to check into it, Dirty Dude. Because I mean, I literally, my primary care is a VA. I mean, I can honestly say I don't ever remember, like literally. I think the longest I spent in the Atlanta VA Medical Center, I spent like maybe 4 days there, maybe even 5, and maybe even longer than that, all told. I don't ever remember politics even coming up, so that would definitely be a change of policy.
Because we lack discernment and focus almost exclusively on condemning the game because a lot of us don't understand it. The reality of the situation is the ideology that tends to grow fascism isn't better or more realistic or, it's quite simply better funded. That's the reality of the situation. It's better funded. This next piece is very important. Please don't misunderstand me. This is not an appeal to a capitalistic savior, so please don't come at me with the master's tools can't dismantle the master's house, and black faces and high places can't save us, and yada, 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 yada. Blanket statements, especially absolute blanket statements, rob us of nuance and strategy. Everything ever created isn't the master's tools. Stop giving them so much credit, okay? And none to the power of collective movement. The same people who scream about wanting systemic change attack people on the same side as us, policing the crowd in their own way. In that very, very specific way, you think that you're doing good, but you're becoming the oppressive force instead of the empowering force. Those same people also swear that we have to build new systems, but either don't show up or show up with no plan, no skills, no structure. The most critical people are bringing nothing to the table of change, just their bodies to throw out the machine. And, that's important because you need more people to, make a movement happen and win people over to your way of thinking. And, throwing your body at the machine is brave. While that's brave, it's not enough. Not against billionaires, not against tech surveillance, not against militarized police. A revolution that relies only on sacrifice and not strategy is a martyrdom cult. I gotta call it like I see it. In my opinion, we don't need more outrage right now. We're all raged up, okay? We're all raged up. We need outcomes. We don't need more people who contribute nothing but purity politics. I think we're good, okay? We need people who know how to recruit and leverage power. Obsession with everything being grassroots and not organized is doing nothing but holding us back and leading to a lot of situations where people find themselves just criticizing. Oh, the signs weren't that serious? Yeah, That's because the decentralized nature of the protest. We want structure. We want aligned messaging, clear goals.
You know
that
what?
requires building, collective recruitment, collective investment.
I
We
had
need
no
people who
idea
can
she
not
was
just
that
throw
old.
bricks, but we also need them
She's
to. We need
almost
people who can
age
also build
appropriate.
bridges, who can amplify
Well, hold on,
messages,
Seth.
who
Let
can
me
write
stop this
policy,
right
who can
there.
I
understand.
think she has gray hair.
Huma Abedin is almost age appropriate for me. She looks real young. Hot as hell here, dude. It doesn't get hot in Boston. I lived up that way. What y'all call heat, I call late spring. Hey, the other day I was in Savannah, Latino, and it was like 89 degrees at 10:30 in the morning. So y'all don't know heat. And you know what? I don't know heat like they got in Texas. What's up, John? You're muted.
Okay, so it's John. I was going to say the 50-51. That's how they pronounce it. That's who organized and is like the umbrella company of the No Kings, right? It says 50-51 is a collection of people of differing and sometimes opposing ideals. Because the question was, why doesn't 50-51 have a position on certain topics? And executive overreach. So anyway, is John fixed
I don't
yet?
even know what is 50-51.
It's the like core company that started. It's a movement, but it says I downloaded.
Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, okay. You know what? I just heard of that the other day.
Yeah.
I had never heard of that. Yeah, 50 protests, 50 states,
handbook.
one movement.
Mm.
Now take a look at this.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
This looks pretty organized.
What's up, Stanley? What's up, everyone?
Hey, John.
Hey, John.
What's up, Blue Jay?
So this is going to happen on July the 4th.
Mm.
Yeah, and then on July scheduled.
And then on July 17th, they have.
Yep.
Yeah, Good Trouble Lives On in honor of John. What's his name? Damn, how can I forget? He's
a flyer the other day. John Lewis.
I got the handbook. It just says basically. It's just talking about. It says agreed upon idea they have is to end the executive overreach of the Trump administration. Do not look to 50-51 for leadership or permission to hold your own government accountable. And it talks about what it is. It's like really big. And then it says, what are the phrases no kings and hands off about? Just executive overreach again. What's that? But I guess they paired up with Bernie Sanders' group called Political something. I just saw it. So when they first started their first protests were coinciding.
Dirty Dude, head over to my chat. Didn't I make you an admin over there? If
hey,
you
I'll
got
let you
a
guys
link.
talk. I'm going to be muted up for a minute.
Okay, well, I'm just going to ask Dirty Dude to run over to my chat. I think he's an admin there, and just drop any links you got. Oh wow, are you sure she's 48? And if you're not an admin, just type that you're not, and I'll well shit, I guess I could do it now, couldn't I? So let me just finish up this young lady here, and then we'll move on. Because John, you're starting up at 11:45.
Oh no, man. I gotta push that off. I got my young boy here, Johnny boy. He's been working out today. Stanley.
Oh really? Is he? What's he doing?
Oh yeah, I gotta post him before.
Shit, you got him out in that heat.
Let's see what the temperature is. I don't think it's too bad. It is 90 degrees. But I think it's so hard, boy. He don't give a shit. You know?
Dude, you're gonna have that motherfucker singing Negro spirituals. You don't have him picking vegetables, do you?
Mm-hmm. But so what I did have him do for the update for the audience, because I mentioned this, Stanley, We have a few people here. So I said I wanted to do an experiment, having cleaning up the neighborhood and see if someone will notice. Maybe offer him something, opportunity to do more. There's plenty of people in this neighborhood that probably need some help around their house doing something. And they see you working, particularly cleaning up an area that you don't have to clean up, it may make an impression upon them. So it's an experiment here. We're gonna see how it all turns out.
Yeah, you and your social experiments.
Yeah. Yeah, I might end up having to help and make some little money myself.
Well, I don't know. You know what? And it's so funny because me as a man of the left, you're going farther than I would. I mean, I'm not into remaking grown men. Now, you've known him since he was a boy, so I can understand why you would feel the urge to mentor him. So I'm not actually even being judgmental.
Well,
I guess my point is you're a better man than me.
I'll tell you this, Stanley. There's something he just doesn't know. Just didn't have a father like that. So he shows up to do with his young brother, the one you've seen. I said, look, I will penalize you for coming with him. I told you to come by yourself. You don't go to work with a fucking friend. So I'll penalize you. He said, well, I sent him home. I said, well, that's what you should have done before you got here. But you mentioned the heat, and I looked down and said, damn, it is 90 degrees out there, but he out there working.
We did just a quick aside. The heat. There's a story I did a couple hours ago about how hot it's going to get in the north central part of the country, and it's moving east. So DC's one of those hot spots that could be setting heat records. I'll drop the link in the back. Well, shit, you're in DC. You got local weather.
But a lot of times we hear American men can't do the work, the Mexicans work hard, and it's 90 degrees. He's outside, and his problem is he needs a little bit more direction, like hand holding or micromanaging. He will do the work, and if there's someone with work willing to put him to work, this motherfucker, I said, 90-degree weather, bro, ain't asked for a drop of water. Yeah, he's probably asked water from someone.
Yeah, he needs to watch that if he's not used, because you want to drink water even when you don't think. If you're not sweating,
I mean, even if they had water,
be in trouble.
I don't doubt he's probably had water somewhere. Maybe he had some water with him, but he probably took a smoke break too. But my point is, the heat don't scare him.
Shit, you're from Alabama. You know all this.
Shit don't bother me at all. And so there are young people like that in Americans. And he just happens to be black. And I think they face a big disadvantage here when the Mexicans are here, who are willing to work in the heat just the same, but a little bit more organized and have an ecosystem that can put them to work.
Yeah, but I mean, Mexico has hotter temperatures. I mean,
I'm going to Costa Rica tomorrow for a week. It's like 80 degrees and then like 80% humidity. But it's by the beach.
Yo,
lucky you.
Yeah, lucky me. My mom for my son's graduation.
Stanley, I just had a phone call from an African guy from the Congo. He said he'd been here 6 months. As soon as he got his wife divorced him, put him out the house.
She's from the Congo also?
I guess so. So he's like, man, I need help bad, man. I need a place to live.
Oh, wow. What's he here for?
Work, I guess. He works in a nice, like a gentleman's club or like a upscale, like not nightclub, but like a private club downtown. He said he's gonna send me all the information about it. It's very interesting.
Okay, so let's finish up with this young lady, if I can find where she is. This is like just got a few minutes left.
People who know how to negotiate with leverage. We need people who know about investment. We need people
Dirty dude, try it now.
We need urban planners. We need strategists. We need architects. People who can organize with discipline, or at the very least, people who are willing to learn, not just critique from the sidelines or excluding anyone who doesn't fit your ideal narrative of what a revolutionary is supposed to be. Resistance without relationships is just noise. Criticism without intentional action to close the gap is bitching. A follow-up to my penny for your thoughts question is, do we want to just tear it all down? Or do we want to build something better? Because if all we do is burn it all down and we've never learned how to build, then what exactly are we expecting to rise from the ashes? What are we expecting to give birth to? In my perspective, in my analysis, okay, we can't keep acting like every protest should result in immediate legislation or else it's a failure. Hot take, hot take, hot take. It's like we need instant gratification and we want it everywhere, even in our protests, when that's never happened. We want 1960s results without 1960s conditions, along with mass indoctrination of rugged individualism and the neoliberal gutting and co-opting of collective communal institutions of the 70s, 80s, and 90s that actually held the line on left-leaning movements. A lot of that stuff doesn't even happen anymore. It doesn't even exist anymore. It's been weakened to the point of not even being worth mentioning now. This is an entirely new ballgame. We look at their end result of what was probably months, if not years, of getting people organized to move as a collective, and then we compare our first drafts to someone else's finished product and then call ours a failure. We ignore all the invisible work that is happening or has happened to move the needle. That type of thinking ignores the long game. It ignores the cultural shift, the community building, the radicalization that changes mind, the collective recruitment potential, the clarity that starts to come from people showing up consistently, repeatedly, identifying the strengths and the need, and then building a base. We definitely cannot keep acting like grassroots means we need to do it with no resources, no partnership, no strategy. It's giving, I'm a strong, independent grassroots movement and I don't need no help. Okay, that mindset is what keeps us broke, it keeps us scattered, it keeps us burnt out. And if we really want to see progress, we need to evolve. That means criticism, but also intentionally providing tangible solutions and alternative and redirections. It's not enough to just diagnose all the time. We are long past the point of diagnosis. We are capped, okay, I think, on the diagnosis of problems. That means, building movements that know how to build support, that know how to build power, not just challenge it or only challenge it or move with the, all power is bad energy, which is, it's lazy and it's outdated. We're long past that point in time. Now is the time to be clear, to be strategic, be willing to grow and evolve. Now is the time. We're long past the time. And, there's this song by John Craigie that I absolutely love. And he talks about how nothing can ever be great if we won't let people be great. If we're always holding on to the greats of the past and we're not allowing space for people to be great now. Okay, I'm off my soapbox now. Okay, so Penny, for your thoughts, friends, what do you think makes a protest effective? What would effective messaging look like in this day and age? We can share that information. What would it look like if we stopped treating protests like an end and we started treating them like a beginning? What would happen then? That's all I got for you.
I got something that I'd like to happen. She's also a skater. She does skating videos.
Oh, that's where I've seen her. Yeah, you showed one of her skating videos before, I think, or somebody did on your channel.
She is very trim and athletic.
Yeah, I do remember her. Okay, I know the name sounds familiar, but
I guess this is where I saw that article. Alex Soros and Huma Abedin share their lovely story and wedding. So I had no clue she's almost 50. That is fucking amazing. And she's had a child, maybe two, but I think one. So she's 49, he's 39. Wow. She must be awesome.
we're looking younger and younger these days. You guys gotta watch out. Got competition.
Well, she's probably wearing makeup in the picture.
She looks good though. She really does.
And I'm assuming that's Anthony Weiner's son. Man, I guess it's been a while since he was in trouble, but very interesting. I wonder what happened to did she have a thing for Jewish men? Anthony Weiner was Jewish.
No, back in the day, women were looking rough. Like some of those old pictures, but now we have sunscreen and we don't have to.
No, this is the story made the New York Times, Deacon Dave. That's
Is that
I either read it.
Soros' son or something?
Yeah, I either read it in the New York Times or I read it in Washingtonian. The Washingtonian, I think that's the name of the magazine. So he only has time to protest on my panel, apparently. What's up, Portia? All right, so we are almost at 5 hours, 22 minutes till the 5 hour mark, and I think I'm going to wrap it up there.
Okay, well, I'll hop down now. Actually, I gotta get some stuff done.
Well, you got to get packing, right?
I do. Exactly.
Oh, lucky you.
Big experience.
Well, take pictures.
I will. I might even, who knows, maybe I'll even do a live stream or something. Who knows?
Yeah, you
Probably
ought
not.
to.
Probably not.
Well,
Maybe.
just take the pictures, and when you come back, be ready to show them.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, have a good trip.
Okay.
Ooh, this
thanks. Have a
is
good day.
interesting. We're gonna watch this gentleman. Then I got one more short. This is basically one that Dirty Dude just provided me. Let's get rid of that. Let's play this.
That's what I've always been told, that they love veterans. They seem to imply that Democrats don't, but the Republicans definitely love veterans. Unless those veterans are Democrats or unmarried. According to this new piece from The Guardian, extremely disturbing and unethical new rules allow VA doctors to refuse to treat Democrats and unmarried veterans. Doctors at VA hospitals nationwide could refuse to treat unmarried veterans and Democrats under new hospital guidelines imposed following an executive order by Donald Trump. The new rules obtained by The Guardian also apply to psychologists, dentists, and a host of other occupations. They have already gone into effect in at least some VA medical centers. So it works like this. Medical staff are still required to treat veterans despite their race, color, religion, and sex, and all veterans remain entitled to treatment. However, individual workers are now free to decline care for patients based on personal characteristics not explicitly prohibited by federal law. So what does that mean? It means language requiring healthcare professionals to care for veterans regardless of their politics and marital status has been explicitly eliminated. Also, doctors and other medical staff can be barred from working at VA hospitals based on their marital status, on their political party affiliation, or even union activity. And we're talking about like chiropractors, certified nurse practitioners, optometrists, podiatrists, licensed clinical social workers, and speech therapists can just lose their job because they're registered Democrat or because they're just not married. When you claim to care about veterans, to care about the fact that these people, regardless of their political party affiliation, served their country, many of them got injured doing so, and now you want to deny them care because of who they might vote for, when you say that, it's a real big don't listen to what I say and watch what I do kind of situation. Donald Trump and Republicans love veterans, right? That's what I've always been told. That they love veterans. They seem to imply that Democrats don't, but the Republicans definitely love veterans.
Oops, this is repeating.
Those veterans are Democrats.
Well, that is very interesting. He didn't name the executive order, so I'll have to look that up. It's a Guardian article. Why would you not want to treat unmarried people? Well, I can actually think of some, I guess. So let's see. I'm definitely going to go and look up that executive order. And then I want to play this one.
Something about the experience of being a Black biracial woman, I think a lot of people don't understand, and that's being fetishized. Now, on a surface level, most Black people know what that feels like, and they know what it looks like. However, being biracial is a different scenario. We all know that a lot of interracial relationships happen as a result of fetishization, but nobody talks about what that does to the kids. We acknowledge that biracial people have privilege without acknowledging the fact that we also are still treated less than human. Many white people gravitate towards us because they see us as a more palatable form of Blackness. However, there are white people who are more disgusted by the idea of somebody being mixed race and, you know, the white race not being pure anymore than they are with Blackness. So they will tolerate Black people as long as we stay over there. But then when a me comes around and they're like, wait, I'm related to you, or like my people created you, that's disgusting. So I got interrupted and then forgot to record, but I'm back. So like I said, sometimes some white people will be more tolerable of a Black person with two parents that they're not related to, as opposed to a mixed race person. I noticed this a lot in my family. I mostly grew up around my white family with white people, white friends, all that stuff. I did have Black friends, but I only had like 2 or 3. And one of them I'm still friends with today that I met in elementary school. But I had very little exposure to my Black culture. It was very confusing for me growing up because my white family didn't really know how to teach me about my Blackness, so they just never brought it up. And they tried to treat me as if I wasn't any different than a white person, even though I had vastly different experiences than they did. And so a lot of my racist family members, even if they weren't outwardly racist, they still only tolerated me and like my dad, who's Black. They never really treated us like we were human. They always treated us as if we were some special guest, even if we were related to them. I don't think some of them could ever come to terms with the fact that their descendants were no longer purely white. Yet if they saw a Black person on the street somewhere, or like, I don't know, at the campground, they wouldn't necessarily be racist towards them. But as I've said in the past, tolerating Black people is not respecting Black people. My problem was I couldn't just step away like Black people could. Black people can remove themselves from white spaces and go home and be perfectly fine. I couldn't do that.
Well, you know what? Her Black father should have taught her to say fuck it. She should have started saying fuck it and fuck you around about 16 years old. Let's see. She put all of the conversations videos on Thread. She went crazy and her parents shut her down. Who went crazy? Let's see. I didn't follow all of that. This girl is, oh, you know who she is? Portia, are you talking about the girl I just showed? Oh, wow. So she does look a little unstable. Oh, wow. She does look a little wild-eyed. Well, if you're going to do a story, I definitely want to be there when you do it. Just so everyone knows, I mean, my son was literally born. I see she's got on a University of Virginia sweatshirt. My son literally grew up in that part of the world, though, you know, we're a couple hours away from UVA. However, he grew up in Northern Virginia, biracial, and as far as I know, never had a problem. So unlucky her, but I will definitely be interested in that story there. Portia. So let's see, where am I? Time wise, we are at 4:46. She's the problem. Yeah, I can believe that. It's kind of funny, Portia, in my experience, sometimes people treat you like you act. So I'll just leave it at that. Cookie Monster Eyes. Yeah, she does look a little wired, I'll say. So let's see. There was another short there that I wanted to watch, if I can find it. Darn it. Let's see. Does it show up? Does it show up? Let's have a look at this one.
Hey, we're back. It's Damon the Global Gardener at the Browns Mill Community Garden Food Forest. This is the only sign I could find of the food forest. On Google Maps, it's called the Urban Food Forest at Browns Mill, Atlanta, Georgia. Video 4. Let's see, where are we at? There's some people that came through originally from Jamaica that are doing some martial arts over on the other side of the greenhouse. Interesting to hear about their garden. And here's an herb garden. This actually tells you the 3 ways to harvest herbs. That's handy. I saw ageratum over on this past the agaves there, which must have some edible component. Please comment below if you know about the edibility of ageratum. I've always known it as a landscape plant. So here we are. This is a former pecan or however you want to say pecan. Sounds like a bird, really, like a penguin or a pelican, or I don't know. I always thought that was a funny word that people say it differently. But it's a former pecan forest. I'm from California, so I say it that way, West Coast. And but I see some other possible nut trees. These look like walnut. Here's pineapple guava, Aca soloiana, which I've always known them as Feijoa, so there must be a name change that I should look up. Produce a gorgeous edible flower and strong tasting fruit. It's pretty awesome. The flowers taste like the fruit, are edible and wonderful, and the fruit are edible and wonderful. But the flowers,
well, the fruit come from flowers.
You'll still get the fruit.
I thought.
And they're pretty darn abundant. They do love water, so it's good these are on sort of a downhill slope. Look, we have some swale plantings here. There's a couple of mound this way and a mound behind it.
Let me also give you a little history about why I like these boring garden videos. And I haven't done it in years. But when my son was small, I think I might have even told this story. I thought I was going to just kind of freak my wife out when I told her that I wanted to pull up all the shrubs in front of the house and turn it into a garden, thinking that she'd be like, hell no. She's like, yeah, that's a good idea. And I was going to do the whole front lawn because most of the land of the house, we were on an acre lot, but most of the acre was behind the house. So I was just going to turn the front of the house into just one big garden, or maybe just till it up and make like a wildflower like garden sort of thing. But anyway, we gardened for years. And, it was something that, the 3 of us could do. And, my wife would do a salsa garden. So, at times of the year we'd have fresh salsa, which I actually had never, well, it's not salsa, actually, it's pico de gallo, which you can cook and make salsa. Anyway, so I have a thing for gardening. I haven't done it in years, but, I was living a life up in the mountains where I could garden, I could fish, I was having a good old time outdoors. So I miss those days. So that's why I kind of, I may be boring you with these videos, but it's why, it's kind of sentimental for me.
And in between, where water saturates, some trees. I'm not sure what is planted in the mound, or it is soil. So they did intentionally move soil up onto the mound to maybe prevent runoff into the neighbor's fence, and they just have a lawn over there. So whatever, not very interesting monoculture. But here, a polyculture.
You know what, dirty dude, I've been saying for years. And next year, I think I'm going to probably going to just do raised garden beds. So yeah, I mean, things like tomatoes are really easy to grow. Cucumbers, I never had luck with cucumbers up in Virginia, more than one crop maybe. And I also want to try Brussels sprouts and broccoli again. I was never able to do it because cabbage moths would eat them. But yeah, I loved gardening. Is just so peaceful, especially if like in the morning, before it gets hot. So it is something, and you don't need a whole lot of room to do it. And the vegetables taste better, partly because you grow them yourself. So, as a matter of fact, the garden spoiled me. Gardening and making bread spoiled me. Bread, I don't ever buy bread products. I can make tortillas, I can make pita, I can make French bread, regular sandwich bread, hamburger buns, hot dog buns, even some specialty stuff. It just tastes so much better. And like pizza dough, because I didn't know all my life that I like thin crust pizza. Thin crust pizza is so easy because you don't necessarily have to let it rise at all. You can just make it and roll it out, and the rise gets done in the oven. So these are just things, and it's kind of hard to do if you are young and you've got multiple kids. It can be hard. It's things maybe like bread you can do with your kids, gardening you can do with your kids, fishing you can do with your kids. There are some things that you can do with your kids even in the kitchen. Like when my son was small, I had to find that knife and show it to you all one day. It was like a kitty chef's knife. It came with finger guards and a little thing. It was almost like a trigger, just to make sure the kid's fingers are out of the way of the blade. So he was like maybe 5 or 6 and had a chef's knife, and it could actually cut. I have that knife around here somewhere. He liked to cook, and you know what? As long as I'm there, I was okay with him using the knife. Roz, how you doing? You had a great show, Roz. Let's see. Roz, let me find your link, your show link. I'm sorry, your channel link. I had a really good time trolling from the chat mostly. I think people come to your show, Roz, and they expect a chill experience, and I just come in and ruffle feathers. So let me go ahead and play this video. While I'm doing that, I'll find your show, your YouTube credentials or information and drop it into the chat, Roz. And again, Roz, you are much like my wife, are a very patient woman.
They seem to like to cover things. I'm not sure what's under wraps there, or why there's this kind of more tarp boat cover thing going on. Oh, there's a few of them. But maybe to either extend the season or get things going because we're in November 10th here, going into the cooler season of the year. Oh, they're potatoes, however you want to say that, is this mound. So that must be potatoes and potatoes, symbiotically one and the same underneath there. This is probably insectary. This is a great butterfly. Is this lantana? Bugs, all kinds of bugs love that. Pollinators particularly. Nice. Rosemary? Or Oreganum vulgare? Also ways to pronounce Latin. Here's some Fragaria chiloensis, just the little kind of almost wild strawberries. Not too flavorful, more ornamental. A great ground cover though. Being that this is Jimmy Carter land, Georgia. He was the governor of Georgia in the early 70s and president
Jimmy
in the
Carter
later 70s.
land.
And
He's from
presidential
Plains. That's
library
not
there
that
today,
close to Atlanta.
peanut stuff. And so knowing that peanuts grow here really well and are a legume, there's a ground cover peanut that doesn't really produce a lot of peanuts because those peanuts get taller, and which are interesting because then they pollinate and then they put their heads back into the soil too, and that's where the peanuts are, the ground nuts. Fascinating. But there's more ornamental ground cover peanut that would do extremely well here. I've seen it in there's a permaculture farm in Hawaii on Maui that has that, and it's lovely because instead of like having to weed everywhere, you just have this wonderful ground cover that just covers and grows and keeps mulching itself. And like it's wonderful to add mulch, but that like you have to be able to get it, you have to truck it in, you have to truck it around, you have to spread it out. It's a lot of work. So having things that in a permaculture idea system that are self-mulching and self-care and self-perpetuating is the idea of permaculture. Is the next order of business. So I did see further over there's a bed that it's full of little sprouts that are coming up, and it has a sign that says this is a cover crop, do not weed this area. For some reason when people think gardening, they want to like weed.
I'm gonna have to find this food forest.
If there's one rule, it's that the more you grow, the more you can grow. So cover crop, like the more things that are growing and self-mulching and creating soil and building the system and feeding the worms and being pollinators and stuff, life happening begets more life. So kind of maybe a biblical thing. Life begets life begets life. Like all the series of characters, like 100 Years of Solitude, if you've ever read that. It's just generation after generation after generation of people and their stories and how they all tie together and relate. And so plant families working together for the betterment of our enjoyment. Here's another, is this a pecan? Looks like a pecan. It's going into fall here, dormant season, and strawberries underneath. So they're getting the rain down of that mulch and that enjoyment. Here's a quince, Sidonia oblonga. It's maybe hard to see amongst all the others, but the quince, which is a weird, they're actually not that tasty, but it's a Portuguese and maybe Spanish. They add a bunch of sugar and pectin and make it into the quince paste that goes really well with cheese. Be nice if it had less sugar and more cheesy. So anyway, here's this looks like
yeah, I'll stop it right here because I'm right at 5 hours. Just a reminder, folks, anytime you want me to drop a link for these videos, I can do that. I do list at least the links I use at the beginning of the show in the show notes. Every now and again, somebody will email me something to play. You're welcome to do that too. Because I mean, you don't necessarily have to be hostage to everything that I'm interested in. I tend to be interested in a lot of things. Like I really wasn't that interested in skating until, roller skater Texas girl started talking about skating. So I've always been interested in a multitude of things. If you have something that you're interested in, feel free to email it to me. It's Stanley at JG for John Galt, HB for HB, at jghb.info. So generally I'll see it the same day. Sometimes I don't check my email, but that is that. Everybody, please make sure that you hit the like button. Help a brother out. Hit the like button. It's free. And make sure that you Subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, and share it out. There are things that we do here that that don't get done anywhere else.
Man, where you finna go, man? Where you finna go? Now, I told you I was going over to Be Brave show to represent the channel, and here you is, you talking about leaving the channel, and you ain't even showed none of the material we had going on over there.
I unsubscribed.
Why?
Well, mainly because if I literally say I disagree with the video, pretending that I agree with the video to me is disingenuous. Why would I want to associate with people like that? It's literally okay. It is literally the definition of intellectually dishonest. And I kind of pride myself on people being intellectually honest. If I disagree with the video, play the part where I say I disagree with the whole video. I didn't even disagree with parts of it. I literally asked, why did they even make the video? That part didn't get played. That part didn't get talked about. In the title of the show, he literally says Stanley presented / agreed. I don't play those games.
You know how the conversation
motherfucker,
flows.
you are interrupting me and I'm not done yet. Okay. I don't play. I don't know, dude. I don't play nice. If I think that you are that level of dishonest, I want nothing to do with you. So what he can do
this, Stanley.
Okay, no, it's done. What do you mean don't do it? It's done. I don't play those sorts of games.
It ain't that serious.
It's serious to me. There comes a time, now maybe you haven't reached this point in your life, but there are times in a man's life where he has to take himself, his ideas, and his friends seriously. And once someone proves to me that they're just going to take an idea or something that I've done and misrepresent it, dude, I'm not that kind of guy. And I don't give a fuck if people don't understand why. Dude, I don't like to be interrupted. Can you hold your tongue until I'm done? I don't play those games. Okay. I take ideas seriously. I take what I do seriously. Even if it's not that serious to other people, I take myself seriously. Okay. And maybe half the goddamn problem with folks is they don't take themselves seriously enough. So it's not for you to approve. It's not even, it's not for you to, it's not for you to judge. I don't need your approval.
I'm being a friend with you right now.
I do not need to explain myself, Solid Snake.
Well, Stanley, sometimes in this civilian community, you got to take yourself seriously enough to know you're going to be taken seriously.
You know what?
And you're not ready for being taken seriously if you already giving up. And I don't like this attitude you got.
What am I giving up? The views of a fucking racist?
What views of a racist?
I will willingly give that up.
Stanley, he has a more honest opinion than you, seemingly. Because you running away. You ready to run away and commit suicide.
I suggest you pick up your stakes and you go hang out with the honest racist.
What I suggest you do is put your stakes in your back pocket.
I don't give a shit.
Stop calling everybody a racist.
I'm not calling you one yet.
I'm not a racist, Stanley. I'm much more of a cultural person.
You just like honest racists.
Yeah, well, that's true too. That's true.
See,
I do like honest racists. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, the bottom line is that's your quirk, that's your hang up, that's your predilection.
At the end of the day, what that pride gonna get you, man? What that pride, what that racial pride gonna get you at the end of the day?
No. You're mistaking racial pride for I don't like motherfuckers who lie and misrepresent. This isn't a racial thing.
Stanley,
This is
you do it
okay,
all the
dude.
time.
Dude, this is not a race thing. I know you want it to be so badly. It is a trust thing. Nothing to do with race.
A beer.
I will as soon as I sign off.
No, don't sign off yet.
What is there left for me to do? You got something you want? You got some content we need to present?
Hell no, shit. We got conversation.
It's not that great.
It don't need to be. Everybody gonna be here.
Dude, most people are probably over at B Braves right now.
And guess what? He gone.
Oh, well,
it's
good.
Just Stanley now.
All I missed was dishonest representation of me. So no great loss.
Why you didn't join the panel, Stanley?
For what?
Why are you so detriment on this side angle?
Let me tell you.
I don't see how you're gonna win.
Wait, there was something to win? What's there to
do
win?
better, Stanley.
I will do just that.
Public opinion. Public opinion.
Dude, you haven't noticed by now that I want the public to like me, but it's not going to take food out of my mouth if they don't.
Damn right. You don't want the people that love you to love you.
Oh, you love me?
Everybody that joined the fucking panel loves you, Stanley.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Everybody. They don't join the panel until they want to talk to Stanley.
Well, I just figured they'd come up to
Ain't nobody joining the panel for Solid Snake. What the fuck? Who the fuck want to talk to me? You can talk to me on any goddamn black YouTube channel. I'm all out you. But goddamn it, how many motherfucking Stanleys do we got in this world?
Probably
one. Stop selling yourself short.
Yeah, Tyrone, Tyrone, you're an expert. Tyrone can tell you how many beers you in.
Damn, Stanley, you make me sick with this goddamn victimhood bullshit, man.
What do you mean victimhood?
You always acting like a goddamn victim.
No, I'm acting like a man and taking action.
Stanley, you ain't got that right.
I have taken action and done what I wanted to do.
What taking action mean?
I know what I will take, I know what I won't take, and I have acted accordingly. So, Snake, I need you to understand that I don't measure. I don't measure, what I do by your standard.
Okay, but I don't measure you by my standard as well.
I do not ask you to.
I'm finna go, Stanley.
I do not ask you to. I do not expect you to, and you should not do.
Well, because I love you too, I'ma do what it do. Anything else, Stanley?
Have you eaten breakfast this morning?
Shit, nigga, I'ma eat sometime today.
Okay. All right. Well,
everybody hit that like button, man. Hit that share button. Hit that subscribe button, man. We in this thing.
Well, John, I was about to end it. You can take over if you want.
Oh man, I got something to do. Hold on. Shit, I got something to do.
You better keep making sure Johnny Boy is well hydrated. I'm worried about him.
I just gave him some water there. He just came here. I just sent him to another property to do something.
He didn't ask
John,
for
you trying to start to a new slave colony?
Man, it might be. Man, he willing to work, man. He just need
I should have been that slave, nigga. What's wrong with you, Johnny? You should have got me out there. Now you got somebody else out there you don't even know.
Hey,
I'm mad.
He was a little boy. You've been seeing him on the stream, but man, there's always room for more. Snick, I told you that a long time ago, man. You should come up.
Oh,
here,
he need Uncle Didi out there. He need Uncle Didi in Washington, D.C.
Man, you saw, man, I don't know if you saw the stream with Master Kim and I. We talked about that convenience store that's for sale around the corner from my house. It's actually on the same street as one of my houses, and it's still for sale, man. And I figured that really there.
Is you gonna go and do an inside? I mean, like what I want you to do is go do an inside inspection.
But anyway, so I was gonna say that I don't think that outside of it's a big store, Master Kim. Well, I went in the store on the stream, and Master Kim and I, we talked about it, man. I think the reason why it's sitting there so long is because outside of foreigners, I don't think anyone else is gonna buy the place. Because
John, you got enough money to buy the place. What do you mean?
Jesus Christ. Because I think that there's a part of it that you have to be able to manage the place as well. And that's
John, I can do that.
Okay. We're not from afar, but you have to be a team that's right here on the scene, a person that has some convenience store experience, which Solid Snake does, and then someone who has some real estate experience.
John, I'm right here.
In Louisiana.
We can hear you.
Yeah, you're right there in Louisiana, right?
So what you saying is if I move to Washington, D.C., you're going to look after me better?
Yeah, I mean,
I need a job, John, when I get there.
I got plenty of work.
I need a job day one, John.
Yeah,
I need a salary.
I told you, reached out to you a while back, man. I said you should come up here. We probably can make something happen.
A while back.
Yeah, because that business right there, he's just talking scream. But that business right there, I think would be, something that someone like, you hear me talk about this all the time. Something like maybe you and me and maybe my business partners could more easily pull it off. Or someone like Tyrone. Tyrone's in ours. I think but Tyrone has a lot going on in Georgia. You can't leave that behind. But yeah, it'd be very interesting. Yeah, very interesting. I think you.
You fucking right, I can manage both of them stores, man. Y'all motherfucker got me tripping, man. I raised the whole community off the Arabs because the black people wouldn't do it.
I'm the fucking content we can run out of that store, bro. That shit would be fucking hilarious. Solid Snake.
We're not doing that, John. We're gonna.
It would be like
you damn right we could. You damn right we could.
It'd be the Duck Dynasty of Southeast.
Now give me 3 weeks. Give me 3 weeks, and I'll shut Stanley mouth closed.
You ever want to come up, Snake? You ever think about it, man? For sure, we definitely do it, man. You know what I mean?
I need $2,500 up front, and if I don't work out, I pay you back every dollar you got. $2,500.
We talk offline about that. Shit, call me. You got the number right here in the chat, in the channel, and then I'll just respond back.
Yeah, I'm a motherfucking nigga, man. I'm the real nigga.
You can email me.
I bet can't nobody run a store better than me.
Yeah, email me.
John, take a look you got a message in the back.
Who's it at?
Portia.
I got kids coming in the store taking pictures in my store on Facebook just because it looks so good.
I don't know if
I keep my store clean. I keep my store clean and organized. I got community language. I know how to talk to niggas. I tell them motherfuckers up front, I ain't no Arab ass nigga. John, it's a difference. They can come into an Arab store and run over them people with all that, but like I tell them, if you walk your ass in my store and you see me mopping, don't think a wet flow sign gonna save your ass in court.
Yo, man, I just had the lady text me. She just wanted to book a room for, how long did she want to book it for? 29 nights, 2 guests, and an infant. But in reality, I think she said it's her and 2 children. 2 young children.
Oh, Lord, John, no.
And I'm about to publish to the stream. I just got a call from the lady just a few minutes ago. So I recorded some of these calls. She is moving. Did she say she getting a divorce? Yeah, she getting a divorce. And so she says, this is the second divorce call I've had today. And she's getting a divorce, and She has to prove to the government that she has a safe place to live for the child. The child's a teenager, and she's willing to rent a room with the teenage son. Bro, ooh, that's rough for a woman, man. Sheesh, that's rough for both of them. Right? But definitely rough.
John, have you thought? I mean, is there money in advertising as like a shelter for divorcees? A safe harbor.
But you know what's interesting, bro? I'm gonna tell you this.
Listen, y'all look at the game wrong. That's why the Arabs gonna take over. See, just like Tyrone said, that's why the Arabs have you, Nickel. You know why the Arabs have me, Nickel? Because they got structure.
How about stay on top?
Black people don't have structure. Black people don't have confidence or faith in each other to get a goddamn job done. And that's what I'm trying to prevent from happening in the future.
And people wonder why.
Oh shit, that ain't long enough. God damn it, Stanley. Really?
People wonder why I go off. You know what? Let me go get.
John, we can make that shit work, but John, you gotta put some motherfucking foot. Man, you gotta put some pedal to the metal. Listen,
I'm gonna go get a beer and take a deep breath.
But you know, as I was saying, like these people are typically they have some government responsibility or some government what do they call it, obligation. So like this Arab guy, he keeps calling me the child molester guy. He keeps saying, hey, I need a place to live and I need documentation. And you know, he's very, very desperate because of that. And he needs to move in immediately to give these people an address of where he's living.
Don't rent.
Quiet, Snake. And so anyway, so these guys, you know, he when he came by the house,
no, John,
help Snake. This is
Snake,
right? And so when he comes by the house, you know, he's a very respectable looking person. You know, the older man, he doesn't look beaten down or anything like that. He, you know, looked like he just got off work, and he said he did work at a furniture store. So he's probably a decent person. Then you have to start thinking, was this a cultural thing? You know, he's an Arab man from Algeria.
Oh, yeah.
That's not your responsibility. That's not your responsibility, John.
Quiet. Please be quiet for a second. So you're right. Go ahead.
Solid Snake has been like giving advice to grown-ass men all day. What is up with that? Well, we know what we're doing,
I'm tired of losing, Stanley. I'm tired of losing.
Let the story get out first, then give some advice. And so anyway, so by all accounts, he looks like a decent person. He has a decent car. He's married. And again, my first thought was this like a cultural thing? In Algeria, you know, it may be okay to, you know, date a 14-year-old girl and mess around with a 14-year-old girl. Well, there may not be any consequences to it at the least. So that was my thought. Anyway. He definitely needs a place, and he needs a place right now.
Well, I mean, if you have good instincts, I mean, you don't have now. If that lady has kids, they won't be in the same building. You know, DJ MFB actually said he would, you know, look him up.
Exactly.
Yeah. You know, he may. I would imagine that he hasn't been here very long, so he may not have many records here.
This was in another. Was this in another? No, it's not in another country.
Oh, it happened in DC.
Oh, okay.
That's why he has to report to DC.
John, wait a minute. You gonna rent to that guy, and you thinking about it? You really thinking about it that hard?
Man, like, you know, as I said, man, it's not like he's a rapist, right? You have to be able to like read between the lines. If he would like, hell, I rent to an American with, you know, the same type of hefty register. And so, man, I mean, you know, I know it doesn't sound, you know, nice or anything, but, you know, those people need a place to live. And oftentimes they make one mistake for whatever reason or another, and they get back on the right road there. So you never know. But
and then you can have your assets seized by the federal government for treason to supporting the goddamn illegal immigrant.
Well, he had to let them know that he's living there, so they know. Right?
It ain't enough for you, John. That's just enough for them to gain your property, though.
Rent room, solid snake. That's all I'm trying to do.
Nah, John. John, you got to be a little more loyal.
I hate snake.
I ain't lying. You think you don't think I think about renting my shit out every day? And I know goddamn well a black woman with kids can come and scoop this motherfucking whole property up if she was smart enough. I can't move a woman in my house with kids because I know goddamn well if she get in front of the right judge, I'm homeless.
Yeah, now I may not rent to the woman with children. You know, it's just not a good environment. You know, some of the kids.
It ain't the woman with children. The illegal immigrants got more rights than the women with children at this point.
You don't know if he's a legal immigrant. He works, so may not be illegal.
It don't matter. He got double strikes. He like a gay nigga. Just like a gay man got more rights than a black man. What you think an illegal immigrant got?
Hey guys, what do you think?
You know what?
Hey, what do you think,
John? I was thinking about ending this show, but I'm thinking we'll go a little longer because I have a feeling Solid Snake's gonna provide us with some clips.
What do you guys think about street interviews this evening when it cools down?
Well, you know what? Take popsicles with you. Just offer popsicles. I bet people will stop.
If I could keep them cool. Yeah, guys, we are doing a fundraiser for street interviews. If we can get more donations to get us a table and 2 chairs so we can have street interviews outside of the African American Museum and all these other places.
Oh, yeah.
Very tourist friendly here in DC. Donate to the stream there. That would be great. It would be great content as well. I think you'll find it interesting too, DC. Isn't it an interesting city?
What happened?
All right. Well, folks, Portia says she will be doing a show at some point today. So y'all need to be looking out for that.
What's her show going to be on?
I'm not sure. I hope it'll be on that biracial girl.
Which biracial girl?
Oh, you missed
I
that.
hope it's on Iran and Trump's decision to bomb Iran behind that bullshit ass shit behind Bibi Netanyahu treasonous ass. Fuck Bibi Netanyahu.
We got me. We got Be Brave in the audience here. Stanley. You guys were basically.
Oh, let him up, y'all. Let him up because I know he's ready to go off.
You guys were basically mirroring each other today, Stanley.
Well, I have a little bit of a bone to pick because that video that he showed, he didn't show the part when the video's over, and I explicitly say I don't agree with the video, the content of the video. I don't even think the video should have even been made. I literally say that. I went back. I grabbed the copy of my show. I went back and showed it on this show where I explicitly say that I don't like making these types of cultural or of these kind of cultural comparisons, comparing one group of people suffering to another group of people suffering. I've said it so many times on this channel. I don't even think those sorts of comparisons should be done. You know, it is just, how do you compare the suffering of an apple to the suffering of an orange? The histories are different. So I showed the video. Yes, I did not agree with the video, and I was very explicit. And that part didn't make it to Be Brave's commentary, and I have a huge problem with that. It's disingenuous. And I don't play those sorts of games. I am explicit in my opinions. Rarely do people have to wonder where I stand on something. And I was very clear about my disagreement.
I tell you, and Be Brave would make the perfect edition of the new and updated version of Crossfire. What's the guy who's down on Crossfire?
Well, Pat, it was Tom Braden and Pat Buchanan were the first.
Oh man, that was my man, Pat Buchanan. I used to pass by his high school every day.
Yeah, up until he got elected. He was everybody, man, until he got elected.
What did he get elected to do? He worked for Richard Nixon. That's about it.
Pat Buchanan.
What did he get elected to?
He worked in legislation, man. Go look his name up.
I know who Pat Buchanan is. I've known who Pat Buchanan was.
Go look it up. That's on Google for nigga.
I do not need to look it up. I literally I've known who Pat Buchanan is. I used to watch him on the McLaughlin group back like when I was in 8th grade.
With the other lady, little skinny lady, little small lady,
Eleanor Clift.
Oh, she was spicy, boy.
The one on McLaughlin group, she was the blonde.
Yeah, she was feisty, boy.
Yeah, Eleanor Clift was her name. And I think she I don't know, she may no longer be with us, but yeah, she was on there for years. Clarence, what's his name? You remember the black guy? Clarence, he still writes for the Chicago Sun-Times or whatever it is.
I think it was Tribune. Clarence Page. I think it was Tribune.
Clarence Page, yep.
Yeah, that's what led me to start reading him, man. I used to read a lot of newspaper columnists, Clarence Page. Right. I would follow
a lot of syndicated columnists.
Yeah, Jason Whitlock. There used to be a black guy here. Damn, you probably know him if you lived in this area. He used to be a black guy that used to write like a Sunday column. Older black guy that grew up saying Georgetown of DC. When Georgetown of DC, was a black area apparently, and so he wrote about DC, and he wrote for 30 years, I guess. So he wrote a lot of interesting articles, man. So yeah. I used to follow them columnists, man. Now they mostly moved to the internet.
Right. Those were actually kind of the good old days.
Of journalism. Man, do you remember buying the Sunday paper, Stanley?
Oh yeah. The Savannah Morning News. As a matter of fact, even when I was in college, you could get the Atlanta Constitution delivered to your dorm room. I used to do that. I literally, especially the Sunday paper.
Yeah, let me take this call.
Okay, be brave. I mean, I'm whining a little bit, but it's bad enough to be a left person in these spaces, but to just be like, totally, like it wasn't even taken out of context. It is 180 degrees out.
Y'all still talking about that boom shit, or y'all talking about that real shit?
Hey, Stanley, my man Johnny Boy just called me. I'm just testing him out, let him do some of the things that I do, see, where could he fit in, give him something to do, some money to be made as much as he want to make it. So I sent him to another property. I said, hey man, go strip the bed of the room, clean everything out, cut the grass. He's working out. So, I always knew he'd work out. It's just like the consistency is his issue, I think. So, yeah,
what's the problem with consistency, John? What's the problem with consistency?
You know what's interesting, man? So he had a 10 o'clock appointment this morning. So he said, I can only work for a couple hours because I got to go to this appointment. I said, what's the appointment for? He said, what's the appointment for? He said, for housing. They're trying to help me get housing. And so when you're homeless, to get housing, you got to go to all these programs and this and that. They're mostly going to schedule them between 9 and 5 when you could be working, right? I said, call the lady and tell her you'll reschedule. I mean, you got a place to live. The most immediate thing that you need right now is money, right? You got a place to go home tonight, where you went last night. That's your consistency there. And now you need to maintain consistency of working and not be getting dragged all across town, meeting up with these government workers or nonprofit workers trying to put homeless people in housing as their business. And And I think that's the biggest detriment, honestly, is that, and I've seen so many where they spend more time running around with social workers looking for housing than they do working. You're like, no wonder you can't fucking find housing on your own because you with the social worker all day, running around looking at housing, right? And so I just think, it's a real big shift in the mindset, to be honest with you.
So at the end of the day, John, I gotta ask you a question. At the end of the day, what's more important to you? Him finding a house or you getting your rent paid?
Well, it's two different, I don't know how do you weave those together, but what's most important to him should be making some money.
That's not your problem. That's not your problem. What did your mama say?
Lord.
Hold on, Stanley. What did your mama tell you? Don't get involved.
I got you.
Don't get involved, John.
All right.
Don't get involved. It's not your responsibility.
He's known this man since he was a boy.
Yeah.
It is not your garden variety mentor thing. He's known the kid.
Well, yeah, but I'm gonna look at it like this.
Yeah,
that nigga probably would have had my mama paying his rent.
Everything you're looking at is double.
And I would have had to kick his ass because I know my mama.
Dude, you are seeing two of everything right now. Don't look at anything.
I would have had to kick his ass.
Yeah,
because he would have took advantage.
But Stanley, I see it as kind of one of those things.
My bad.
Like, if it were me, you know what I'm saying? I was kind of homeless. And if I had this opportunity, I think I could get up out of homelessness. I'm saying I believe it.
Do you think he wants to?
Well, I think honestly he should stay there. You know what I mean? To be honest with you, I think it'd be.
Does he have a choice though?
Yeah, he can move out. Right?
Well, no. I mean, they're not kicking him out like, hey, you can only be here for so long.
No, so here's the thing, like, so if you get like some kind of established job, you move to the work side. They give you a little bit more responsibility. You can stay out later if you're working, that type of thing.
There's a curfew.
Yeah. The homeless shelters all have curfews. You have to be there about
really? You know what? I never thought of that.
Yeah, they have curfews, yeah. And so, but he probably needs a curfew. What the hell? He got no money. You need to go home. Shit, till he can figure out. And then if he could have the discipline to save his money, stay in this. This is what the migrants did. I'm telling you, this is what they're doing right now.
Well, doesn't he have a woman?
Yeah, but he need to figure out, like, hey, baby, I'm trying to.
Well, how is she with money?
I don't know, but she probably better off than he is. Typically, that's how.
Well, what I was gonna say is, you know what? Sometimes in a marriage, Virgo is an accountant. She's handling the money in that marriage.
But I don't think honestly, I think that in his situation, if I want to be fair, I would say he probably don't need to be even dating right now. He needs to just focus on just trying to get out of the rut that he's in.
Absolutely, you're right.
John, he go to thing, John, and I need you to be prepared for this. Listen, when you go to the zoo and they say don't feed the animals, right?
I got you, Snake.
All right, listen. This is the exact same situation.
What'd you say, John? Black people don't know how to do analogies.
We didn't say black people didn't know how to do analogies. No, I just want to make sure John know that once you start feeding that beast, it needs to stay fed. And if it don't stay fed by the hands of whatever ideology you want him to feed from, he gonna come to you for that fruit.
All right. Thank you, Snake, for the advice.
So be careful feeding animals.
Gotcha.
John, did you have a look at that link I sent you with the census data for my town?
Oh yeah, I did. I looked at it.
Any comments?
No. I wasn't surprised. You told us that, so I believe you.
In my neighborhood, which is actually, it's surprising, it's even in the mailing addresses, Villarica. It is literally roughly 50. And these are nice houses these people have, because some of these houses have like acres of land next to them. Some of these people are raising cattle and stuff like that. So it is a neighborhood. It's got a couple neighborhoods, but it's kind of weird because there are a lot of trees. There's a lot of pasture land. There's a pond, a decent sized pond, a 10-minute walk from me. So it's kind of you would probably call this like an exurb. It's beyond the suburbs. So, and look, there are plenty Black people here, and they're not shooting up the place. As a matter of fact, one of these days, if you're ever over this way, I'll show it to you. You're gonna be surprised. These houses are nice. The lawns are mowed. The cars are nice.
Well, I can believe you.
So it's not Alpharetta, but it's not the hood either. There are houses next to cow pastures, like acres, like 20, 40 acres lots next to the house or the owner of the land. So I've never really experienced. I have experienced places like this, but in like small town Georgia, like my father and my grandparents, his parents were from Adel, Georgia, Cook County, Georgia, next to Lowndes County, which is where Valdosta is. They lived in the city, but the acre lot was in the city. They lived on an acre. No, shit. Yeah, I think it was an acre. Maybe it's more. In the city, though. It's just the way some of these small towns were. So anyway, finally, you realize, no, I don't live them. There are white people here, but it's not all white. We live in sweet, sweet harmony.
Yeah, I tell you, I've been through Villarica. Who we got jumping up here? Oh, the Snaky's back.
Cute little town. There's a new soul food restaurant too.
We had a double snake eyes.
Yeah, I think one phone died or something. All right, so barring unforeseen circumstances, Solid Snake, any other thing you need to get off your chest?
So we gonna close the live stream down all of a
You sound sad. CT is doing
man. Why we shutting?
CT is doing a show on biracials.
Is that right? What the hell is that about?
See, that's why I'm saying we need to stay here, man. Man, that's a flop show, man. We need to keep this shit going, man.
Why?
We need to bring back the 24-hour show, man. Hey, John, I want a job. I want a job on the live stream. I want to do my own stream.
You think you can do it?
So Stanley can get some sleep. Hell yeah! The hell with this shit.
You know what? I need to
Stanley with all that old Marxist liberal shit. I want to talk about some real American stuff.
Dude, I've yet to do anything remotely Marxist.
I think it would be nice to have a woman on the stream.
I don't know, but you do 12 hours.
No,
we do need a woman. We do.
Well, Porch is the woman.
But you can though, Stanley. That's the thing about it.
Oh, you mean
I want to do 12 hours? I can do 12 hours.
Hold on, Snake. God damn. Now I think if we had another woman, that.
Well, let me ask. You believe it or not, Republic Room, Republic Tea Room. You know what? As it turns out, we get along.
I would love to do a stream with her. You could do a stream with her. You know, have a little duo there. I think that would.
Oh hell no, Stanley, get her from yesterday.
Well, let me put it to you this way: she enjoyed the experience enough that she sent me a Cash App.
And so there you go. So I think it would add to the stream a little bit. You guys in the chat, let me know what you think. But I've been thinking about this for a while, though. I do think we need kind of a presence kind of on a more regular basis. Can give us a little visual here. They may get tired. People may want to see someone other than me showing up on camera.
Well, I think they either questions to ponder or Republic would be happy to do a show with you. At least until you start going inward this and inward that. That might start getting a little dicey.
I know how to comport myself.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. If we had to do a female, I go with Blue Jay 99.
We need a female that'll cam up though. That's like the
Blue Jay do it. I ain't gonna lie. Blue Jay needs some strike.
Actually, she has cammed up before. She's actually really good looking.
Yeah, we need a female that
Blue Jay do it. I think Blue Jay, if we but think about it. I think Blue Jay will probably bring too much to the channel due to her attractiveness. She's too attractive.
Yeah, well, that's not.
Yeah, well, we'll pair her with you. That way, you'll cancel her out.
I try to cancel that out. Yeah, you're right.
HB2N is busy. He'll be back at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, I caught one of his streams the other night. It was pretty interesting. If you're interested into like
one of his streams.
Yeah, he streams from time to time. I saw one of his streams.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I know he has a channel.
What, he got his own channel or some shit? Wait a minute, hold on. When HB2N started streaming?
He's had his own channel for quite some time.
Yeah, she's had a channel for a long time. You know, a lot of subscribers.
I done some shit.
A lot more subscribers than me. He's been streaming for a long time, yeah. A long time, but a long enough time. But yeah, so he did an interesting stream. It was about battle rap. I don't know if you guys are interested.
Oh, battle rap.
Oh no, we ain't gonna do that. We ain't doing that though.
Interesting is a pretty interesting.
We grown folks.
Wallace says we need some Muslim women. You know any that will do the show?
Well, I ain't gonna lie. I thought about that one night at work. When John was talking, about we need some new blood in the house. I'm working at the store and DG was in the chat, and I was thinking about that shit because DG ain't got shit else to do anyway. He retired like everybody else.
Hey, Snake, I just got an idea. He ain't gonna let me get it out. Let me see if we get it. Why don't you let us put a camera on you from your store?
Hey, John, buy me a pair of Google glasses.
Don't you just need a camera on yourself?
Hell yeah. So you
camera.
can see the shit niggas do. Like last night, John, I had to put a whole show on in the store. Because everybody wanted to show.
Yeah, see, why you can't do a show, Snake. You can't have a fucking conversation. Somebody asked you, like, so does anyone know if the Google glasses transmit video directly online? Does it do uploads like immediately or what? How does that work?
It's live. It's a camera.
I understand it's live. I understand it's a camera, but is it record? Is there a feature where you can send it to a server or something? I'm sure you can pay for that.
If you got a good dude, I had one. It worked.
But what does it record to? Does it record to what? Your server somewhere, a Google Drive or what?
No, it's Bluetooth. It's like a DJI camera. It's just like a DJI. You know, like the
so what
the drones be having.
What does it record to? What does it record to? That's all I'm asking. Where does it record to?
Your phone.
Oh, okay. So
your phone.
I got you. Okay. All right. You want to see?
Now the problem I'm having, John, is creating material with it. See, thing is, when you start a StreamYard, you got to create material. It's hard to create material now. That's something I have to get with conservative on and see if it's even possible, because I'm thinking him or Truism is probably the only two people I know that could probably even help me out with this. But it's like, if I wanted to do a live stream with my phone, could I?
Yeah, you can do it. You can just have your camera sitting up there. But I think having you walk around the store would be better. That's why if you had something attached to you when you walk around the store, that should be better.
Speaking of Hoodservative, he got transported from Nightish's show over here this morning.
Oh, okay.
He actually stayed a little while.
I mean, you have to shout out Nightish, man. He always does a raid to us.
No, I did kinda.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nightish and I are kind of like me and Be Brave.
Mm-hmm.
I actually like his show, believe it or not.
Yeah,
Good money, but I mean,
yeah. Well, you know what, Portia? Before Diwali goes all hog wild with that sort of stuff, he needs to explain Vanta, his countrymen. Solid Snake, what are you doing? Solid Snake, are you having technical difficulties here or what?
We've gotten Snake Eyes here.
Yeah, I'm here.
You know what? You're seeing double. Maybe that's.
Oh no, man. Look, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. The only thing that bothers me right now, my Wi-Fi router. That's the only thing bothering me right now, because I can't stay online.
Diwali, I have a question for you though. You suggest having a man, you have an odd sense of humor this morning, Diwali.
Yeah, I told Diwali the show he should do, man. His migration show. That would be very interesting.
Man, y'all put Diwali on this channel, man. Y'all gonna set up red flags everywhere. Let me stop playing.
Well, I have a question for Diwali, and this is a serious question. Actually, is it okay? Say we were doing co-hosting in a Muslim, like I had a Muslim woman co-host. Can she actually do that with a man? Because I know sometimes there are problems, like if the man isn't a relative. Would that be haram? I'm actually curious.
You need to ask him to come up so he can explain it to
you. The link is posted.
He might be in a public area and he might be still typing.
Okay, so Diwali says yes, it's okay. I was curious. Because I mean, there's no like physical proximity, generally.
I just said you can have a woman on the panel.
Dude, he's the expert. You're not.
Dude, I'm a Muslim too.
You're Muslim, like 3 sheets to a you're 3
Yeah,
Muslim.
I'm Western though. I'm Western. I'm not like him. He's Eastern. You're Eastern Muslim. I'm Western.
You are literally 3 muslin sheets to the wind. Do you know what muslin is?
Nah. The only true
fabric
is Quran.
they make sheets of. It's a weaved cloth.
Oh man, come on, man, stop.
I'm surprised someone your age doesn't know what a muslin sheet is. That's funny. Muhammad didn't.
No, only people like you idolize.
Didn't know the internet.
Only people like you idolize it.
You know what? Can I put that? Now, the next thing, is it okay to use that as a show title?
No, it's not. Dwale, join the panel. Right now.
You see, that is the perfect title. Muhammad.
Ain't nobody heard Dwale in a minute, man. I'm just doing it for the channel, Stanley. My bad. Dwale, join the panel, man. Ain't nobody heard you in a minute, bro. Stop doing it, bro.
I think I probably shouldn't use it as a title, though I have a burning desire to do so.
He'll tell you about it one day. I think only reason he ain't coming up because I'm drunk, and you know.
Well, no,
yeah.
Dwale actually comes onto the morning show pretty often. Actually, he hasn't been up on the panel in a while, but he's in the chat a lot.
Yeah, he in the chat, but he don't never join the panel.
Well, come on now. Hey, you know, actually my favorite video, and I bet we don't have it clipped, is when he went to milk cows.
Yeah, that's what we do. I mean, that's what they do. I mean, that's what people do, man. Come on, Stan.
He would go, I guess it was for his kids. He would go and like was it every morning, Dwale? He'd go milk the cows.
Stanley, hold on.
He was riding his bike or something, and you know, I kind of followed along as he's riding his bike, and I'm just messing with him mercilessly.
Stanley, we live in America. I'm riding with my boss one day. He a Muslim. You know what he want to do?
Is he?
He want to go to the goat.
Arabic.
Yeah, he Muslim. He from Yemen.
Okay, let me also make one point while I'm thinking about it. People, you all do know that Iranians are not necessarily Arabs; they're Persians. They don't even speak Arabic. Yep. I just wanted to make sure people know that.
I found out about that night before last. I wanted to say something about that.
Well, anybody with half a brain would know that from like grade school.
We wouldn't know that because we Western. But I'm riding in the truck with my boss, man. He gonna stop me over here buy some sheep, right?
Do you actually know who Rumi is, for instance? Anybody who's a reader would know that.
We're not readers.
Okay, well, how do I respond to that?
I mean, you don't want to ask the question, Stanley. Not the right audience.
I would honestly think that anybody who's read, like, I don't know. It just seems weird that you wouldn't know that Iran and Iraq fought wars because.
You know what? I would think it was. I would think that it's weird for an American citizen that's African American in heritage to be given a damn.
Let me tell you something just to blow up your mind. Cornel West literally studied Farsi, and I think his undergraduate studies was in either Middle Eastern languages.
And how many businesses?
I need to finish what I'm saying. Cornel West grew up in the Baptist church, etc., out in where is it? Not San Diego. I think he was in the Bay Area. Anyway, he is about as traditionally black as anyone on this panel. And he literally speaks Farsi.
No, Stanley, you respect him that way. I don't give a damn if they don't speak English.
Dude, he does speak English.
You're a fucking Marxist, Stanley. Stop it. I need English-speaking people in my country.
You do realize that Cornel West speaks English, right?
You do realize you advocating for, you know what, Stanley?
Hey, let me tell you something. When he was at
I didn't go to college.
I literally considered going to study with him because I
literally consider we need to defund colleges.
You're literally
I think we need to defund colleges at this point. Because y'all ain't.
Okay, I just can't. This dude's just
Well, they have
getting
apps now.
Stanley.
more and more unruly. What's up,
Stanley,
Jamali? How you doing?
Have you ever thought about donating your spams to a blood spams so that intelligence?
Wait, you're breaking up a little bit.
Oh
my God!
You only got one case.
No one Yeah, I will come back.
Well, hold on. Where's he going? I couldn't understand what he was saying. No. Nightish. Cornell West is from the Bay Area. That's what I was talking about. Confirm that. I'm pretty sure he's from the Bay Area. Whoa, what happened? Portia's finding that video of Dwali. Oh. Can you replay it, Portia?
Well, they have apps now.
Stanley,
They got apps.
No, Stanley, have you ever thought about donating your spams to a blood spams so that intelligence, that IQ will pass to some people, man? You only got one case.
No one.
You need so many Stanleys.
What?
He's asking if you want to donate your sperm. I don't know why.
I donated my sperm once, and I got it right.
Okay. All right. Well, if you donated once, I know that credited you so many times. So there are so many.
You know what? Well, here is my weird Christian upbringing. I got it right once. I got this kid to a place that a lot of I just asked you a yes/no question, and you're just wherever you are.
Hey, dude.
My question,
Stanley,
may I repeat? I want to ask. You know what? Neither are you. Okay, look at how easy I upset you. I ask you a simple question, and you just spin up. Was Gemini giving good advice? That was my question.
I know.
Yes or no?
This is the second time
No. You know what? I give up.
This channel.
I cannot. I'm going to chalk it up to apparently I'm not speaking one of the 6 languages you're good at.
All right. Now that's your defense. It's your defense. Fucking weak liberal. You are now complaining.
I just asked.
Did I actually say that?
That was a long time ago, man. Did Portia just put that, man?
Oh wow.
Hey,
Man, I was out of line. I was out of line.
Stanley, can you hear me? Can you hear?
I can. How you doing? How you doing there, Dwali?
Well, I'm fine. I'm doing fine. I think something is wrong with my mic. Something is wrong with my microphone.
No, you sound good. I wonder if he's delayed.
Oh, so you can hear me clearly, right?
I can hear you, but
Yeah,
I think there's I think there might be a delay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. To answer your question, it is okay. You can interview or you can have a co-host
with Muslim women. It's not haram. You know, people just take that like a bullshit. No. You can do it.
Okay, well, you got someone in mind?
I don't know. I don't have anyone in mind. Yeah, but the idea that you were asking me, like, if it is okay, it is. Why the hell am I hearing my voice back? Is it something wrong?
There's something wrong with the connection. You've got some sort of delay, I believe.
All right.
Portia says howdy.
All right, I get it. But everybody got angry when I asked where is HB2N. I missed that guy, man. Where the hell is he, man?
I actually talked to him maybe 2 weeks ago on T's show. Here for the T's show. I think that's where I ran into him. And I you know what? Yeah, I talked to him. I think I was on her panel for a few minutes. As a matter of fact, we talked about his new job. It's very demanding.
So he's fine. Yeah? He's fine.
Yeah, he's doing
not
fine.
in jail or somewhere like.
Why would you think he's in jail? Is that an African thing or what? You think all African Americans like go to jail?
That's the stereotypes, brother.
Yeah, okay. Oh, Portia says it's not your voice.
I'm sorry. I'm just making myself funny.
Well, you know what? We're not laughing with you. We're laughing at you.
All right. You always laugh at me. You don't laugh with me. Yeah,
well, don't feel too bad. I laugh at everybody, including myself sometimes.
Yeah, HB will be laughing with me, not at me. He will be laughing with me, not laughing at me.
Well, see, with HB, you can never really tell whether he's laughing at you or with you. Sometimes it's probably both.
Most of the
HB is crafty like that.
Oh, but it's not your own force coming back. It's Allah. Oh my God. Anyway,
that's actually pretty funny.
No. I'm just concerned, brother, and.
So should we do street interviews today? What do you guys think?
Yeah, why not? Portia's doing his show, but
what time is Portia's show? I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to overlap her show. So
it's Portia o'clock.
Portia, what time is your show? Your show.
Yeah, it's only my mic is bad, and I don't want to ruin the show. So I will leave and
it can't be any worse than it has been up till now. So so don't worry about that.
Yeah, we can hear loud and clear. Let me see what's
maybe I will show my maybe I'll try my Bluetooth. What?
I mean, we hear you loud and clear as it is.
Well, I think he's got a slight delay. Are you at work, Diwali?
Man, Stanley, I tell you, man, I've been getting so many calls from tenants, and almost all of them have been foreign. Almost all of them. Like, DC is very much becoming an international city, like in New York, like right before your eyes,
Really? Well, I mean, there's always been embassies and stuff there, right?
Yeah, well, I guess it's getting deeper. Like, whenever I used to go to, say, Georgetown, there'll be the one time where you will be walking the street and hear foreign languages, right? But now it's like it's moved further east, so where there's nothing to be on Georgia Avenue by Howard and hear some people speaking, Nigerian language or Ethiopian language, it's just it's a United Nations evolving right before your eyes. It's very interesting to see that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, do you think, because DC's always kind of been known as a chocolate city. So, I mean, if you get a bunch of Nigerians and other types of Africans, I guess it would still be technically chocolate. Is it mostly Africans of different types?
It's interesting. I can't really say because, I'm getting a slice of the full spectrum of diversity, right? So I'm getting a lot of Africans. Even this guy, the sex predator, he was Algerian too. But I would imagine that there are some Europeans coming. They probably have more money, so they're going to Georgetown and other places like that. And then there are probably the Hispanics that are coming, but they probably have a bigger, deeper network, so they can go into their own communities, and so they're kind of unseen from my vantage point, which is what I suspect. What I also suspect is, man, like if you go anywhere in the world, I don't care how third world it is, the capital is typically going to be pretty nice, relative to the rest of the country, right? It will be, and I think that is what you're kind of seeing in DC, is that it's becoming much more international. People are moving here from all over the world here as things become much more global. You got people lobbying for stuff, so on and so forth. It's very interesting. Like Nigeria has 2 capitals. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, one in the west. Lagos, and I don't know what the other one is.
Abuja, right?
That's right. Yeah.
And so one is kind of like the financial capital, and the other one is kind of like the, I guess, political capital. And so,
I have Charles, that guy that I do the political show with. We haven't done it in a couple Thursdays, but maybe this Thursday we will. He's in Lagos.
Yeah, and I think they moved the capital, the political capital, from Lagos to Abuja. And it kind of like splits up the finance and the politics of it all. And so America is kind of becoming like that to me. And then New York is like the financial powerhouse. And then down the road, DC is, the political powerhouse.
Yeah, but it's always been like that.
I think
New York has always been like the financial Wall Street literally pre-existed DC.
Yeah, well, I think that is true. It has always been, but I think in terms of DC kind of asserting itself as being much more powerful political capital, or somewhat of a
but remember, Philadelphia, New York, and Philadelphia were the first 2 capitals in that order, I think.
Mm-hmm.
DC just exists because they didn't want any one state to have the capital.
Yeah,
DC was kind of like a construct.
Yeah, and I think what you're seeing now, man, like you see the who is it? Like I follow the real estate purchases. Like you'll see articles out there who bought the latest highest price house and stuff like that. Oh shit! You see like the Jeff Bezos of the world, the just big, big, really rich people are setting up homes. Maybe not their first home in some cases, but their second home. Like Bezos, I think he bought like the biggest house in DC.
For his son, you were here when we talked about Huma Abedin and
I was listening.
Alex Soros.
Yeah.
So
does he live in DC? What do you mean?
Well, Huma, I imagine they do. Maybe it's New York that they live.
I used to work at like right there in Union Square, and they used to live in Union Square when all of that stuff happened with Wiener. And so I saw the media out there. Yeah, they used to live right there, like 14th Street in Manhattan. Yeah, right there in Union Square.
Well, I don't think she's super good looking, but I think she's attractive. There's kind of a difference sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot believe she's almost 50.
Yeah, he's probably 50 something himself.
No, he's 10 years younger. She's 49, he's 39.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's interesting. That's rather interesting. Yeah.
So Stanley,
Well, it's
tell
rather
me my mic is
interesting
better now.
because okay, yeah, you sound good.
All
Let
right.
me make this one. Let me make this one point. I don't know if he has kids. I don't know if it's his second marriage or not. But the one concern, if I were his age, is like, dude, you're pretty much not going to have kids of your own. You're making that commitment because
Oh yeah.
I'm real weird about that. I actually wanted a second child, but my wife was, she was 40 when my son was born, and I was like, you know what? It'll probably be fine, but do we really want to do this? And
Does he have children? He doesn't have any children?
I don't know. I didn't look that deeply. I hope he does, because he's not going to have any, with Huma. She has a son.
He kind of pushes that, he's on that side of the aisle where not having children is, not necessarily frowned upon, maybe even celebrated in some circles. So.
Well, you know what? Who cares about how it's celebrated? I mean, I've always thought that men actually do have a biological clock. It's just not like a pressing urge. But I do know when I met my wife, I was 38, and I pretty much said, well, shit, I guess I'll never have kids or be married. I started having nightmares of, you remember those old like 70s shows, those TV shows where like, oh, My Three Sons, Uncle Charlie's a confirmed bachelor. You don't remember My Three Sons, do you? Well, it was basically a widower, his three sons, and Uncle Charlie was kind of like the housekeeper valet guy. And I don't recall if he was actually a relative, but Uncle Charlie was what he did, and he basically, took care of the boys, the house, the dinner, all that stuff. However, well, you know what? Uncle Charlie, I guess, was a confirmed bachelor. I don't recall the exact details of why he was there.
Hey, hold on. Let me read portions that I missed, Stanley. I base my shows on what y'all are doing. I really have to deal with it.
Nightish, come on now.
Oh, portion, man. I'm like, be brave. What you talking about, Johnny Boy? It's hard for me to put the time on it. Shit, I might take a nap when I get out here and then get up and go to the Northwest somewhere. So let's say I may do it no later than 7. If I don't do it by 7, I'm not doing it. If you don't see me go live by 7, then I'm not doing it. But let's say by 7.
And I can stop at any time now that Nightish is roasting me from the chat. He's hurting my feelings.
Tell us, guys. We need some suggestions. What should we do?
Nightish, hit the link, Nightish.
Yeah, tell us. Come up here and tell us what we should do. Some street interviews, Nightish. Yeah, why don't you come up here and tell us that? I got my power base charged up. We could go almost anywhere with outdoor seating, right? We could do any of that. If you guys want to do that, we can definitely do it. Otherwise,
I don't know. I definitely want to clear the calendar when we get the equipment to do the African American Museum.
So Stanley, you asked me another question. I didn't have a chance to answer it.
What was the other question?
You asked me, what do you think about Fanta? And you said that is your
about what? What's up, Nightish? Oh, by the way, Nightish, hold on one sec. I was talking about Cornel West being from the Bay Area. I wasn't denigrating the Bay Area.
Okay.
You know me, no explanation, sir.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Knight?
How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much. How are you?
Yes. Are you an Indian man?
No, I'm not. I am an African man.
Oh, okay. Shout out to you.
Why do people say, am I an Indian? Well, that's an insult to an African man to mistake him an Indian.
Don't mean to insult.
Well, your part of Africa had like slave trade with India, right?
No, we don't. We had
Somalia didn't.
We had an Arabian, Persian slave trade with, but not Indians.
You know what? For some reason, I thought Arab slaves or African slaves from East African slaves wound up in places like Goa.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, in East Africa, most of the slave went to Arabian Peninsula and also Persia.
Yeah.
Maybe to India, but it's what I remember is like.
Well, actually, what it was, Portuguese are in Goa also. So that's, the Portuguese were the first first Europeans to deal with African slaves. So maybe I might have the history a little jumbled up.
We, the Somalis, are very proud to kill the Portuguese ships who were taking the Africans. Look who we killed. The son of Vasco da Gama. You can just Google
Yeah.
So we were against it, and we were fighting, against our brothers to be slaves, and we had the
when was this?
And the chances.
This is back maybe 14th century.
Yeah, 14th centuries. But I'm talking about the when the Islamic caliphate were there. But the most of the time when the Arab slavery on the Persian slavery occurred in East Africa was pre-Islamic.
Africans like to talk about history so much.
Time,
because it's kind of I'm a history buff.
Oh, you're an African too.
Me? No, I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I'm a black man.
Oh, okay.
He's an American. He's a black American. Yeah. So there are two.
You didn't know that, Night?
I can't tell. Earlier, I thought you said you was in the dudes, and now you talking about.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
I'm just learning. I don't know. All new to me. Like this dude voice don't match his face. Is that like a troll? Is that your?
No, he's Somalian.
No. I am a Somali. Please, Stanley.
You know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Say Somalian.
My apologies.
You are making me a female
apologies.
now. We say a Somali for man.
You are right to fuss. Yeah. My apologies.
Yeah, I cannot say Americanian or Chinesian.
I know.
You are an educated man. You just say yes.
Somali. You know what? I am truly.
Somalian is just.
I'm gonna be dead serious here. I am truly ashamed. I made that
no problem, brother.
So DG is just Somali.
Yes,
not
people.
Somalian.
No, absolutely not. We get so offensive.
Yeah, I'm thrown off. I thought John was talking about doing street interviews and stuff, and now y'all talking about history.
We tend to wander.
Yeah. So
we can go back to street interviews.
Tell me about the Ottoman Empire then, since we're talking about.
No, Stanley. I want to tell you something very, very important. Most American
go ahead.
Western world missed the slavery on Africans in East Africa started even before the Islamic revolution in Mecca and
really.
Look at Bilal al-Habashi. He was the first person who used to announce the azan or the Muslim prayer. He was an enslaved black man. That is 12 years after Muhammad declared he's a prophet.
Oh, that shit don't matter. I'm also representing.
Which does that mean? Means the slavery started even before Islam. Let me finish this.
No. Where was the boat y'all sent to bring us back home? I want my what do Africans owe us? Y'all shipped us over here, so America owes 40 acres.
Wait, hold it. Let me go ahead and set some ground rules. This is Stanley versus the world. So let me just kind of tamp this down. I'm the moderator here.
Yes. So
So
let me finish.
let
argument.
Tuwali finish. Then
Yeah.
Knight, you can be next.
Fuck is long-winded though.
So there is something
Come on
called
now. English is not his first language.
Knight, please bear with me. I'm not an English speaker, okay? But I know
Did he
a lot.
say a niggerish speaker? I'm not a niggerish speaker either.
I'm not an
my
English speaker.
You know, Knightish,
You sound like an.
Hey, Knightish, your beard's a little ruffled. Can you brush it some more?
Your beard is gray. You look like an 50-year-old, 60 years old man. Stop joking, man. We are
He kind of looks Arabic. This man could be an Ottoman sultan.
Oh, he could be Khalifa Hashim al-Rashid, the man with the 1,000 night and a night, you know. Look, when we look at the Middle East, we don't look at it, it's like 400 years slavery or 5. We look at like 1,000, 2,000 before, yes. Yep. And it has nothing to do with religion at all. It has nothing to do with Christianity, with Islam, whatever. It has something to do with power. And if we had,
I believe that.
Yeah.
Well, see, the thing is,
if we had that power, you think that we would not be enslaving the Arabs and the Persians? And of course, this is the human nature, man. Somebody have more advanced than you, and you fell in the trap. But what you guys miss in America, especially when we Africans talk to you as a black Americans, is like, yeah, hey, you've been enslaved by the Muslims. No.
No. I'm trying to understand what you just said. You said if you have what than you?
What you have an idea about the East. I'm talking about East Africa. I'm not talking about complete Africa. I'm not talking about West Africa.
He's talking specifically the Horn of Africa, the Red Sea side.
I'm talking about the countries like Somalia now, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Eritrea, Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, whatever. You guys name us all Africa like we are one country. No, we are not.
No, I know it's a continent with countries. I'm not slow.
Yeah, okay. Good.
Oh, you're not?
So the slavery or the exploitations, of course, we are so close. And if you look at the Indian Ocean or the Red Sea, we are just neighbors. We are just like Mexico and America, but water, right? They had an advance, and they, of course, they want to exploit the minerals or whatever, or the people, just like one every power do. That was even before Muhammad came and do the religion things. So don't say that East African has been enslaved by Arabs. No, before that, there was slavery even.
Hold on.
And I gave you an
whoa. Only
Stanley, I gave you an example. I gave you an example. I gave you someone who is well known in our history. His name is Bilal al-Habashi. You can Google it. Bilal. He's a black
you know
man.
what? I just look. I actually know the West African part better than the East African part. You know, if I get the chance, because I have other projects I want to do, but I'll get around to it, because to be honest with you, that stuff is actually, you know, that the Ottoman Empire has always been something that I wanted to get more into, just haven't had the time. The Ottomans were awesome.
Ottoman Empire was the last empire in this Middle Eastern world. Before Ottoman Empire, there was Abbasid Empire. Before that, there was Umayyad Empire. Before that, it was the Khalifa Empire, which was Abu Bakr, Umar, who's the third one, Uthman and Ali. You are only concentrated of the Ottomanic Empire. They were not even Arabs. They were Turkish, man. Osmanic Empire.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, they were not even Arabs. The original Muslim empire started 40
Well, no.
after
The original
death.
empire, basically, it was right around Muhammad and before.
After
the original.
No, I'm telling you exactly the time. After the death of Muhammad, 40 years later, there was an empire called Umayyah.
Yes.
Yes. And they made their capital in what we call now Damascus.
Okay.
And they ruled what we know now, the world, like 400 years. They fell. And after that, there was Abbasid Empire. And they made their capital in Baghdad, Iraq, what we call now Iraq.
Yeah.
And they failed. After that, it was the Uthmanis.
Well, let me wrap this up.
Uthmanis were not Arabs. They were Uthmanis are
let me wrap this up, but I have one more question. Is this stuff that's taught in, say, high school, or did you go to a high school or madrasa?
No, I don't need to go to high school to learn my heritage.
Right. Where? I mean, how do you know this? Where was it taught?
Actually, I'm homeschooled from.
Interesting.
Grade 1 until 12. Yeah, my grandmother taught me.
Nice.
It's like, I'm homeschooled. My grandmother was like semi-scholar. She taught me everything. But I also went to a university and I studied the comparison of religions, and I know what I'm talking about. So whenever
you know what you're talking about more than I do.
Whenever that I contact with a fellow ordinary American man, just like you, no, not like you, Stanley. You are not ordinary. I mean, you are extraordinary. I love you, but they will only start with the Usmani Empire. Hey, dude, Usmani Empire was the last one. Start with the first one. Start even before the first one. Yeah.
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Nidish?
I asked him, was he flirting with you? Did he say yes or no?
Okay, dude, I don't know what your channel does. This isn't like a grooming channel like yours is.
I'm not trying to groom nobody.
Dude, John is not
grown. I'm not.
Here is how this works. John does not control my panel.
I'm not saying that he does. I'm not saying that he does.
Well, then why do you need to talk to John desperately? Is there some?
This motherfucker won't shut up.
Is there some secret you need to share?
No, it's no secrets. I don't know what you two are doing.
Are you getting jealous? What is this? This is not. These are two people interested in this kind of history, just kind of talking about it. It's not a date. Now, if you and John need to fire up a stream,
Stanley, respectfully, I don't want to disrespect your boundaries. I don't know what your pronouns are or whatever.
You know what? It is what it appears to be. It's just two guys talking history.
Yeah.
It's nothing deeper than that, Night. Don't be getting your libido up.
Just like a typical African American. Even though he's old.
You know what? In this case, I might have to agree with you there, Dwell.
Man, look at this man's beard. He's almost...
Stop being typical, Nidish. Stop being typical.
He's taking...
Go ahead and say it, Dwally. Go ahead and say it, Dwally. These blacks just don't know how to take it when two niggas start talking some academic stuff.
What's crazy to me is listening to a grown man.
I am very, very disappointed.
One taking it,
Mr. Knight
has no facial hair. So, like I said, I just don't know
Hey, do you see the background? Do you see my background there? It looks like a bunch of books, doesn't it? That's your first fucking hint.
I thought those were bullets or missiles.
You probably did because you don't read books. Now, let me tell you something about this. These are books.
So you clearly don't.
Not the ballot, not the ballot, not the bullet. It's a book.
All these books behind me, man.
Oh, Stanley, coming back to your question about Fanta, let us put Mr. Knight, and his jokes aside. I think Fanta is a young boy who's born in Britain. Of course.
Well, no, he says he was born in Dubai. I think it was
True. But he's a British guy, just like Hafiz, man. Most of the time I don't understand these people.
Well, whatever his name. Well, this dude is an Arab speaker. He probably knows how to pronounce.
He does reports on all those protests and stuff.
Do you know what Hafiz means?
On CT's channel.
Hafiz.
Yeah.
And Hafiz means the guy who memorized the Quran.
When you said Fanta, I thought you was talking about the soda.
No. So I am
Vanta's another guy.
Responding to an earlier question asked by Mr. Stanley has asked me this question. So I think he is just a victim of CT's and the other channels propagandas. He's a young.
That's an interesting point, actually. CT, like for me or John or Nightish, like we are fully formed adults, or you, Dwally, we're fully formed adults. So you go to CT, he's not going to put any weird ideas in your head. Young people like Vanta, they to believe some of that bullshit.
And that's why these channels are there for, man. They want to brainwash people, man. They just take them and give them information. This is the thing.
I don't think CT's goal is to brainwash people. I honestly don't think that.
Anyway, I'm not sorry for him, and I'm not agreeing with him. But
I thought his goal was to grift and get cash apps and super chats.
Yeah, well,
it is a business.
It is a business, man.
I don't know if you saw Ava's stream last night. It was kind of interesting.
No, I didn't.
She did a deep dive into CT. I don't know what prompted her to do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Now see, that's fucking scary. You know what? She has the instincts of an investigative reporter. That's scary. Ava, Ava is a down low monster.
When you say down low, exactly what do you mean?
I mean, like she is this sweet little white girl who likes to lift weights and has red hair, but motherfucker, you get on her wrong side, she's gonna find the dirt. She will go dig up the skeletons.
Oh, I like Eva, man. That woman worked for me and hijab for the first time we met, and her hijab was green and it matched with her eyes, and that was my God.
Now, am I using down low wrong, Nightish?
Hey, you use it the way you want to use it, brother.
But no, like secret. That's like she seems like and she is. I personally like her. I think she's a sweet girl. However, she's almost like what's that?
She likes you, Stanley.
Yeah, I like her too. But she's like decades too young. I'm 60 now.
No, we are old.
No, I can tell by your voice. I could hear it.
I'm 43. We are old, man. But she's not as trash as Grace, man.
Oh no. I don't think Ava's trash at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Ava is like the anti-Grace. No, I don't think Ava's trash at all.
Grace Storps gets on her knees and let her father slap her in the face.
Ah, shit, man. Come on, don't say that, man.
It's on YouTube.
Well, he's probably right.
I have 2 young daughters, man. I don't want to hear that thing.
You don't like the truth?
Come on now.
Man. Even if that's the truth, I just don't want to hear it because it makes me sick.
Well, you know what? It is YouTube. That's not something your daughters need worry about, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, they are not. They should not.
Don't let them have their tablets.
I don't want to hear that.
Monitoring.
Well, no, Diwali's a Muslim father. You know what, Nightish? I've got a 19-year-old. I never really censored what he did, not directly, but there were always standards there. So, you know what? As a matter of fact, Diwali's daughters, I just instinctively, as a father, know those young women will turn out to be very successul.
Inshallah, brother. Inshallah. God is willing. That's
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
God's will.
I hope
Inshallah.
that, man.
K Sarah Sarah. Shout out to that.
Good parenting knows good parenting.
Oh yeah.
Was there a sequel to
that? That is my goal.
Yeah, that guy cutting grass.
That is mein Kampf, man. That's my song.
John is doing mine.
Yeah, that dude behind him right there. Shout out to John.
What is this?
I don't know.
Oh.
John, man.
Well, shout out to both Johns. The John that was cleaning and the John that can't see.
Thank you. Hey, say you got a shout out, Johnny Boy.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, I was thinking about something John said earlier. He said 3 people were in a room with a full-size mattress. So where did they sleep?
Man, they were fucking each other. When I walked in, 2 of them were in the bed together.
On a full size though, right?
Yeah.
Tom was the man living with his 2 wives in same bed. That's haram, bro.
Just 2 floozies, man. You know what I think it illustrates the point is that, like, you know, it's
I haven't heard that word in
so
decades.
desperate. They're so desperate and they're so broke, right? They're willing to go along with this shit, man. This nigga put a shirt on that didn't belong to him. And then when I asked him, what do you know, I knew it was my fucking shirt.
I knew that's why
he was gonna take it off.
Away. But DG said that's haram.
He was gonna take the fucking shirt off, bro.
Well, I said
this didn't happen in Baghdad.
Right. I said a man who is sleeping with his 2 wives in the same bed is haram.
They're not wives. They're just 2 women.
Yeah,
I cannot even comprehend that. You must understand me where I'm coming from.
The man didn't own his own shirt, and he was able to sleep with 2 women.
Oh, you guys had it. Hey, John, guys.
Hey, hold on for a second.
Hey, my friend. Okay, call. I think John should just immigrate from America and bring his 3 children and his wife to Ghana, man.
I have a question. You said you're a Muslim?
Yes, Alhamdulillah.
I thought, I thought
you saying that as an insult, or are you saying that as an
insult? It's a question I have.
Hey, I know you fucking hear me talking. Hey, I got a call. I want to patch it in just to hear it. Get it on the stream here. Give me 1 second. Mute yourself if you need to. Mute your phone too. Yeah, hello? Yeah, hello? Hello? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah. You got it. You calling about the room for rent?
Yes, sir.
And where you looking, northwest or southeast?
I'm looking for northwest.
And what's your budget? When are you looking to move? When are you looking to move?
Right here it says 850.
And when are you looking to move?
I'm looking to move sometime this month.
You got an exact date?
I can say probably like July 4th.
July 4th? Okay. Unless you're looking to lock it in right now, you could just save my number and call me back around July 4th because we have rooms all the time. You know, it's just a matter of when you're looking to move in, what we have available.
Okay, so what is like a business that you run or something like that?
Yeah, we rent houses, yeah.
Okay. All right, man. I give you a call around that time.
All right, what you why are you looking to move?
Well, I'm looking to move because I just moved into the place I'm at now. I'm renting a room out now in Alexandria, Virginia, but I work in DC.
Okay.
So when I rent this room out, the lady just told me the other day that her and her husband, well, not her husband, her boyfriend, she's moving in with her boyfriend somewhere else in Virginia. So, and she can't really pay the rent here, not even included with my money, you know, that I help out with. So,
damn,
I'm like, and she sprung this on me at the last minute. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you got more than you got a little time though. You say you moving out on what? July 4th? Shit, that's 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And where you from? You sound like you got an accent. You're African?
I'm from DC.
Okay. Oh, and shit, what you doing living out in Virginia then?
I was working out here. You know what I'm saying? I was working out here doing security.
Oh, okay.
But I got my security license for DC because, you know, they pay more in DC, so I just headed back on there when I got my license.
Gotcha. All right, man. Look, well, call me whenever you're ready to lock it in. We always have rooms available.
Yeah, in the Northwest area, because that's a good area for me. And I work in Northwest, actually. I work up there. You probably do know. It's a Woodland. It's called the Woodland Apartment.
Well, yeah. What is 16th Street somewhere, right? 13th Street.
Correct.
No, 16. Yeah,
Correct.
16. Yeah, I know exactly what it is. Yeah. Well, yeah. Call me when you're ready, man.
Security, armed security.
Oh, do you? Y'all have to have armed security at that damn building?
Man, we got 24 hour around the clock armed security.
Wait a minute, y'all got all them Hispanics in that building, ain't that building all them fucking Hispanics in there?
Yeah, Hispanics, whites, it's Asians, all types, but there's a lot of Hispanics. You right about that?
Is that why y'all gotta have the security? Why y'all gotta have the security? The Hispanics.
Man, that building there, man, if you're not hip to it, it can get dangerous sometimes, man.
No shit.
It get very dangerous in the Woodlands sometimes.
Why is that? What they shooting people? Fighting? What?
So it got a lot of drugs in there, a lot of sketchy people that go in and out of there all the time, man. You can tell because everybody got to check in. And so a lot of times when I check people in, the same people come all the time. It's like you in there doing something because you go in there 10 minutes, boom, come out, you buy some drugs.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Something like it's a lot going on, but I can't really say anything about it if I don't really see it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But there's a lot going on up there, man. Trust and believe that.
And that shit expensive to live there, right?
Yeah, it quieted down. It quieted down for the most part. But you never know, it might kick back off.
Damn,
it used to be a hotel.
Yeah, I remember it, like Bedbug Hotel.
Yeah.
All right, man. Hey, but hit me back whenever you're ready, man.
All right, man. Appreciate
you. Yeah.
It would seem like you need a couple more dollars from a dangerous nigga like that.
Man, it's crazy, man. Yeah, I tell you, security, big business up here. So he lives close to Obama. You know what I mean? And it's straight up from the White House. And
Obama came from
Hispanics. But Obama's house in DC is like to the west of 16th Street, maybe like I can still go to maybe 25th Street or something like that. But damn, you see, they have to have security in the apartment buildings. Fucking made private security, armed security. Damn.
Why not?
Well, two things about that. Number one, Obama has 3 houses that I know of: Chicago, DC, Martha's Vineyard. And then the other thing, did you hear the composition of that building? Hispanic, Asian and white. So it sounds like the hood in there. What's up with that?
What's wrong with the hood?
Yeah. So
I don't live there.
So
That's
I know
the reason.
So what it is it's up in a heavily Hispanic area. And there have been articles written about it. A lot of people that come here that don't want to live like east of 14th Street, which is considered like where it starts to turn dark. They'll live in that building because it's somewhat affordable, but it's not that great of a building as you can see there. And so, but they get to say they live on 16th Street, which is kind of, the boundaries for Northwest, where people want to live. And so now it's kind of transitioned to a lot of poor Hispanics. They bend out there on the street, and the young whites that come into the city, they want to, be in Northwest. and probably a bunch of poor Asians as well, because you wouldn't live there if you have the means to move anywhere else. But he said it's improving now, so maybe things have changed.
You know, that sucks. Nightish left. I sensed an argument coming from him. He asked me. Well, hopefully he can. Well, no, you go ahead, John. I have a response to Nightish's question about what's wrong with the hood.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like a DC transitional apartment, not in the typical government fashion, but like you may come here, get on your feet right there, and then move on. Yeah.
Interesting. You know, there's a lot about DC. Of course, you know, I've never lived in DC. I've lived, you know, probably the closest I've lived would be Chantilly, you know, Fairfax County. I think it's right north of Fairfax. In that, you know, Springfield, you know, all that, you know, that's all in Fairfax County.
Yeah, but
I was gonna say there's nothing necessarily wrong with the hood, except I didn't grow up there. So, you know, there's nothing wrong with it. If you're from there, you live there. I just don't happen to live there and am not from there.
This ain't technically the hood though. It's like probably like a mixing of first and third world or second world activities.
Well, are the whites there Europeans or something? Are they American?
Like a young college student coming here to DC, whose mom and dad have more money to pay for the apartment, and they get in there, but what the fuck? But you know, at least they right, you know, on 16th Street, take you straight downtown, bus stop right in front. You know, it's yuppie enough within a couple of blocks. You know, it's 16th Street. Have you ever heard of the? It's called a golden. What is it called? A golden mile or golden something? I forget the in DC. So it's right at the foot of that. So. Yeah, it's like right at the foot of that on 16th Street.
You know, I know the mall. I know Constitution Avenue. I know Chinatown, at least the part. And I know, you know where the convention center is?
Yeah.
That's not too far. It's like within walking distance of Chinatown, I think.
Yeah, strip street.
Because I've walked it. That part of DC I know, and the only reason I know it is because I worked there. We did Ticketmaster did ticketing for Obama's first inaugural balls. We did all the ticketing, and then I think we did the second, but I didn't work on the second one. So I had to stay like in hotels every now and again. I didn't like doing it because my son was young and I'd much rather be home. But so I know that part just vaguely. But I love it. You know, I actually like DC.
Yeah.
I probably couldn't afford to live there.
Hey, it depends on what part.
You know what? Like I said, I don't particularly have a problem because I'm not out at night a lot.
Yeah.
And you tell me, you know, I'm not out roaming the streets at night.
I mean, you go almost live anywhere.
Yeah. Once I come in for the night, you know, every now and again, you might want to go out to dinner. Or you might, you know, I need to run to get milk or, you know, there are always emergencies, but, you know, I'm not out at night. I had a family.
But, you know, things like that have been, you know, what is the word, ameliorated, but, you know, the Uber and all that, you know, late at night, you just call Uber, they'll bring it right to you. You know, we've had that happen.
Oh, man, you know what? I ordered beer by Uber a couple weeks ago. I didn't even know you could do that in Georgia.
You know, DoorDash too.
Dude, I'm fucking in high. I'm in hog heaven now. Excuse me, Dwally.
Now I learned what the word "hood" means by ChatGPT, man. I asked him, "Hi, what do they mean in America when they say I live in the hood?" And he said,
"In the hood." You didn't know what that meant? Oh, okay.
And he said, when someone in America says I live in the hood, they are usually referring to living in a low-income inner city neighborhood, often one that might have high crime rates, limited resources, or being seen as underprivileged. Then I ask if black people live in the hood.
Hey, what
and
do you
he
think?
said,
Go ahead.
and he said that is the stereotypes. But yes, most of the hoods are blacks and Latinos.
Oh man, somebody said when I do a review on
I'm gonna tell you right now, if you go into Appalachia, there's some hoods in the back up in the holler.
Yeah, but the thing is, they don't call the white low-income places hood, do they?
You know what? I call them low-income housing. But I lived in Linden, Virginia for quite some time. Front Royal is the county seat of Warren County. And Front Royal is actually a really nice little town. It's the Shenandoah runs through the middle of it. But there are parts of Front Royal that are maybe mixed hoods, but there are plenty of white people who lived in the hood. Yeah, I worked with them.
Yeah, but it's a term, whenever black people live in some place, whether it is a low income or not low income.
No, that's actually not true. The hood is very specific. Like,
hey, Stanley, educate me, please. Is there a difference?
Well, yeah, I mean, I grew up in a place called
and a ghetto.
Can I show you guys in the hood?
Yeah, go ahead, John. But let me say this right quick. I grew up. Now, this is the 70s, the 80s. I literally was in my old neighborhood because my father still lives there. You know what? His grass is fucking like you could trim it and play golf on it because we had worked on that lawn. Like we have had the same phone number for 50 plus years. So, what I want to say is that I grew up in an all black neighborhood. It wasn't a hood. I've never heard it referred to as a hood. Not every black neighborhood is a hood. It's more associated with inner city.
Yeah, I think there's certain sights and sounds of the hood. And I think, this is the hood, although it's very expensive to live here. This is a Bed-Stuy. But, I'm of a certain...
Oh, shoot, yeah.
I'm of a certain mind about this. You can see the architecture. These are nice houses. So these
brownstones, right?
Yeah, these people are barbecuing on the street. Now, if you think about it, I've shown you some street interviews walking through the streets in New York City, where the immigrants are barbecuing, well, not barbecuing, but they're selling food all over the street. Now, this looks like a community cookout. This is something that happens pretty often in Brooklyn. It's let me just say, this would be like, and not a derogatory. This is what happens in the hood. You understand?
That it looks joyous.
Well, I'm not saying it's bad. Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is like these are the type of communal things that happen in the hood, right? And I'm not saying the hood is bad. I'm saying like to separate, say, a suburban, largely black area, that this would not happen, right? Like you're not going.
You're absolutely right.
A bunch of blacks in Stanley's neighborhood are not going to do this. Right.
And now I will say this, like there would be birthday parties. I mean, people would gather in the backyard and like a cookout.
But it would be more organized than this. This is rather informal. This is just like there's probably a housing project. They may be in front of the fucking housing project for all we know. And so, but I'm of two minds about this because again, like these people have seen the immigrants come into their neighborhoods and do this, right? They may not have an open fire like a barbecue, but the Jamaicans do. And they cook on the street, and these guys on the streets taking over the street. But other people do it too, man. And so look at how the police come out on these people.
Oh wow.
ChatGPT.
Were you there, John?
No, this is off Twitter. No, I saw this off Twitter. But I'm familiar with these neighborhoods, so I can understand what's probably happening here. They just gonna set up on the street corner.
Well, tell us, is somebody calling like, hey, these people don't have a permit? Why is this even happening? Why were the cops even called?
It very well could be the case that, like this is the intersection of gentrification in these very expensive cities. You understand? Where one person may have the ear of the police sergeant. He may work in the government. That person may not have lived there 20 years ago, but now you got a person who works in the government who can call the government and get someone to respond to timely. And so this is what happens.
Well, John, there's actually an equivalent that I went through. You remember I told you I lived up in the Blue Ridge Mountains for maybe somewhere between 15 and 20 years. When I first moved up there, I was single. And it's actually how I met my neighbor who eventually became my brother-in-law. When I moved up there, dude, you could practically, like, one day, I'll tell you the story one day, but I had a burn barrel and I went down to my future brother-in-law, didn't know it at the time. I needed a pickaxe to put holes in the burn barrel, for ventilation. He was like, well, what do you need a pickaxe for? So he's like, I got something better than a pickaxe. He pulls out a 7-inch barrel Ruger 45. So we put 5 holes in this, more than 5 holes in this barrel. You know what? I've yet to hear from the cops. You can have fucking a 45, 5 rounds go off, and it wasn't really a neighborhood. It was on a 1-lane dirt road.
Hey guys, I gotta go.
10 years later. Well, it's good seeing you. Good talking to you. Dude, don't be a stranger.
No. I'm always here, whether I join the
Well, come up to the panel is what I mean.
Right.
You're always welcome.
Yeah, people are making fun of my accent, man.
Oh, fuck that. No, dude. No. Nightish is kind of, he's picking at you, but it's kind of good natured. Don't take
it's okay. I don't care. But
no, but otherwise they will deal with me. You are always welcome on my panel. Period.
You are my favorite, man. Thank you. And
no, John's your favorite.
HB's
your favorite.
No. I like
email
me because he is the reason why I joined this channel, because he always make fun of me and I laugh, and I learned today the difference between hood and ghetto.
Well, don't get too cocky with that knowledge, because you gotta live
thanks to ChatGPT. He told me it is a
don't trust ChatGPT. ChatGPT does not live in the hood.
Yeah, it's still learning. I wasn't making fun of your accent. I was just trying to understand exactly where you're from. I wasn't making fun of your accent.
No, it's all right, Mr. Knight. I say that to everyone, man. It's not only exclusively for you. That's a dynamic. What is it called?
Well, no, he's practicing to be an African American doing that victimhood bullshit.
DG?
Yeah, call me Duale, my brother. Mr. Knight, you can call me Duale. Duale.
Yeah. Why did Stanley say you're practicing to be a victim?
I never.
Because he's whining about people teasing him about his accent.
Yeah, it's true, man. And I gave a permission to HP2N to give crack. I can't say John. Hey, John, we are going to do one day. I promise to you, my brother.
You've been saying it for the longest, yeah.
Yes. Because of my work is usually it's crazy, man. I'm going to tell you my immigration. Hey, John, let me tell you one thing. I was 6 years old when I became a refugee.
When you came out of the what?
A refugee.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And I am 43 years old. Sometimes I think, hey, Duale, you gotta write a book about this.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You should do a stream.
Yourself like that.
Yeah, but you know, it is.
Wally, what you should do is you should, instead of writing a book, I think what would be more timely is you do a stream about it.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
I think you should do a one-man play.
Let me speak with John. I have not broken my promises to you. You and I will sit down one day.
Yeah.
And I will tell you exactly from when I was 6 years old until now. Even though now I'm not a refugee, I'm an ordinary European citizen.
I thought this man said he was leaving.
I was leaving, but hey, Knight, you are new here. John and Stanley are like 2 years. Yeah. Okay, John, I didn't want to do the interview when the election was going on. You know why?
No, why?
Because you guys were all anti-immigrants. You were all MAGA bullshit.
No.
Yeah. And I said was like, it's not fair for John, for his business, for his channel to interview an immigrant, man. Come on, man.
Oh, man, we like to hear all sides.
Yeah.
Dude, you're not here. You're not an immigrant in the U.S.
Yeah, but you know, when I see even the chat.
Well, no, I don't think many people who are MAGA even know where Germany is. They have to look it up.
You know, those motherfuckers, they don't care about where Germany is. They only care what, you know. Anyway, I thought my 43 years experience, it is not a good idea now to put that interview into John's channel because it's going to ruin his business. That's what I thought. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was right.
You're right. I think it'd be interesting. I mean, I'm the one that mentioned it. I've heard of refugee stories before, so I thought yours would be interesting as well.
Mine is very, very, very interesting, and I don't care if people judge or not judge. But for me, it's not like a choice. It's like a survivor. You have to survive, man.
Yeah, to survive. It is for sure.
It's not a luxury. And for you, it's a luxury. For me, it's a survivor. And if you want to listen to it, we will do that in quickly as possible.
I think it'll be good.
Yeah. I have your email. We will have a one-man talk.
Whenever
other
you're
people
ready.
will listen. Later on, they will do whatever that they want to do. And I promised you that. Anyway, I gotta go. My children just came in. You see you hear the voices, huh?
I can hear them in the background there.
Yeah. The wife and the children are here, and they want some ice cream. So I gotta do my job as a father. So thank you very much, Stanley. Thank you, Mr. Knight. Salute to you, brothers. Love
right.
you. Have a
Take
good
it easy,
day.
Wally.
Yeah.
Take it easy, man.
That dude talks like a chick. What's this we looking at? Protests?
Yeah. Oh, so this is in Brooklyn here. Black people have seen the immigrants in Brooklyn set up shop, sell food. And these people, I don't know if they're selling food or not, but you know, they've seen other groups come along and do this without the police saying anything to them. Here's what happened.
like somebody's being tased.
Yeah, they tase him. Yeah, and again, I'm not taking up for these people. They probably are breaking the law. There's someone in the chat here that did say it's against the law to barbecue on the street, so on and so forth. Here is the this is not it, but here is the chat where they tell you it's against the law to do it.
It don't matter. People want to.
But man, they've seen so much of this. Like, how you gonna have one rule for them and one rule for everyone else? Is how they.
Okay, what's the rule? What's the rule for everyone else as far as barbecuing in the street?
Well, and that is the thing that I've touched on quite a bit here in America. In America, for the most part, we don't eat street food. Follow my logic here, and so
I got you.
And so we may do food trucks, but that's cooked, prepared food.
Right? Well, hot dog carts. I mean, does that count as street food?
Same thing. Well,
yeah. We eat at Roach Coaches. They have food truck fairs where I'm at, and they have about 13 different food trucks that make different.
Let me, and John, you know this as well as I do. Look, I've been a couple places. They were maybe more fixed locations, but what's your definition of street food?
Well, let me finish, right? So, okay, so here's what I'm saying. In, say, South America, Central America, there's street food. Pull up on the side of the road, buy some food, okay? And it could be cooked, it could be not. It could be tacos where you don't really need much heat. But in America, by and large, most of our food is cooked. It's served warm for the most part. There's some sort of fire needed, be it a barbecue or some kind of electrical gas. Mm. These people here have seen the immigrants cook on the side of the streets and shit like that. But by and large, they're not using gas. And if they are, they're in a food truck or something. They're cooking on the side of the street, but they're making those mangoes, whatever, tapatilo, whatever the hell they make, right?
Tomatillo, yeah, but let me.
But hold on, let me finish. Whatever it is, they are somewhat skirting any police intervention because they're not barbecuing. There's no flame that these immigrants are using on the street. You see what I'm saying? So the Americans who are accustomed to cooking, when they want to go on the streets, they got to fire up a grill or something, and then that becomes a problem that the police can't come in and say, "Hey, no grilling." Right, but the immigrants again are kind of slipping through the cracks because they're not cooking. There's no open flame. There's no propane tank that could blow up or anything like that. These people had to have some kind of propane, right, or barbecue grill. The grill fucking fall over on somebody, burn up a child, anything, set a car on fire. These people are in close proximity to each other. A damn car blew up and set a house on fire. So they're going to regulate that probably a little bit tighter than they would that woman that was selling that oatmeal or whatever down the street on Brooklyn. Downtown. You remember when I walked up there and said, "What are you selling?" She's like, "Oatmeal, coffee." And
I remember.
She didn't have a fire going. It was just a thermos, right, to keep that shit warm. It's a different business model than cooking on the side of the street with an open flame, and I think that's why the police were able to intervene with them. Now they probably don't see the distinction. They probably say, "Hey, these fucking immigrants are doing it. Why the hell are you picking on me?"
They didn't look very immigrant-y. A lot of those kids, and please put the like a portion of the video back up.
Yeah,
they look very American.
Yeah,
dressed.
These are American. These are Americans. You understand?
Okay, well that's fucking ridiculous. Why did look?
Because they violated this law, Stanley. Understand? Look, they violated.
No. What I'm saying is, why didn't just someone go up and go, "Hey, who is there an organizer? Who can I talk to?" In my opinion, and again, now my father's a retired cop. He's been retired probably longer than he's been a cop. So I'm vaguely familiar with some of this. Now it's a small southern city. But you just don't go up all, with your chest out like that. How about fucking just kind of do some reconnoitering? How about find out who's the organizer? And if you can't do that, then there has to be a plan B. I don't agree with how the cops approach this.
Yeah, they
There's no violence. the people seem to be, kind of just like eating that. I don't see anything that would warrant me pulling a taser. Now, maybe it develops that way. I'm going to fault the cops here.
Right.
Okay. I think they fucking went in like in a phalanx when they could have been a little bit, at least at the start, like, hey, looks like y'all are having a good time. Who's in charge here? Who, just talk to some adults.
Well,
I just don't like the approach. And I'm not being a bleeding heart liberal. What I'm fucking saying is, how about de-escalate before you have to escalate and just make some friends? You don't have to come up in a phalanx.
You know what's interesting? And this goes to show you political power at play. And I'm going to see if I can find it for you. And this really...
I want to say this, though. Where I'm at, they do serve street food. They have a person that's walking around. I think that thing is like a warmer. They walking around with, it almost looks like an ice cream cart they walking with. They ringing this bell, but they selling tamales.
Right, but they don't have
fire. Really?
Yeah.
Now you're making me hungry.
What is it that's keeping it hot then?
I mean, they can have warmers.
I'm sorry. The thing has warmers in it then.
I mean, they can have thermos. It could be in a cool. It could be in a, what they call it, just a thermos type thing. You know what I mean?
Well, that shit is hot. They selling elote. You know what elote is?
That's that corn, right?
That's that corn with the cheese on it, and
oh yeah, they might have a little grill with that there. Mm-hmm.
No, they walking around with this motherfucker. They pull over to this. They walk. You know how people used to walk around with the ice cream thing?
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Thing. So they got tamales in them motherfuckers. They got elote in them motherfuckers. They got what they sell.
Yeah. No, I think the difference though, Nighties, is probably on the East Coast.
I'm on the West Coast.
Right. I'm saying on the West Coast, you have probably much more Hispanics than say.
Yes, mostly Hispanic. Yeah.
Right. And so they more or less just just doing what they do out there. Here
they have boxes of oranges. They stand on the corner. There's a woman sitting on the corner with 1,000 boxes of oranges. They sell fruit and shit. They selling tamales. They selling elote.
Right. Yeah. And they do that in New York City. I've seen the elote. But they do it here in DC. I've seen it as well. I can't remember how they do. Hey, how they be making that corn here with their cheese on this shit up there at Columbia Heights?
Oh shit! They have a little cooler with the corn and stuff in it already cooked, and they just put it in the cup and give it to you. That's how they do it.
So here, at least they're not cooking it or on the scene.
They might have fruits like the mangoes and stuff with the hot sauce.
Right, and see, like that's I think the difference or the advantage that the immigrants have.
And then we have a bunch of food trucks. So it's a burrito truck that's out all day. Then they got trucks that sell like lobster rolls, crab rolls. They got one that sell barbecue. They got one that sell cupcakes. So they got all them trucks. Yeah, we do have street food.
Yo, that sex predator just sent me the money, bro.
They basically had those little things that look like a candle, and they had like aluminum tray. The little candle things is up under it, keeping it warm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, like you can't have like a gas and shit, or like a barbecue.
Yeah,
right.
But if you ever looked at the Oakland stuff, they using charcoal grills and propane. That's what the cameras was coming out saying. You can't use charcoal, and they whooped their feet. Then she came out and said, "You can't use propane." You whooped her feet. Oakland people do what the fuck they want to do. Now you can go complain about it.
Yeah, that's true. Let me see. Send this motherfucker the code. It's a beautiful day.
Because motherfuckers be having that propane thing set up out there, having whole crab boils and selling that to you. They sell you a bag. It's potatoes, corn, crab, shrimp, links, chicken wings. So now I'm down to the last part. I got the two 32-inch TVs. I got the safety locks on, rooms painted with the white. replaced all the plugs. Now I'm down to the. I guess I gotta buy sheets and shit.
Yeah, hey, you better buy some sheets with some patterns on it, bro. You know what I mean?
I know not to buy no white ones because motherfuckers gonna be.
No, bro. Like fuck no. You have to buy like sheets with patterns on it. Buy some cheap ass sheets, man. You know what I mean? So the patterns.
So you said you got full size mattresses. Are they the 10-inch mattresses?
Huh?
Are they the 10-inch mattresses?
Shit, they motherfuckers come in a box. You do like 10. I guess about 10.
Yeah. I'm looking at some right now. They say they 10-inch for $304. What's this called? Ashley Queen size 10.
Man, look for Zenith. Look for Zenith. That's the cheapest you're gonna find right there. Matter of fact, if you want to be goddamn frugal, go on Facebook Marketplace.
Man, I'm running out of money. I'm trying to find this cheapest shit.
Well, Zenith is cheap, but if you want to be even more frugal, go on Facebook Marketplace and get a used mattress. Hell, you ain't gonna be sleeping on it, right?
Zenith.
Go Facebook Marketplace mattress, man. You'll find a million mattresses.
Zenith 12-inch for $2. Okay. That's what walk me through this shit because I ain't doing nothing but spending money.
Yeah.
Find out my pipes are not broke.
I should have told you what you should have done, man. Is done one at a time instead of doing both rooms because they're probably not gonna rent simultaneously as soon as you put them on the market. Just get one done, and then it's like the agile methodology. You ain't got to get it 100% the way you want it. Just get the bed, the mirror, the TV.
I got the mirrors already. I got the desk already. I got a 1-bedroom set, so I need.
Okay, whatever room's ready to go. Whatever room pretty much is ready to go, and then you can start buying the furniture. Kind of split out spending your money. It's a cash flow issue there. You don't want to just throw out a bunch of cash before any cash.
Yeah, I do want to finish the 2 rooms though. That 3rd room is gonna have to wait.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like you could have put all your resources or put all your time and energy. Forget about your resources in the one, got it ready. And then
the one is only going to be $1,800. I need at least 36.
Well, you've been working on the second one while the first one is already bringing in money. But right now, you're trying to do 2. It's going to take you not twice as long, but at least it's 1.5 times as long. Yeah, what do you say? Sheets. Damn, you might have to go 35, 19. You got time?
I make time, dude.
All right, let me. Hey, you want me to sing your Uber over there? Huh? Oh, you want to ride my bike? Huh?
I think I'm gonna buy me a moped.
My bike and ride over there and come back. Right. Oh, when you get over there, call me.
All right.
Hey.
Buy me a moped. It'll fuck around and get stolen, but I think I want to buy me a moped.
The scooter is the shit. I mean, the e-bikes are the shit.
I got in a 5-car driveway, but I don't want to be trapped in here with a car. So I give me a moped so I can go get out.
I got a tenant with who's a mechanic, and he on e-bikes. I never knew how lucrative that shit was until COVID hit, and he was able to make good money, man. Fixing on bikes, man, high-end bikes.
Whoa,
$10,000-$20,000 bikes, man.
What happened to your mom's dog?
Oh, it passed, man. She had to put it down here like a heart problem, man. Yeah.
So yeah, I see these Zenith mattresses for $200. That's a little bit cheaper. I gotta find some cheap. I gotta find me some on eBay or something that's a free bedroom set.
Facebook Marketplace is the place where you want to go for that.
Yeah, Zenith. I see a bunch of them. 12 inches too.
It literally sounds like you're planning like a little love nest there, Nightish.
No, Airbnb. I bought a duplex.
Is that what you call them now?
It's a fixer. I bought a fixer for $3-something. I put 20% down on it for the equity.
Uh-huh.
And I'm in the back house. It's a 1-bedroom. It's about 600 square feet. The front house is like 900 square feet. It's a
it sounds like you're making a cozy little place.
Yeah. You love it. I get you a bunch.
What you call it, Stanley? A love nest.
Yeah. I get
Dude, what I love is you planning it.
Stanley,
You planning that little love nest of yours.
Listen, Stanley, I get one dude called the Executioner, other one called the Punisher, and we'll get you as much baby oil as you need.
You know what? I love hearing you.
I'm positive you would love it.
Planning something for your little birdies.
Damn, I'm in your 60. You
planning a freak out party over there.
It's not a freak out party. It's gonna be a
John. How much
a freak out nook?
John, how much you think I can rent the room with Stanley that the Executioner and the Punisher was here?
Yeah, don't be acting all comic book hero now.
Yeah. you all your holes would be filled.
What's up, 12 man?
What's up, Stanley? Hey, John. I don't know the other guy in the panel.
No, that is Nightish.
Look, man, we done been on T channel 50 times.
Oh, okay.
You don't know Nightish?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I hope so. He will abuse you if you don't.
I got a story for you guys today. Yesterday, I had to deal with this 400-pound black bear.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
By the way, before you get into the story, there's something I need to tell you. You remember that cook, that chef called 907 Eats?
Oh, yeah.
She is in Alaska.
Oh, yeah. Well, 907, duh.
Yeah, well, shit, I don't know. I looked up the area code and I'm like, well, this is a black lady in Alaska. That's fairly rare.
Yeah.
So actually, she is in Alaska. She's actually a wonderful person. I love her show. She is.
Oh, wow.
So she has some professional experience. She might even still be doing that. Dude, I watched her plan a cookout and I was like, I never thought to do that with cheese slices. I was like, God damn, she is a professional. I'm like, motherfucker, I literally never, how American cheese will stick, like you take them out of the.
Yeah, I don't like American.
Oh no, she has a genius solution. So anyway, we will talk about it. Even if we don't get to it today, you need to remind me because you need to be watching her show. She is awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, share the link in the back. Stanley,
yeah, I will.
If you get it.
Well, I'll drop it in the back and the chat because everybody should be going over there. She knows. Dude, I just wandered in because I know her from Freezy's show. And you know what? I got up on her panel. We were talking mullet. We were talking fishing. And no, these are my people. If you know how to cook and you appreciate food and all that bullshit, these are my people. I loved it. So anyway, I'll make sure the links get provided, and maybe some of these heathens and Philistines in the chat can learn good food from this woman.
Yeah, I might even be able to meet up with her. A lot of people, we get probably, I don't know, a few million people here where I live a year just to catch the salmon. And most of them are Alaskans. So.
Well, I don't know Alaska. I don't know the area codes and all that. I just know she's in the state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what's the story about with the black bear?
Oh, I went outside to use the outhouse early yesterday morning, and I was still half asleep and shit, and then I could finally see, right? And there's a 400-pound black bear on my deck Stanley. Like, literally just laying there.
What did the dog do? I bet he wasn't barking.
He was terrible. He didn't even bark. Like, well,
Like,
so much for some picture being a good watchdog. Yeah, so like my shotgun is in the shop, right? So only thing I had here was
a shotgun. Do you have slugs or what? A shotgun's not going to stop a fucking 400-pound grizzly bear. It's just going to make them
well,
mad.
it's not a grizzly, it's a black bear. Two totally different creatures.
You know what? I didn't even realize they had black bears up there. I thought they were all.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Here's a big old.
I don't know.
It's like,
I don't. What, dude? Would a shotgun, a 400-pound any bear, you know, to stop it with a shotgun?
Oh yeah, a slug.
Okay, I got you. Is it double barreled or?
No, it's a pump.
God
but
damn.
Anyway, so I didn't have my gun.
Wait, hold it. You're gonna have to get it between the eyes. You're not gonna.
No.
How do you?
Well, yeah. I mean,
you must be a good shot. Is all I have.
Well, that slug leaves the barrel at 1,900 feet per second. So, I mean, whatever that slug hits, it's gonna stop.
What's not? It'll keep charging though, right? You're not gonna stop it. You'll delay it.
That's the funny thing, Stanley, is the characteristics of bear, like a brown bear or a grizzly bear, as you guys call them down there. We call them brown bears up here, but whatever. And, that's the bear that you want to make sure you put that slug in the right spot, right? Because that brown bear will keep coming at you, whereas a black bear, a black bear, you know, you could just sting it a little bit. Like, that's all I had was my. I had my 22 break barrel rifle here, which is just a air gun. It travels at 1,200 feet per second. So I just stung that bear in the ass with the 22 air rifle, and it hadn't been back since. It came back like 3 or 4 times to Stanley.
You know what? Is it the black bears with cubs? I mean, I've heard stories about maybe it's it's a female with cubs. Like they're not gonna stop.
Oh yeah.
If they think their cubs are under threat, they're gonna get them, and you better stop it cold.
You know, a 12 gauge slug is equivalent to 7.72 caliber.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not a gun guy. Oddly enough.
Well, you know what a 50 caliber is, right? Stanley?
Absolutely, I do.
Yeah. Well, a 12 gauge slug is a little bit bigger than that, and it's traveling when it leaves the barrel. It's traveling at 1,900 psi. So, I mean, anything that slug gets near, it's gonna do some damage. No, it's a slug.
You know, I thought even slugs
solid slug.
Okay, like I said, I've been hunting. I'm a fishing guy. I'm not a hunting guy. You know, you hand me a gun, I know the caliber. I don't know that much about the ordnance.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, the bear hasn't been back since I stung it in the ass with my 22 air rifle. So it'll be fine. Why isn't that bear down on the river eating salmon? Is what I want to know. Why is it around here? Like,
well, we got a heat wave. We got a heat wave in Conus. It's gonna be real hot. As a matter of fact, I meant to tell John, I just got a heat alert in Georgia. Now this
I heard it was going to be hot out there.
Well, I don't think it's going to be as hot as in Georgia as it will be up in places like Indiana,
or North Carolina.
Well, let me also Georgia. It'll probably be hotter, but let me tell you something that I actually have noticed, and maybe I'm right. I don't have data to back it up. Back when I was growing up, like it's 89 degrees outside right now, and this is right on the Alabama. You get a motherfucking heat alert, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's not even 90, and you're getting a heat alert.
Is that like on your phone? Or?
Well, yeah, I got it on my phone, but here is my point. Back in the motherfucking day, dude, before heat alerts, 89, yeah, you don't want to be out in it if you don't have to, but that's not a fucking alert. That's under 90. What the fuck are these pussies doing now? It's not 90 and you're sending out an alert? Dude, if it doesn't crack 100, honestly, if it's like not 95 or above, why do you want to know what the temperature is going to be? But dude, we know what to do. You don't need to send out like a fucking Amber alert. Is this like a fucking Amber alert?
I turned them off on my phone because I get tsunami warnings just because there's a little bitty earthquake off the coast of Alaska somewhere, and get the fuck out of here, man.
Here's the deal. If you are from Georgia, and not a lot of people are from Georgia, a lot of snowbirds or whatever, dude, if you tell me as a man of Savannah, there's gonna have to be a book called that, Man of Savannah.
You gotta write it, Stanley.
I ought to, but if you tell a man from Georgia that it's gonna be hot, and that man telling you, a woman or whoever is telling you, and they're from Georgia, that shit's gonna be hot. Like some National Weather Service boy in some air conditioned, 89 degrees is not that hot. If you're a kid, you just have to take care, but it's seriously. Dude, my sister and I used to go fucking play tennis on clay courts in like 95 degree weather. And you know what? Probably something we shouldn't have done, but you know what? We did it and we're fine. I think there is a certain thing. I think America is becoming more pussified.
Yeah.
We're not raising our kids, and I have an article. There's an article that I've been thinking about putting up on the channel. Maybe I'll do it in the morning. We're just fucking babyfying our kids way too long, motherfucker. If you know it's gonna be hot, kid, you don't need me to tell you not to be out in the middle of the day. And if you have to be, drink water. That's really all you need to know. And use sunscreen these days. But that's it. There's no special precaution if you grew up in Georgia or are growing up in Georgia. Like South Georgia, motherfucker, if someone from Georgia tells you it's going to be hot, take precautions. You don't need a whole alert. You don't need you don't need an Amber alert for heat. And look at Deacon Dave. Deacon Dave, stop being an asshole.
I was wondering if the weather guys should be having access to sending out mass alerts like that.
I don't know how that system works. Like I said, I got the alert on my phone. And I know it's going to be hot, but even if it got up to 100, it is rare but not unusual, if that makes sense. It gets up to 100 every now and again. And motherfucker, it's June. What were you expecting?
Wonder if he'll get fired over it or something.
Get what?
Get fired.
Fire?
For
No,
sending out a mass alert like that when it's summer in Georgia.
They do that now. They do that now. It's like the norm. And I started noticing it a few years ago. Now, I was kind of surprised today because I knew it's going to get hot, but I was thinking, well, maybe it had cracked 90 or something. 80.
Yeah, so it's summer in Georgia. Yeah, I mean, why send a alert out because it's going to be 89 degrees? I don't get it, Stanley.
Well, back in the day, your parents used to tell you to fucking check the weather. You don't need a phone alert. Check the weather.
I know the snakes and all. The snakes and all those other. Oh, go ahead, Stanley. My bad.
Yeah, well, no, I'm gonna say, look, what's gonna happen at the end of the day is it'll, there might be a cold front that comes in, and then we'll get a violent thunderstorm. Now, this part of Georgia, it's a little iffy. If I'm in Savannah, it's gonna happen. And I was just there a few days ago, and it was fucking 89 degrees at 10:30 in the morning.
Like that Homestead Heart is right there around where you're at, Stanley. You got to go over there and visit them sometime.
You know what? I'm subscribed to the channel. I have to go and look them up. I'm suspecting they're probably more middle Georgia, though. I'm literally about even with Atlanta, maybe a little north and on the Alabama border. And if you have to go through any part of Atlanta, if I recall, they're probably a couple hours away, even in Georgia. Part of it will be traffic. Dude, it takes me 5 hours to get to Savannah. Georgia's the biggest state east of the Mississippi. It's, like if I literally. Oh, fuck yeah. If I went from Chattanooga, like, I think it's I-40 right at the northern part of Georgia, right on the border there. If you go south and you go all the way from northern border to southern border, it's probably a 12-hour trip. I mean, we're not Texas, but we're not Rhode Island either.
Right. Yeah, I didn't know that Georgia was the largest state on the east of the Mississippi.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
East of the Mississippi. Yeah, they teach you that in like grade school.
Well, maybe in Georgia, I'm sure they did.
Yeah, we're proud of the oddest things. And Deacon Dave, I'm going to deal with this comment, motherfucker. You can tell I'm getting a little tipsy. So, anyway, John, you still there? And I am at, oh my Lord, I'm not even at 8 hours yet. That's problematic.
Hey, you must start it early, Stanley.
No, I actually started late. I didn't start till like after 6, right around 6 in the morning. If you haven't noticed, I've pushed the show back to like 4:45 to 5 o'clock, maybe even later, because I was on a panel last night and it was after midnight. And, I don't do well with like 4 hours of sleep. I'm 60. I need my 5 to 6 hours. But I pretty much, without morning roast, I've just found, because I pick up more viewers because people don't get up at 3 in the morning or 2 in the morning.
Yeah, it's rare that I'm up as late as you used to start the show,
Right.
Stanley. So I appreciate the later starts myself because then,
Well,
like,
so do I. I
by the
don't.
time
You know
you
what? I
used
don't.
to come on, by the time
Well,
you used to come on, Stanley, I'd be already plastered. You know what I
well,
mean?
here's
Yeah.
the deal, though. It's just something that evolved. Morning roast starting at like 9. I should have still stopped. For some reason, I got real committed to 2 because there were people who'd hop in. It was almost like an Art Bell sort of show. People would just hop in at 2 or 3 o'clock, and it'd be weird times. But I've just found, especially with my son back home, it's a little bit better if.
He's home for the summer, Stanley.
Yeah, he's been home for like a month and a half.
Nice. Oh, nice.
Where else is he gonna go? Well, I mean, there are other places. Look, I am his father. He did do a little bit of growing up here. Where else would he go?
So they're not allowed to stay in the dorm during the summer?
No, and even better than that, he's taking summer classes, but they're online. This is the other odd thing. He has to go in for a test every now and again, but he took an online class during the regular school year. They're online classes, even if you're on campus. And dude, that is awesome.
Yeah. Well,
he wanted to take classes. You know what? And I wish John were here. He's still nominally here. It was something that some of these black conservatives want to talk about. How are you prepared for schools? Excuse me. And I'm kind of I have some thoughts on it. I haven't changed my opinion, but something did kind of wake me up. Now, I have gone through 12 years of high school or of schooling with my son. And I used to tell him all the fucking time, motherfucker, your study habits suck. It's like he has this weird thing where he just doesn't have to study or didn't have to study. So he comes home from school and he's made 1A the whole fucking year. Now, he didn't make anything like below a B, but that's kind of tepid. That's kind of mediocre. And I'm like, what are you doing? Partying or what? And if you can fucking party and make B's, okay. But come on now. An A every now and again would be nice just to, prove you care. So
I earned mostly B's and C's myself in high school.
My son literally has never made a B in math until he got to Georgia Tech. But I'm like, well, Georgia Tech is also famous. They use their math and physics courses to weed motherfuckers out. If you can't do like the hard calculus, your ass is gone. So I'm like, well, yeah, you made a B, but it's not an A. And you know what? He got a little annoyed with me. He looked at me and he's like, he didn't say motherfucker, but I knew what he was thinking. I've never heard him say school was hard. I was like, when I heard him say, Dad, this school is hard, I was flabbergasted. I'm like, well, goddamn, you know what? It must be hard because this motherfucker never studies. He never studied. Look, he told me something was hard, and I was like, for you? So I just figure it must be hard.
Yeah, I kind of sucked at math, Stanley, but I'm great with a tape measure, and that's how I made my living. Was doing actual trade. So
now I'm not sure my son is. Well, he probably could if he put his mind to it, but he got raised by kind of a polymath. I call it, the old-fashioned term is Renaissance man. He is not a math geek. However, I have to say one thing. He did win a math contest his junior year of high school. Like, it was competitive, and the motherfucker won a medal. So he's not a slouch at math, but he's not like my life is math.
Right.
So, what he's doing kind of suits his personality. Plus, I have to honestly say this. He has always wanted to do software engineering since he was like fucking 6. I was like, and I remember him talking about wanting to do video games and stuff. And I'm like, well, you're still young. Maybe you'll change your mind. He never has. He is a computer person, but he's not geeky. As a matter of fact, he should be more geeky because he's a fucking slob. My version of a computer geek. My version of a computer geek.
He's a slob,
oh motherfucker, dude. I'm ready
not
for him
good
to
at housekeeping. I think is what you mean.
No, I mean, like, dude, you're not 15. I'm not obligated to, like, why am I even having to tell you to clean up after yourself, motherfucker? And if you tell me that you kept your dorm room neater than your room, that's a landmine because I'm gonna go off. Motherfucker, you kept your dorm room better than your house? So anyway, he's been home for a while. He will be here till August. We're going back to Savannah, probably in a couple weeks, and that's going to be. Well, this might be weird. We're going back to Savannah for a week. I might just fucking stay the rest of the summer, and he can come back up here. My father's over 80, and you know what? I motherfucker, I keep saying motherfucker, but all of a sudden I'm in Navy mode. We walked.
I'm used to it, Stanley.
We walked a while ago from River Street back up to the cathedral in Savannah. I went to school next to the cathedral. It was Cathedral Day School. And I was stunned. Savannah, it was a great place to grow up back in the 70s and 80s. And you just don't realize how good it is until you're older and maybe you're raising kids. Savannah's fucking like the best city. And I've been to a couple cities. Savannah's just fucking awesome. It is so fucking laid back. And I'm a native. People know me in Savannah. Look, if I went back to Savannah and I'm contemplating it, and it's kind of my turn, I foresee me moving back to Savannah. So, and it's a great city. There's fish in there, and I love where I live, but I might just fucking, when I go down there, spend the rest of the summer. It's not like I have a lot to do other than the show, and I can certainly do it from Savannah. But I'm starting. It's almost like being a salmon. I'm starting to miss my home waters.
Yeah. Well, whatever suits your fancy, Stanley.
Well,
that's what makes you happy, then do it.
I have a fucking empty nest. Whatever. Luckily, I'm not a fancy hunter. I don't need new things to fit my fancy. I already know what does. So anyway, I have made this horribly boring. So
yeah, I didn't mean to jump in and just
no,
said the other guy here.
I don't give
Done
a fuck.
gone. You know, I'm pretty boring, Stanley. You know that.
Oh, no. We started talking about bears and slugs and stuff. That's man stuff. You know, pussies don't know how to deal with 400-pound bears. you got to have a couple squirts of testosterone in your blood to know what to do.
Well, I wouldn't have shot him with the air gun, except he kept coming back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, Stanley? Like, I didn't even want to hurt the bear because I'm not going to eat it.
Yeah, I was going
There's
to
a
ask
lot
you
of
about
people
that.
around here.
I was about to ask, have you ever had it?
Yeah.
I might have even asked you this before. What'd you think of it? I've heard it's greasy.
I thought it was pretty grainy.
Mm-hmm.
I cooked it in a crock pot for like 24 hours. Attempted to make a.
It was tough?
Well, not by the time I was done with it, but maybe I overcooked it. I was just looking at like barbecue bear, crock pot recipes, and stuff like that. And
There are crock pot recipes for bear?
Yeah.
I had no clue.
I mean, you can hear it. It's all right, but.
Well, I mean, I've known people who've had it. My brother-in-law, and I don't remember if he told me how it was cooked, but he said it was really greasy. Which makes sense.
Yeah, it's that too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad I just put it, you know, like a day like yesterday, I probably would have really liked to have had my shotgun here because that slug will give it a reminder not to come back over here. You know. Yeah, and I don't get it, Stanley. Like, why isn't that goddamn bear down there on the river eating salmon, not looking around here for something to eat? And Jesus Christ.
Well, maybe it has a taste for white meat.
Yeah, Fisher didn't say shit. My dog, he didn't bark one time at that bear.
Well, do you think the bear kind of knew there was a dog there? Maybe it's smart enough to be quiet.
What, you mean the dog?
Well, no, maybe the bear kind of knows that the dog is there and it was, you know, smart enough to be quiet.
Yeah.
You don't think that's possible? I mean, bears are not dumb.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty dumb to hang around here because I don't want a bear on my porch when I go to use the outhouse in the morning. Okay. Especially like yesterday when I first woke up, Stanley was like, "Oh shit!" Like, cause I was just waking up and I seen that 400-pound monster on my deck, and I'm like, "Holy motherfucker!"
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think anyone's leaving trash out or what? Because that is kind of odd. Not you. I mean, like neighbors, because I have a bear story myself. Nothing is dramatic, but when neighbors and people start leaving trash out, at least on the East Coast, it's gonna attract bears, and they will start roaming. I mean, shit, bears will attack like bird feeders.
Oh yeah, I heard of black bears getting into bird feeders. Yeah, black bears down there too.
Go on
Yeah,
YouTube.
yeah, I've seen those videos, and yeah, black bears in Georgia where you're at too, right?
Yeah, they're not that big. They get bigger in Northern Virginia.
Yeah, they're pretty small down there. This motherfucker weighed like at least 400 pounds. I'm like, oh my god. How am I gonna deal with this today? I dealt with it. I kept the dog in the house. And the last time it came back, I stung it in the ass with the 22 air rifle, which leaves
Are you
the barrel.
Sure it's the same bear?
Oh yeah.
Huh. Well, let me tell you my bear story.
I had some walnuts or something out there in a bucket. And I don't know if the walnuts might have been what attracted it.
You know what? It doesn't sound beyond the pale. But why the hell? Because it's summer. There's still. You're right. There's salmon. Why the fuck do you need nuts? Those nuts are protein, and so is the salmon.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope the bear went back down by the river and get some salmon. Like that, I don't.
I'd lived up in the this part of the Blue Ridge Mountains for damn near like maybe 10 years. Because we moved. Well, I moved because my wife, when my son was small, refused to live up in the mountains for several different reasons, which I had to admit were good reasons. But eventually, we wound up moving back up there. When he was 4 or 4 going on 5, I think it was. So anyway, I'd never seen a bear up there. It was like, well, Stanley. Because sometimes when there was snow on the ground, I lived a mile away from the state route to my front door. And every now and again, if I had to work really late, I'd be walking that road at like 3 a.m. And, they were like, well, what the fuck are you doing? You're crazy, not having a 45 at a minimum, walking down that road. But it was snow on the ground. They're not going to be bears in the winter. So anyway, I'd been up there for years, and it was so weird because one day I walked to a neighbor called me and said, "Hey, Stanley, there's a bear in the neighborhood. Don't let your son out. We had just gotten our dog. That dog didn't know the mountain. She was maybe a year old, so she really, didn't know the mountain. So anyway, I'm like, what? A bear? I've lived up here for years and never seen a bear. So I walk on the front porch, and lo and behold, there's a bear walking down the road. It was a 1-lane gravel road. And I suspect somebody'd been leaving trash out. So, the bear's kind of curious. So I'm like, holy shit. Because my dog's out on the porch, and I'm like, you know what? Let me grab this dog because she's gonna take off after this, and she's not gonna know that, she's not a mountain dog. Mountain dogs know not to fuck with bears.
Yeah.
So everything's fine. It cut through my backyard. It literally, we didn't have a fence. It cut from the front yard, walked all the way down the hill to the bottom of the backyard. And then, that was the end of it. And I'm like, well, that's odd. The next day, now we know she's a she because she took the same path with 2 little cubs. And I'm like, holy fuck. We're like a bear highway here. So, and it was a big bear. This wasn't a little brown bear. It was a black bear, but it was like, black bear. This was not a small bear, and I'm thinking, well, maybe they look bigger, but if you ever shave the fur off, they're not as big, as they look. But even by that standard, this was not a small bear, and I'm like, well, fuck. If this winds up becoming a problem, because sometimes my son would walk from the bus stop, home, down that little 1-lane gravel road. And I'm like, well, fuck, I have to start thinking about it. It was in the summer, so I didn't, eventually it didn't show up anymore. But, you don't want your little 6 or 7-year-old walking down the road, coming across. Exactly. But the thing is once I saw that one, that couple bear sightings, I was seeing bears up there all the fucking time. And I'm like, well, where the hell were they? I literally lived up there 10 years, and maybe it's possible I didn't know what to look for. That is possible, but I think what had happened is the bear population had kind of grown to a point to where they were more ubiquitous.
Yeah, and we try to control them here in Alaska. Federal judge ruled that we can't shoot bears from helicopters. And yeah, but they're like decimating the caribou and the moose herds, so they got to be thinned out.
Damn, there that many bears?
Oh,
well, I mean, is there a hunting season that doesn't involve aircraft?
Yeah, well, that's what lady friend of mine told me. The black bears are still in season, so I could shoot it. Of course, my go-to gun is the 12 gauge, and of course it's in the shop, so I was left to just me and the air rifle. And, it hadn't been back since then, since I stung it in the ass with the pellet. But
let's hope it doesn't bring its bear buddies. It's gonna be like the hair bear bunch.
Yeah, I ain't gonna eat it, so I don't want to kill it. But I was thinking that bear rug would look good in front of my fireplace at the same time. Yeah, so don't leave your trash out. Don't leave your dry storage goods on the deck.
Huh. You know what?
Yeah, don't leave your walnuts out there or nothing else. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause, like, we are the ones who attract them.
Right.
So, I gotta respect nature. I'd rather see, like, if it was up to me, I would have tranquilized the bear and then hauled him down by the river and let him go.
Right.
But I don't have a tranquilizer gun. So.
Can you rent them?
I'm not sure. Maybe. You put
I'm going to
it to
drop this
sleep.
link into, if I can figure out how to do this, I'm going to drop the link into the back chat in the two main chats, and then
Yeah, I
I'm going
never
to
did
sign
get
off.
that 907 link, Stanley,
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
doing
back.
it now. And I highly recommend. So it's in the back chat. I'm gonna. This is 907.
I got
Good
it that
Eats.
time.
907 Good Eats. And like I said, I highly recommend this, especially if you like cooking or just food, knowing stuff about food.
And she's running a food trailer up there in Anchorage.
No, I don't know what she's doing. I didn't ask that part. I've really just watched. But she pretty much does. She's got a really nice kitchen, and I enjoy watching her. Cook techniques, and she does panels. Oh, excuse me. She does panels with people who like to talk about food.
Oh, nice. She live up here in Alaska? I guess. 907.
So, when I saw it, I was like, well, I know black people live up there, but it's kind of rare to see a black woman. And I think, she has children and she has a husband and all that sort of stuff. So, it's kind of weird to see a suburban life in Alaska. So, and I'm glad. And like I said, I kind of know her from Freezy's channel. So, it wasn't a total stranger, but, I love the channel. I'd recommend it. Dirty, are you still around here somewhere? So I actually do have to start wrapping this up because I know Portia wants to do a show, and she hasn't done one in a while. But I just kind of drinking too much beer. It's hot outside. Can't go out and do anything that I want to do, and all that stuff.
It's almost like the opposite of Alaska. Like, we don't want to go outside in the winter because it's too cold.
Right.
But in Georgia, it's like you're stuck in the same place almost because it's too fucking
really,
hot outside.
Kind of being older, I'm not as bold. Like, I'm not gonna go out and fucking, mow the lawn in 90-degree weather. If I were 40 years younger, I would.
What? Shouldn't your son be doing that since he's off of college for now?
Well, the lawn doesn't need to be mowed now. It's mowed. But if he said, hey, I'm gonna go, fishing, there's enough shade. I probably wouldn't worry about it too much, but I'd definitely be telling them to take water. It is humid, it is hot, it is 89.
Yeah.
And you're 19, you can do it, but you want to take precautions. One of these days, my wife and I were out in Utah, and she's from Virginia and I'm from Georgia, and I kept telling her because she had relatives. We went to a little league game, and it was early, like it was September or something, so it was still fairly hot. And I kept telling her, you are from Virginia, which I don't consider the South, it's the North, and it's like
Right.
90 some degrees out here. You know, we're on the desert floor. You know, it's green grass and stuff, but this is the fucking desert. And I'm like, you need to be drinking water. Here's some water. No, I'm good. Dude, I literally thought, because we were staying with her aunt, who, you know, has lived in Utah, you know, for a good portion of her life. I thought I got motherfucking worried. I'd never seen like heat. She didn't have heat stroke, but she had like what's the precursor to heat stroke? It was like heat prostration. Her skin got clammy. She was not sweating, and I'm like, holy fuck. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna give this 5 more minutes, and we're all going to the hospital because. And she kind of bounced back a little bit, but I was like, you know what? I didn't even fuss. It's like, if you're not sweating, stop thinking you're from the South. That's possibly the best evidence that Virginia's the goddamn North. You know, you don't know what heat is like. You don't know what heat could do. Drink water even if you don't want it. You know, if you're not pissing every 5 minutes, you're dehydrated.
Yeah, I was watching this guy called Southern Cal Shorts yesterday, and he's like out there in the sun complaining he don't have no water. And then when he goes to the convenience store, he buys 2 sugar-filled Gatorades. Man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Because that sugar's going to dehydrate you, and I think it's got sodium in it too, salt.
Yeah.
Gatorade is good if you're in a gym or, you know, it's not. Yeah, Gatorade is not, it'll quench your thirst, but quenching your thirst in what environment? Okay, you're not trying. Dude, you can be out in the desert and not be thirsty.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Shade is pretty rare when you get down like southwest Arizona. Like you might be able to get in the shade under a cactus or something, but you're gonna have to move your chair every 10 minutes.
Dude, I remember I've been to where was I? I was flying back from Phoenix to Virginia, and we flew over New Mexico. We flew over like the western part of Texas. Dude, it was like a couple hours of fucking sand. It was like, how the fuck do these people? This is like the Middle East.
Yeah.
It was like, I'm looking out the plane window, and I'm like, motherfucker, there is no grass. There's not even cacti. There's
buffalo grass. That buffalo grass and it's drier than shit on it.
I'm like, y'all are fucking crazy. Why do you live here? And you know, and I've been to the Middle East. I mean, living in the desert is doable, but I was actually kind of shocked. Because you know, Phoenix was interesting because when I flew into Phoenix the first time, it had just rained. So there's this little like dry riverbed thing, and when it rains heavy, it gets some water in it. What amazed me is, you know how snow is in Atlanta? If you get snow or ice, it's like it's a death trap if you're on the roads.
Yeah, because people down there, they don't know how to drive in the ice cold conditions.
People in Phoenix don't know how to drive in the rain. It was a fucking free for all. It's like no one knows how to drive on wet pavement. There were I was listening to the radio, just out of sheer curiosity, when I got to Phoenix, because it had rained, dude, it was like ice in Atlanta. There were accidents everywhere. I'm like, y'all are weird.
Well, getting down to brass tacks on the highways in Arizona, because they have all that carbon and oil buildup from over the years, and then the rain hits it, and you start sliding all over the fucking place.
It gets super slick. That's crazy. You would think there'd be some chemical process or something that they go over the roads with to kind of like neutralize that the slipperiness, the slickness, but apparently that hasn't occurred, at least not when I was out there. And it's been my son's 19, so it's probably been 14 years or so ago when I was there. So anyway, I need to wrap this up because I am drifting and I am hungry and I probably need to take a nap. So everyone, please make sure, if you're still here, subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Portia's got some content coming up, shows today, I think. John, if he has time, will be doing street interviews. He said around about 7. So I will be back. I will probably be back at the more normal 5 o'clock time. I meant to apologize. I started at 6 this morning. Dude, I was up on a panel. You know, I was listening to Mo Love and T's show. And I was on a panel, T's panel. It just, I'm finding that if I don't get to bed before midnight, that 5 o'clock show is even a bit tough. So it's a lack of discipline on my part. And I actually got kind of a weird comment. Someone said, well, you know, Stanley, you're pretty much fairly consistent with your morning show. And yeah, I guess I am. You know, I will, you know, if you go and you look at the schedule on either my channel or John's channel, you'll see 5 or 6. Sometimes it'll get later, rarely earlier. But I plan on doing at least Monday through Thursday around 5 o'clock, possibly Friday. You know, if I have content I can't, you know, just can't squeeze into, or I'm just like, you know what, I'm awake, might as well do a show on Friday. The weekends are kind of gonna be a little loose. Monday through Thursday is gonna be solid, 5 p.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Eastern time. And you know, we'll see how this all works out. But 5 works for me because I can get enough sleep and not be so cranky. So, any last words, Swap Man?
Oh, no, not really. I appreciate you having me up, Stanley.
No problem.
It's been nice chatting with you. I guess I'll bow out now.
All right. Well, I'll be back around 5 Eastern time in the morning. So if push comes to shove, 6, but I don't anticipate I'm not doing any fucking panels. And you know, the other thing that's weird is I think I am an asshole. You know, I just make some fine point or dispute something and people get all pissed off. I'm like, whoa, you know, and yeah, I will kind of, you know what? Let me tell you something that was really weird yesterday. You know who Republic Room is? You don't go on Be Brave's channel, so you might not know. But she is someone that she is right wing, young-ish black woman, 40s, maybe late 30s. So I've been fucking with her for like in Brave's chat because I'm just like, what kind of mega strange woman is this? And so I've been messing with her in Be Brave's channel, and you know what? I'll fuck with you. Just my sister will tell you, I'll only fuck with you if I like you. If I like you, you'll hate me.
I subscribe to Candace Owens for all that, Stanley.
You what?
Subscribe to Candace Owens for all that. You know?
I honestly have no use for Candace Owens. I literally
I know you don't.
You know what? And it's really nothing personal. I just don't think she's that bright. You know what? And she is kind of, in a weird way, kind of like the glitzier version of a trad wife. She's just not my cup of tea. I've known about Candace Owens for like 10 years. She's been doing this sort of stuff for 10 years. She is just not my cup of tea. I just do not find her bright. And, who knows? Maybe one of these days we'll talk and be okay. But what I was going to say is Republic Room had the fucking balls to come up on my panel. And you know what? She had conviction in her argument. And you know what? I don't agree with her argument. But you know what? At least she was able to defend her position admirably. And that is everything. She's not chopped liver, is my point. So I see that 12th man is gone. Who knows? But Dave, you've been coming on after my morning run. 5 o'clock seems to be a good time. At least I'm not just totally cranky. I do get some sleep. I just need to be more committed not to going on my darling Mo Love's show and listening to her, my secret crush, not so secret crush. Right wing is not the same as what? MAGA? No, MAGA's right wing. It's just a different flavor of right wing. So I'm not exactly sure where you're going. Black women right wing is not. Oh, black women right wing is not the same. Yeah, I think you're absolutely wrong about that. There's Carol Swain. There are black women on the right. Look up Carol Swain. I'm surprised you have not heard of her, Deacon Dave. So I will wait for you. Oh my Lord, I'm slurring. That's not good. Okay, Deacon Dave, this PSYOP stuff, y'all just make it up as you go. So anyway, I'm signing off, folks. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed John Galt, 12th man. SKC was up here for a bit, who's always a pleasure to, interact with. Slick Rick, motherfucker. And Daniel Nixon, Brian Nichols, who else? Portia, of course. And the special guest star of the day, quite frankly, was Diwali. I haven't talked with him in probably months now, so it was a special, treat to have him up here. Tyrone Sly, motherfucker. Yeah, wake up at 5 and be on the show, damn it. Or in the audience, at least. So be brave and think. Thank you for at least, hopefully you do at least the minimum of just, dude, you just got my point so wrong because you were sloppy in your analysis. That's really the only way. I literally said something that you refused to acknowledge, and I'm going to chalk it up to your sloppiness. I don't think it was intentional, but do better, son. Do better work. Be brave. I should not be telling a 70-year-old man how to do thorough analysis and thorough work. So that is everything I have to say. I've gotten it all off my chest. I will see you all at 5 a.m. in the morning or so.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.